Some fun.
The AFL in 2026 on ABC Sport.
And the silence out. Here we go. Listen to the roar. It is showtime.
Hey, take a seat, because it don't get better than this.
Right to the goal line. Jamie Elliott, the man who gravity forgot.
That's why we love AFL football.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
From 45.
Ambitious effort, unbelievable. The left foot is a goal.
Oh, yeah. Take a seat, because it don't get better than this.
Drives it, kicks off goal. The prancing pony.
What a goal.
He's off and running from 45 to get the party started.
Take a seat, because it don't get better than this.
It's bouncing, it's through. Bailey Smith, he'll want the cameras on him right now.
Night camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
Spins around and buries it. Loads up from 55. That's a monster bomb.
40 metres out, snaps towards goal. What a beautiful finish.
Baker goes square, goes for glory.
He eyes the goals and sends it home.
100% pure footy. Every minute of every match, all season long.
Gathers, snaps, goal.
She's just football at its best.
Take a seat, because it don't get better than this.
Kick on goal, dribbles it through. What about that? Took them all on and said, I'll have some of this.
Bailey pinches his pocket and bang, bang, bang. That's the price you pay against the Premier.
Watson snaps. Oh, Watson puts it through. And the Wizard arrives precisely on time. He's built for the big stage. On his left boot, his kick is good.
AFL.
Inside 50, off the step, turns and goes bang. And snap.
And goal.
There's some bravery through the middle of the ground.
How good is that? What a goal. He wastes no time. He whacks it through for another. It doesn't have to be your night, but it can be your moment. Hands it to Charlie Cameron. He can walk it in. Show him your tail lights, Charlie.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
Runs the 50 out. What a way to finish.
On radio
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and ABC Listen.
You take a seat, because it don't get better than this.
It's been a long summer in the state of South Australia, but finally footy is back at the Adelaide Oval, and boy was it worth the wait. A blockbuster Friday night fixture between the unbeaten Adelaide Crows and the Western Bulldogs. The Dogs fresh off an 81-point mauling of the Giants and looking to go 3-0 for the first time since their 2021 grand final appearance. Meanwhile, Adelaide, they welcome back star Isaac Rankin from suspension after their drought-breaking win over the Pies at the MCG last weekend. It is great to have your company for Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Aaron Bryans to call the action. Tom Wilson will be alongside me. He's going to join us very shortly, but gives me the opportunity to welcome in our star Crow pairing. Firstly, a man who was part of the team of the decade, a premiership player, and into his 26th year with ABC Sport. Rod Jameson, welcome back.
Aaron, thank you. Yes, good to be back, and back at Adelaide Oval too. Adelaide, a tremendous win last week, wasn't it, too, up against Collingwood. Just to kickstart the season in the fashion they needed to, and looking forward to seeing their first game here at home tonight.
Alongside Rod Jameson, we've got the most prolific player in AFLW history, 7 All-Australian Blazers, 3 premierships and a Best and Fairest award as well. Ebony Marinoff, good to see you again.
It's great to be here, Aaron. Yeah, I was just saying to you guys, the Oval looks immaculate. I just can't believe we're already here. It just goes so quickly. I think we keep speaking about how the boys have that 3-week break over Christmas, and then once you're in Jan, Feb, March, footy is full back swing, and here we are. What is it, round 3 or round 0, 1, 2, 3? What do we call it?
Round 2, but it's the third week of the season. It's a mess. Let's not get into it. Fresh coat of paint, though. It does look terrific out there, and the sun's still out as it starts to set over across the Western Grandstand. The crowd is looking big early enough. Like the lines were out the door an hour away before they even got them in. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're in for a blockbuster. I don't know if it's quite sold out, but I reckon AO is going to be absolutely rocking tonight.
Yeah, I think everyone's ready for it, aren't they, too? And particularly after last week's performance as well. To come here tonight, Friday night, big stage, and probably a couple of players missing that would probably be in the team if they had to pick their best team tonight. But Isaac Rankin's back in, and there's a bit of excitement around.
There was a little rumbling that Riley Philthorpe wouldn't play tonight. He's good to go, but there is a late change still with the Adelaide Crows. So Hugh Bond is ill. Chase Jones comes in. No news from the Western Bulldogs just yet, but we anticipate they'll be as named. So a little bit of a change there in terms of the back wing position with Chase Jones coming in for Hugh Bond. Otherwise, it's Isaac Rankin for Toby Murray, who's been managed with a back issue. Means Lockie McAndrew is flying solo as the ruck tonight, and Jordan Croft returns as well after managing his back issue. Will Lewis is the man omitted there for the Western Bulldogs. You're inside the four walls, Noffy. They must be so excited with how last week played out, because there was a lot of kind of cautious optimism about this season, given the injuries and the build up to it, being the minor premiers and the harder draw coming their way. The Adelaide Crows knocking off Collingwood at the G and ending a 12-year run would have been huge for their momentum.
Oh, genuinely. You talk about the 12-year drought. I think it's even over the last couple of years, the times that they have played them at the MCG. There's a lot of those players that have been involved with those games over the last couple of years, and you could almost sense that there was something more on that game. They just hadn't quite got it over the line. I think even just the energy throughout the week, even just speaking to Dorse, like, what an amazing opportunity to come off that kind of momentum into such a blockbuster game in Western Bulldogs. I mean, their first month of footy for the Adelaide Crows is going to be as hard and challenging as it has been against Collingwood, but you're coming into an informed team in Western Bulldogs, and they're going to have to go up against the likes of Bontempelli. You had Dacos to look after last week, but you'd argue that Bont started the first two games in career best form. He looks trim, he looks slim.
The size of him as well, and just the way he moves around. He doesn't look like he's overexerting himself too when he's got the football, and for such a big bloke to manoeuvre through heavy traffic like he does and just gets himself to the right spots.
They're moving incredibly fast, the Bulldogs, averaging 122 points from their first two games. So it could be a shootout tonight, given the last time these two sides met, round 18 last year. The key forwards, so Norton, Darcy, Philthorpe, Walker and Fogarty, had 18 goals combined. This could be a high-scoring affair, which means a lot of highlights, and we love that on ABC Sport. Also means we might have to be keeping up with the pace. Now, I've been a little bit worried watching the last few weeks. We haven't called yet. It might be pretty frenetic out there.
I think it is. Okay, we have the last touch rule, and I played it previously, and they're actually enjoying it because as much as they're paid deliberate and umpires, it's speeding up the game, and it's making you're seeing players really challenge that ball to stay in, or it's keeping a genuine pace on the game, not in between, only in between the arcs. But you talk about a shootout. I mean, that was a marvel on a very fast deck last year when they last met over in Victoria. But there's some you're going to watch some of the best key forwards in the comp, and I mean, you've spoken about the Adelaide Crows injury. It's going to be a challenge. They've faced Collingwood, who are probably undermanned or undersized in that forward. It's going to be really interesting to see how the likes of Jordan Butts and Nick Murray really nullify those keys in the Western Bulldogs.
No Mark Keane down back with that broken ankle, but so far they've managed. It's only one game. Yeah, we'll see how they go tonight against Norton.
I think it's good to see Nick Murray back there too. He's coming off injuries too. I thought Toby was really good as well, and Wayne Miller is how good's he been? He's had injury year after year, and to be able to settle down a little bit last year and then to start as well as he did, that's as good a game as I've seen him play. But the height of the Western Bulldogs, they've got 11 players over 200 centimetres, and they bring Croft in for tonight's game. So you certainly expect that the Adelaide defence are just going to have to be tight, and then the restriction of the ball movement into the forward 50, because it's going to be a fast track. It'll be a clean night, and then they put it up high. It's going to be challenging for the defence of Adelaide. And if you want us to critique you on your calling throughout the game, we're happy to do that.
Always open to feedback. As always, the text line's open as well for the listeners if they want to get in touch. 0437 774 774. No, we like nice, honest communication between listeners and callers. 0437 774 774 if you do want to get in touch across the evening. Tim Silvers is going to join us. So the CEO of the Adelaide Crows is just under an hour away. Aaron Bryans, Jameson, Ebony, Marinoff with you in the build-up. Probably a bit of housekeeping before we get really into the nitty-gritty of tonight's matchup. So final teams out for Sunday's two games. Obviously, there's a shortened round, given what's happened with opening round and the buys for the Lions, the Pies, the Blues and the Cats. So Port Adelaide and Essendon, fair few changes for Josh Carr in his second game at the helm. Jack Lukosha's back, Jackson Mead in. Jordan Sweet is replacing Dante Vicentini. So just one game into the year, they've decided to flip the ruckman around. Ollie Lord omitted and Lockie Jones out injured. For the Bombers, Isaac Kako in and Archer May is the man who is making way for him. For the West Coast Eagles, 3 changes for them. One of them pretty surprising. So young star Josh Lindsay, after just 1 game, has been omitted. Tim Kelly comes in. Liam Baker returns after suspension. Harry Edwards in, Ryan Marrick and Tom Cole both omitted for the Eagles. And North Melbourne unchanged after their big win over Port Adelaide through Alistair Clarkson. So a couple of little headlines there. But the Josh Carr one, there was a lot of scrutiny coming all over the country during the week, given, I guess, how disappointing and underwhelming they were. And he's decided to make a few changes, Jamo.
Well, I think he had to, didn't he, too? I must admit, when we did the show last Saturday, I was a little bit worried. I did go with Port Adelaide. I ended up changing my tip to go with the Kangaroos sort of more formally, but not that that matters too much. But I think probably offensively surprising, defensively really poor. And I think a stat that I heard just soon after the game was the ineffective tackles in the competition, the second worst since Champion Data have been going. So their defensive work was incredibly poor. Kangaroos were able to break tackles and get through. So an area that's obviously needs to work on in a modern game. You know, you need to have your defence in the right shape. Otherwise, you're going to be a long way from it.
Yeah, it felt like it was unlike Josh Carr in the way that he played, how his team then performed. We were expecting this hard, nitty-gritty, contested Bull team, and I'm sure that they'll eventually get there. I mean, the criticism that threw me was a lot of people were saying, well, Ken Hinkley, how did he get this list to a prelim final? They had three prelims in 5 years, which is a massive result for Ken Hinkley. And I think a lot of people have forgotten the names that were on that list during the time. So Charlie Dixon was there, Ollie Wines didn't play, Dan Houston is no longer there, Hamish Hartlett, Tom Rockcliffe. You can roll through a lot, Stephen Motlop, Willie Rioli. So it is a newish list. I think it was just that we expected it to click a little faster than it obviously has, Noffy. It's going to take some time for the new coach to really figure out positionally where the players are going to be.
Absolutely. I think the one thing that I was intrigued was Josh Carr's comments around his pre-game build-up and how he actually probably underestimated the North Melbourne to his boys, and he actually came out during the week and put his hand up and kind of owned that. And I think, I mean, that's probably how Josh Carr rolls. He's quite an honest man, and for him to, in his first game, to kind of have that kind of, I guess, mindset that his players went out. Yeah, North Melbourne haven't been up there over the last few years. It's common knowledge, but when you set that upon your players, it's probably not a really passionate, you know, they're going to run out and think, oh, they're just going to roll over North Melbourne. And that's kind of what it looked like. And North Melbourne have just had, yes, they've kind of spoke themselves up, and, you know, there's their new captain and Nick Larkey come out saying, you know, they want to make finals and they've had a tremendous preseason. But I feel like internally North Melbourne have been on the up and they've had an awesome summer, that they were always going to come out and try and prove to the competition that they have taken the step up over the summer. And Port Adelaide, maybe that mentality piece was just not quite there. And when you're off at the start of the game, not that edge, it's what they dished up.
I must admit, I think, and you would well know, like the balance of playing it up too much in terms of the overwhelming of round one and building it up too much so your players are on too far overboard. But to come off and start that way in the manner, and he acknowledges that he was more underwhelming than he was overwhelming, would really surprising. And then
for
you
someone
add
like
that,
Josh Carr,
you'd expect. And then to add, like Harry Ram now is injured and out for 6 to 8, 12 weeks, and incredible talent, and they were planning for him to play a key back role. And so now you got injuries plus that, and now they come up against Essendon, who were really just as disappointing, or if not more. So I know we're here back on Sunday to call that one. So
it's a massive game for round two for all the wrong reasons, right? You've got two clubs that are under a lot of pressure early into a campaign. So we're looking forward to calling that one. Port Adelaide and Essendon on Sunday. West Coast and North Melbourne, that other fixture. And as I mentioned, Josh Lindsay, after 16 touches in his debut, pick 19, has been omitted, likely replaced by Liam Baker, who returns from suspension. Tim Kelly and Harry Edwards in, Ryan Marrick and Tom Cole out for the Eagles, and North Melbourne unchanged. If you're just joining us, Adelaide and the Western Bulldogs, the build-up to the ball up, which is just under an hour away, 7:10 local time here in South Australia. And the late change is that Hugh Bond is out with illness, meaning that Chase Jones comes in, and Riley Thilthorpe good to go. He had 6 straight against the Dogs last year. and he will be okay to play this evening here at the Adelaide Oval. No late changes for the Western Bulldogs, so Bustlinger, Lewis and Jones all left out, and means their one change is Jordan Croft comes back in after having his back managed. The other news during the day came as part of the fallout of Hawthorn's win over Sydney last night, 17-point victory at the MCG. There was some vision that came through after, well, Nick Watson did a radio interview this morning and essentially revealed that someone had thrown a water bottle at him. It was actually a soft drink. And again, we've seen this in the past. It happened a couple of years ago where a former Carlton member actually threw a drink at a goal umpire, hit him in the head, lacerated him, had actually got charged with unlawful assault, discharging a missile and recklessly causing injury, and has been banned for life as a result of it. Now, the AFL is going to investigate this. You can actually see in the vision, this is when Nick Watson kicks the final goal of the game. He taunts the crowd, and there is in the backdrop, you can see this soft drink bottle just go past his head. The AFL released a statement earlier saying that they are working with the MCG to investigate the matter. A patron threw a soft drink bottle at the final siren towards Hawthorn players. The alleged offender was not part of the Swans cheer squad, and his identity is currently unknown. We have the best fans in the world, but throwing objects at players will never be acceptable. And if caught, you will lose the privilege to be able to attend the footy. Victoria Police will now investigate the matter with the assistance from the MCG. So not a great look, Noffy, but at least the AFL's gotten on the front foot and the precedent is there.
Absolutely. I mean, we just can't have that in the game. And unfortunately, probably time after time, these things continue to happen within the crowd. You almost feel like that. I know when you can see, the security guards around, how do you manage it? How do you stop it? Because it's continually, I guess, in and around the games, but it's just not good enough, really. At the end of the day, there's cause of harm that can be quite, large potential to cause harm. I
just think it's incredible. And I know the education piece around the playing, and Isaac Rankin comes back in. He offended last year, so but again, something keeps happening all the time. It's only a minority, and it only takes one, but it's staggering to think that it's such a passionate game. I get it. You sit there sometimes and you're at home watching your own team, or you're here and you get really angry at some point, but to actually pick up something and throw something onto the field as well. And at the end of the game, I did notice that there was some Sydney supporters, and one in particular, like he was there giving the bird, and he was really sort of going. It was almost as if it was between he wanted to do more and take more. I remember many, many years ago we played at Victoria Park, and that was always challenging at the best of times. And we have to get on the bus, you walk through the crowd and you get to the change room. And I was just next to Andrew Jarman, and this 10-year-old kid came up and said, "You are a Jarman." And it was almost like he wanted to fight him.
Passion.
And he just sort of laughed and walked around him. But the passion and from your own supporters, but opposition, it is staggering to still think that it does still happen. And here we are dealing with it again last night.
It became such an epidemic last year when players started retaliating by flipping the bird, and there were fines being held. And I'd like in this instance, and as we saw a couple of years ago, that the AFL has immediately got on the front foot. There is a clear kind of punishment that they're going to stick with. There's a hardline stance that if you're essentially convicted or found guilty of throwing something at anyone on the ground, you'll be banned for life. So hopefully that message, filters through the AFL community, and, we don't see more repeat offenders.
I mean, if there's going to consistently have a penalty, you'd hope that they'd want to be there training and actually there watching the game and things. Like, I think taking away that, there's obviously passion there, but some people just do it just because, it's quite scary that they probably know there's repercussions, and that if they're caught, they are never going to probably be able to attend another AFL game. So it's like, what's the actual deal for it?
Well, we had a text in that just says, "I agree that throwing anything over the fence is not acceptable behaviour. However, a lifetime ban is an overreaction and unfair." And I totally disagree with that message. I think you have to send a statement. Otherwise, people will keep doing it.
Mm-hmm. And there'll be constant reoffenders because there's no real punishment. It's just fun and games, because that's what they think. But if there's a serious penalty on the line, you've got to take those habits out.
Well, I think it's no different to walking into a store or something like that, and you get angry with the person behind, and you either pick up something or throw it, or you're abusing them for something that's not in the store. Like, it's just weird. It's actually poor behaviour, and you can't feel because you buy your membership or buy your ticket for any club you come and watch, you can't you don't have the authority to pick up and just hurl a missile onto the field, you know?
People just assume because they're athletes, it's not a job. Like, this is a workplace, and...
Or they won't get caught, you know? They're in and amongst 50,000 at the MCG or whatnot, and they're not going to get caught. Like, it's just... And sometimes, this fan may not get found out because...
Well, the other weird thing too, and it like streaking, like people like why do you feel that you've got to run across an oval nude in front of 50,000 people in the middle of a game?
Jeez, yeah, that's a trickier one to explain, Jamo.
The whole rationale. What are you thinking?
They're not, Jamo.
Yeah.
They're not thinking.
No, that's the thing. Don't try and think like them because we don't think like them.
Yeah. Thoughts of Jameson, Ebony, Marinoff, your Star Crows pairing tonight for Adelaide and the Western Bulldogs. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. There is a late change for the Adelaide Crows. So Chase Jones is in. His first full game since round 20 of 2024. He had 5 games last year as the sub. Obviously, that's been abolished, so he'll be part of the 5-man bench tonight. And he replaces Hugh Bonds, who is ill. So out and misses his what would have been his 14th game of his young career. Riley Thilthorpe good to go despite a couple of murmurings. And the Western Bulldogs as named. So Jordan Croft in and Will Lewis out omitted. Aaron Bryans calling the action for you. Tom Wilson's going to join me very shortly as well. And that text line 0437 774 774 is the number to get in touch. Tim Silvers is going to join us, the Adelaide Crows CEO, but we might get into game mode and head down to the Western Bulldogs race where Josh Money, the 5th member of our commentary team, is standing by. Welcome, Josh.
Thank you very much, Aaron. Joined by Bulldogs assistant Jaron Geary. Jaron, it's been a wonderful start to the season, but Adelaide Oval not really a happy hunting ground for the boys. Never beaten the Crows here. How eager are you to right that wrong tonight?
Yeah, no, it's been a promising start, but like you said, big challenge tonight. The Crows are a formidable lineup, and it's a beautiful night, good atmosphere already, so hopefully we can perform really strongly against the Crows tonight.
What's been the key, do you think, to your red-hot start to the year?
I think we've had good contributions across the board so far, and clearly the first game up against Brisbane was a good challenge for us going up there in a state, going away together, and we were able to grind away a win. And then last week we performed really strongly around the ball. So focus for us has been to share the load, and so far in the front end of the year we've been able to do that.
Really enticing battle of the forward lines tonight. You must feel the way your front 6 or 7 is operating really, really well.
Yeah, they're playing some pretty good footy, those boys, and obviously we've got some good targets up there, and the guys at ground level are supporting them at the moment. But we know, Adelaide's potent forward line is going to be a real challenge. So as a whole team tonight, we've got to defend really well. They got a hold of us last time we played them, so that's a real focus for us to make sure that we support our back half and limit their supply. We know if they get enough supply, they're pretty efficient going forward, so that's a real focus for us.
The growth of some of your midfielders like Ed Richards and Joel Frazier, that's allowed Bontempelli to spend more time up forward as well. What a luxury that is, and how do you sort of balance that week in, week out?
Oh, yeah, sort of just depending on how the game's going, really. The first game against Lions, we needed to go forward and sort of be a target for us and create some opportunities, which he did really well. And then last week in the front half of the game, he was able to score early. But like you said, we've got some good guys going through. Matt Kennedy's another one. He's obviously come across last year and performed really strongly, and Liv is still going really strong. So I feel like it's a real strength of ours pushing numbers through there. It's something we'll continue to do. And if Mark is able to get on the end of a couple, that's great. But he's not always going to be able to do that. So hopefully we can continue to spread the load through there.
We know Tim English is one of the elite ruckmen of the competition. What do you make of Lockie McAndrew? A unique challenge, I suppose, for him tonight with his size and height.
He's quite tall, so the reach he's got is going to be a challenge for Tim. And Tim started the season really well, particularly around centre bounce. But I think that's going to be a challenge for Tim tonight, being able to combat his reach. He's quite tall. I saw him running around in the twos at Sydney a few years ago when I was working with the VFL, and he was a challenge for the guys down there. So he's been able to do that early in the season. So hopefully Tim can jump over the top of him, but it's going to be a challenge we need to nullify.
Starts are always important, but when you come into a ground where they haven't had any footy for 200 plus days, how important is it to quiet this red hot crowd early?
Oh yeah, very important. I mean, even walking around the city today, obviously the Fringe Festival's on, so there's plenty of people around, and it's a bubbly atmosphere outside the ground. So I imagine tonight those people who've been bubbly on the outside will bring some hostility in here, and hopefully we can silence them early and be in the competition, or be up for the grind early in the game.
Long time in between drinks for Isaac Rankin as well. As a playing group, can you try and play on the nerves of a player like that, albeit a very good player coming back for his first game in a long time?
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing about Isaac, he's such a quality player, so we know he's going to have moments in the game. Our threat is to try and take away those moments he has in the game where he lights up the crowd. So hopefully, again, we can nullify him early. He's going to have moments, we know that, but if we can keep him quiet for the majority of the night, that'll go a long way to us having a successful night.
Thanks, Jaron. Best of luck tonight.
No worries, thank you.
Jaron Geary downstairs with Josh Money in the build-up to Adelaide and the Western Bulldogs. The Dogs 2-0, looking to go 3-0 for the first time since 2021 when they made the grand final against Melbourne over in Perth during the COVID years. But gee, their resume from the first fortnight is pretty impressive. So averaging 122 points per game. Last week against the Giants, they won the clearance count 45-26, 81-point winners in the end. And it feels like their star pairing, Ebony Marinoff of Aaron Norton and Sam Darcy, are looking ready for a massive season to the point where they might be fighting each other for the Coleman.
It's amazing to watch. I mean, as a footy fan, and you want your best players playing their best footy, it has been so good to watch. And I think there was always going to be conversations around how Darcy would go in his second season. He was probably well held in the Origin game, and there was a lot of chatter around no one could contain him in Western Bulldogs. He was kicking 6-7 goals in the match sim, but I almost feel like they're going to come together a little bit more this year. That disappointing with that no finals and their exit last year. It's going to take those two star power. I mean, you got Ed Richards in the midfield, he was a genuine A-grade midfielder. He's a left footer. He moves. He hits the scoreboard. They're just starting to really ooze that talent, and Bont can go down and kick goals as well, and you're not having to rely on him to play, your 80 to 85% in the midfield. Just a bit more balance, I think.
And Cooper Hines, he's 190 centimetres as well too, so the height that they have is incredible. So if they do get it in, and they're so reliant on Aaron Norton and his ability to keep moving around, so he makes it incredibly hard for a defender. So, I think he's certainly a barometer around. And then I was impressed with Sam Davis's game last week too, on a wing at 190 centimetres too, and also kicked 2 goals. So they've got the ability to, off the halfback line, to rebound really hard, and their scoring ability. And we just heard Jaron Geary just say that they're actually going to try and put players forward when they can, just to change things up a little bit.
And add Bailey Williams into that mix. He can kick a 50 to 60 metre goal as well. So I feel like, you're creating avenues to goal with those tools, but you add, West and Sanders is back in. You're starting to get your hands on the footy with those likes, but as well as impacting the scoreboard. And I think I touched on it earlier. It's going to be really interesting how the Adelaide Crows defence line up against that talented forward line. But it's a great challenge because at the end of the day, Mark Keane's not coming back till post-bye. So you're going to have to build that continuity amongst that team defence, because essentially that's how you break down, some of the best forward mixes in the competition.
It's almost the perfect battle tonight. We've got the best team for scoring from stoppage, and the other's one of the best in terms of scoring from turnover. So it might be that the Dogs win it out of the middle. Can Adelaide then defensively rebound it and win it from there? It feels like it could be really free-flowing, really fast, which seems to be, I guess, the mantra of good footy this year, Jamo.
Yeah, I think Eb touched on it as well, like that last touch. Players, and I mean, the game last night was insanely fast, particularly that first quarter. They want to get it on, and you want to go, and even, just watch it. There are handballs, and I don't know, Eb, are you encouraged? Like, sometimes players give the footy to someone where you just go, oh my God, why would you even give it to them?
You paying for their bills?
Just flips, like it's almost me to Aaron away, and you just sort of give it, and it's surprising. Even like a Shepherd would probably be the preferred, but it's just get the footy forward and give it and go, really. The speed in which you want to play now. Is that what's encouraged?
I think so. I mean, we've only had a couple of rounds of AFL, but even last year in the AFLW, the game is moving faster. The new rules last year, the year before last, 2024, the women's game was 52% stoppage and 48% transition. Last year it was 30% stoppage, 70% transition. So they're just some numbers from the rule changes in the AFLW. But it'll be really interesting to see probably midway through the season how much less stoppages and what impact these little tweaks that we're all talking about in terms of the rule changes. There has been a few, but is it going to continue to bring higher scores, higher energy, faster pace on the game, which is exciting to watch?
You've set the stage perfectly, Noffy. Ebony Marinoff, Rod Jameson, our premiership pairing tonight on ABC Sport for the Adelaide Crows and the Western Bulldogs. CEO Tim Silvers is going to join us very shortly. The build-up to the first ball-up, 7:10 local time here. We'll join you in a moment's time after the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News, I'm Sam Wilkinson. Cyclone Narelle has been further downgraded but remains dangerous as it heads towards Cape York's west coast. It's now a Category 2, as Joshua McIntosh reports.
The powerful system made landfall on the east coast this morning near Cohen at Category 4. It weakened to Level 3 as it tracked across the peninsula during the day. At this stage, there have been no reports of major damage or injuries and rescues. Late this afternoon, the cyclone decayed to a Category 2. It's now closing in on Arakoon with winds near the centre of 100 kilometres an hour, gusting to 140. It'll move into the Gulf of Carpentaria overnight.
The Israeli military says it struck Syrian infrastructure sites in response to attacks against Druze civilians in southern Syria. Here's Patricia Tiano.
The IDF says it targeted a military command centre and weapons in southern Syria. It adds the force will not tolerate harm towards the Druze population and that it will defend them and monitor developments in the region. Syrian state news has not acknowledged the strike, which marks the first Israeli attack on Syria during its joint war on Iran with the US. Meanwhile, a Kuwaiti oil refinery came under Iranian attack after Israel launched a major offense on infrastructure across Tehran on the eve of the Persian New Year. The refinery, which processes around 730,000 barrels of oil per day, was already damaged in a previous Iranian attack.
The spokesman for Iran's paramilitary Revolutionary Guard has insisted Tehran is still building missiles, countering a claim by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu that it no longer could. General Ali Mohammed Naini says the war will go on and that Iran is producing missiles even during conflict with no problem in stockpiling. He adds the war will continue until the enemy is completely exhausted. Foreign Minister Penny Wong says she's discussed the Middle East war with US Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Political reporter Samantha Dick has more.
Penny Wong says she's spoken to her US counterpart, Marco Rubio, discussing the impacts of the war on global energy security and international efforts to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Iran's response to US-Israeli attacks has turned into a series of tit-for-tat strikes on energy infrastructure, driving up the price of oil and gas. Countries, including the UK, France and Canada, signed a joint statement overnight offering support to help reopen the strait. But Australia was not a signatory. Senator Wong says she and Mr Rubio agreed that the international community needs to work together to ensure shipping routes aren't held hostage by the Iranian regime.
Green Senator David Shoebridge says a new tax on gas giants could be legislated within the next fortnight. A document seen by the ABC suggests the government is seeking advice on whether to impose the tax in the May budget. It would allow the government to collect some of the windfall profits made by gas companies during the Middle East war. Senator Shoebridge says the windfall tax is a starting point, but should then go further.
Ordinary Australians are paying through the nose for energy. There is no better time than the next fortnight to legislate for a windfall tax, and then let's make it permanent. Let's put some real meaningful tax on our gas export industry so we can afford the things we need.
A group of experts have been appointed to lead a review at a Melbourne hospital following allegations a doctor performed operations for severe endometriosis when a pathology report showed little trace of disease. Antonia O'Flaherty reports.
Epworth has revealed South Australia's Commissioner for Clinical Excellence, Professor Keith McNeil, will chair the independent review of clinical governance at the hospital. The hospital described him as a nationally respected health system leader with a deep expertise in clinical governance and system reform. Safer Care Victoria has nominated Beverly Vollenhoven to sit on the review panel, along with two consumer advocates and an expert from New South Wales, Professor Alan Lamb. The review will focus on how patients and staff's concerns are addressed. Dr. Simon Gordon denies any wrongdoing and says he acted in the best interests of patients.
And former Prime Minister John Howard has phoned South Australia's Liberal leader Ashton Hearn to congratulate her campaign efforts ahead of tomorrow's election. In a video call shared to social media, Mr Howard praised her achievements since taking over from Vincent Tarzia as the party's leader in December last year.
Done so well in a short period of time. I admire your energy and I encourage you to keep going, keep punching. Show them energy, commitment and focus. And there are three very valuable campaign approaches.
This is ABC News.
Get your footy fix with ABC AFL Daily Podcast. Corbin Middlemass and Ben Cameron are joined by a cast of AFL legends to pull apart the biggest stories in Aussie rules. Search for the ABC AFL Daily Podcast on ABC Listen.
ABC Sport.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
A well-trodden path. Lockett, Hall, Franklin, and now Curnow. The grass is greener in the SCG.
Relax, witness the greatest. Don't get better than this.
On his left, he could bang through a third, can he? You bet he can!
Nicks from 45 on the run.
And they've made it 6 in a row! What a goal!
Nick Dacos takes the advantage, eyes the goals, and kicks it. DNA doesn't lie. Want it down. Oh, sock it off the ground by Will Ashcroft. He's a freak. That is just that. Freakish.
Welcome to the 2026 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and ABC Listen.
You take a seat, because it don't get better than this.
The Friday Night Lights are back at the Adelaide Oval for a heavyweight clash between the Adelaide Crows and the Western Bulldogs. It is great to have your company for Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Aaron Bryans to call the action alongside Tom Wilson and our pair of premiership players, Rod Jameson and Ebony Marinoff, with you on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital, News Radio and ABC Listen. The text line tonight, 0437 774 774. And Fran's got in touch very early, says, great to hear the Adelaide team back. Jamo, good to see you back again. Going for the Crows, though they beat us last week, knowing that Fran is a Collingwood supporter. And do you think that Nicks has to make more of a statement with his boys this season? It would be a big one tonight if they can get the job done. The Western Bulldogs have obliterated the Giants and knocked off the reigning premier in the last 2 weeks. They are scoring through the roof. And Adelaide now return home at a venue they only lost once at in the regular season last year for a real big test against a premiership hopeful, Gemma.
Well, I think we get a chance to have a chat to Tim and, certainly go forward round 2, but I don't think Adelaide could have set themselves up better than what they did last year, finishing top and healthy list and everything to play for. That's as close as they're going to get to a GF. A couple of wins and then you're over the border, and they weren't able to do it. So, but they've been able to do that, turn it around. I'm really keen to see Sid Draper in this team to add some real speed to the midfield and throw it around. Of course, Dan Curtin when he gets back, and then sort of Mitch Hinge is probably the other one, and Mark Keane longer term. So there's 3 or 4 that could go into this team to make it better, but I don't think we could have asked a better start than what Adelaide showed last week against Collingwood at the MCG.
Noffy, you mentioned off air that you were in the elevator with DC during the week, and Dan Curtin's looking like a beast.
Oh, been in the gym with him probably for the past 2 months. He's actually been, I don't know if I'm allowed to disclose that. I think he has been running. He's actually just so dedicated. It's so amazing to see. I think I'm very lucky to be inside the 4 walls and just seeing such an athlete attack their rehab after such a promising summer pre-Christmas. All the expectations around him and what he was going to be the next best thing. I think we're even going to get a better version of Dan Curtin when he's back. He's looking like he's looking bigger than Bont.
I saw him at the back there. He could eat you sideways.
Jeez. I mean, that's a pretty easy task for most, Jamo, but for footballers in particular, yes. There is a late change heading into tonight as well. So Isaac Rankin returning for the Crows, Toby Murray managed, but Hugh Bond is out with illness, means that Chase Jones comes in for his first game of the campaign. For the Western Bulldogs, Jordan Croft returns after managing his back issues. Will Lewis omitted after his debut. So the Dogs look pretty healthy compared to an Adelaide Crows side who do bring a star back in, but as Jamo and Noffy have mentioned, no Dan Curtin, no Sid Draper, no Mark Keane either down back. And the interesting one tonight is going to be the ruck battle, Noffy, because Toby Murray being managed with his back issue means that Lockie McAndrew is flying solo tonight in what is going to be his 4th game at AFL level, his 2nd at the Crows. They had the opportunity maybe to go with Riley O'Brien and go dual tandem, and they've been hesitant to use Riley Thilthorpe as a pinch hitter purely, I guess, because of the potential for knee injuries. So what are they going to do with McAndrew tonight when he's got Tim English bearing down on him?
And Tim English was phenomenal last week. I think even last year we saw him, he could arguably, if he continues up his form, be the All-Australian ruckman come at the end of the year. I think that's an incredible big battle that it's going to be. McAndrew, his ability to get the ball to the boys' advantage last week was phenomenal, and something that we probably hadn't seen in Riley O'Brien in the centre bounce. I think they were +5 in the centre bounce. So for Adelaide Crows fans, that's not something that they really see. And for McAndrew to really give them first, look at the centre bounce, you're facing the game already and you're putting the ball in your front half rather than having to defend and kind of, a little bit essentially shark off the oppo's ruck. So I think it's going to be really interesting in terms of the battle against English. But it's inevitable that Riley Thilthorpe's going to have to pinch hit with Toby Murray out with that back injury. It's probably just going to be, I would say, a couple of minutes per quarter, but McAndrew might be absolutely blowing.
I think you're right. I think the challenge at Tim English is such a hard runner going forward, and he presents himself for goals. So I think I would feel that McAndrew would probably play more behind the footy than he will run forward and allow Thilthorpe and the other tools up forward to do the work, and he'll sit across the middle and work his way back. But he's going to have to be on his game to be able to just defensively push back and not allow Tim English to be that other tall option.
And it's something we could probably see up here, how far back McAndrew, he kind of sets himself, because when you are playing that ball in the front half, you've got Darcy Fogarty as well. So if you're really not having to have him push hard forward, hopefully save his legs. I really thought that they may have gone with the Riley O'Brien with no sub now. You're kind of having a player, we've seen players use that at about 40 to 50% game time, but they've obviously made the call. So it'll be an interesting one, and we'll probably be talking about it post-game, how it went.
We might be able to ask the CEO, Tim Silvers, about it in a moment. He's going to join us as part of our pre-game for Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. The other big headline moving into this one, I feel like we're talking a lot about the Adelaide Crows, but we've got to touch on Isaac Rankin. So obviously a very emotional off-season for him, the personal struggle that he went through after the public shaming of his behaviour, and rightfully so, and has put in a lot of work to be able to not only get back and be fit for tonight, given he had a hamstring issue in the pre-season, but also mentally to be able to overcome everything that occurred last year with a 4-game suspension as a result of a homophobic slur. Noffy, I really wanted to ask you about this. So he's done a lot of work with the Rainbow Crows recently. There's a really good yarn in the local paper about him attending meetings and working with a lot of the members there and just educating himself. But as part of the AFLW group, that would have been a pretty kind of traumatic experience when this all happened late last year. How have you kind of responded to Isaac's redemption story?
Yeah, I mean, it's a brilliant one, and I think it's a really powerful one that, a lot of people within our community can probably learn a fair amount off. One thing about Isaac Rankin, and I will say, the work that he had done with our group prior to, making his mistake was actually enormous. He would come and support us at majority of our home games. He was always one of those, male players that was a fan of the AFLW, and a few of us really did have great relationships with Isaac. So for me personally, there was already a relationship built. And I think when you have relationship built and kind of, essentially maybe a trust or a breakdown, it does help that there's already trust and respect built. I think it was probably from the outside, you're thinking about players or people from the community that may have not had that. But personally, I did have that with Isaac. So I actually felt like I could really support him in a way of that because of the relationship we had. And I think the biggest thing for Isaac and what he did, it was obviously really challenging for him, but he owned the mistake, and he the way he spoke, I spoke to him, not too long after, he made that comment, and he was so remorseful and emotional and genuine. And I think, I don't like to speak from a female, but I think, when you're a genuine person, you can feel that in his words, and I felt that. And then I guess the story and the redemption story is because he's been dedicated and he's owned his mistake and he's wanted to become a better human from it. And I think he's certainly done that. So it's, as much as what he did was so wrong and it cannot be in our society, I'm very proud of the way he's come out of it and mended some of those relationships, as well as I reckon he's just flourished as a person. He seems like he's really, safe in himself, and I think he's probably come out of his shell a little bit as well.
So we spoke earlier about, the passion and spectators throwing bottles and at a moment you just go, why would you be doing that? When Isaac reflects, particularly being an Indigenous player as well, like, can he reflect on why he said it at the time? Like, was it just... I mean, he's clearly remorseful and he shouldn't have said it, and he's called that out as you've just explained, but a moment with all the education and everything we just talk about, and here's this ripping bloke, and all of a sudden he's just dropped his guard for 2 seconds and said something he shouldn't have.
And he's paid the price. Like, I think, I don't think you can, if you're not in that moment, you don't really probably understand it, but it's in the heat of the moment when that comes out your mouth. Like, that's so wrong. But I don't think you can really express why that comes out unless you're the person doing it, if that makes sense. But it's an interesting one. But I think he'll continue to do work. I don't think you'll see ranks just be, I've cruised through the summer, I'm going to have an impact, I'm going to be a good player on field. I feel like this is a moment in his life where he'll continue to try and be the best person he can be.
Mitch Brown spoke about it really well during the week, that the first openly gay AFL player, he said, I see the genuine effort that Isaac is putting in the time and the work to be better. And he said, there will be people that go, Isaac doesn't deserve to be celebrated, or commentary about how well he's done. He should just go and play. But I think the majority of the queer community and people in the football community in general would admire the way he's gone about it. And I think that's the difference in this scenario, Jamo, is we've seen a lot of players over a long lineage of football make mistakes, whether it's homophobia or racial vilification. I don't think we've seen one in recent memory who has been so publicly apologetic about it, who has clearly gone through the educational pathways to improve themselves the way that Isaac Rankin has. Usually it peters out and it's a story that we don't really talk about again after a couple of months. But Isaac has continually gone to Met Rainbow Crows. He's spoken to Channel 7. He's done a lot of interviews with the local paper just about his personal journey. And maybe that is a lesson in itself, that he behaved so poorly, but he's showing everybody how to improve from that and make sure it doesn't happen again.
Yeah, I think Mitch's point is probably valid, and again from a distance. And I don't live in Mitch's shoes either, too, and what he's been through and what he's had to contend with. But from Ed's perspective, that's had a genuine connection with him and seeing him, within the four walls and the type of person he is. And I've only met him a couple of times. I don't know him that well at all, but it's the impact that clearly it had on him. He took off. He wanted to get out of the country, but he needed that breather, but he's come back and he's headed, head on, and he's doing everything and more to make sure that, he learns and it never happens again.
I think the difference, potentially you would have seen players like in Isaac Instant when they've made a mistake and it's very public, it's wrong and you're embarrassed, you want to be remorseful. But the thing that he did was he actually went away and came back and faced it, whereas I reckon you potentially would have seen players previously just go away, let the dust settle, not really own it. But I mean, for Mitch Brown from the community and such, there's a genuine ownership. The comment was done and it was made, but I feel like there was a genuine ownership that we probably haven't seen in previous situations.
Thoughts of Ebony Marinoff, Rod Jameson, our premiership pairing tonight for Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Aaron Bryans and Tom Wilson to call the action for you, and as always, you can get in touch on the text line 0437 774 774. Laurel and Rushworth's got in touch as I grew up in Geelong, and we always listen to the footy on the ABC on the old wireless. Good calling tonight. Thanks for your message, Laurel. 0437 774 774. We are about 20 minutes away from the ball up here at the Adelaide Oval. Crowd is looking tremendous. The deck looks absolutely superb. They've waited a fortnight and a summer to get to this point. And it should be a massive night as the Adelaide Crows go head-to-head with the Western Bulldogs. The Crows CEO, Tim Silvers, has been good enough to jump into the box as well for a quick chat in the build-up to the game. Good to see you, Tim.
Yeah, it's great to be here. Finally, first game in South Australia. It feels like it's been taking a while to get here, but it's great. Good night. Conditions are going to be terrific. I think it's going to be a really good crowd. We're nearly sold out, so looking forward to what we can do against a really strong opposition in the Bulldogs.
You come in with a lot of momentum to get that win at the MCG over the Magpies. You probably couldn't have asked for a better start given the injuries in the pre-season and maybe the pessimism that was around, I guess, the media and the local public.
Yeah, and Collingwood as well. Look, they've been a bit of a nemesis for us. We've been really challenged to beat them in a variety of games, especially over there. So we'll challenge. We had a really good third quarter. We'll challenge in the last quarter, and to be able to hold up with some really big moments. we look at how we went out last year and we lost a lot of momentum, but just to start with a victory at the MCG, hadn't beaten Collingwood for 12 years there. That was great, and hopefully we can take that momentum into tonight.
Tim, we were just chatting about the return of Isaac Rankin, Tim, and all the work that he's been putting in the off-season. So Mitch Brown came out during the week and said the LGBTQI community would admire the way that he's gone about it in terms of his redemption and his education. Can you just take us behind the scenes as to, the emotional turmoil that he went through at the time to where he's gotten to now?
Well, it was such a difficult time for him and the footy club in a lot of ways. But, once he got back from Italy and he sort of worked his way through it, he just thought, I've got to get better. I've got to get better as a person. I've got to get better as a footballer as well. And he just went to work. He spoke to the right stakeholders. He got advice. He reflected on what he's done well and what he didn't do as well. And he's just got to work, and he's worked with a variety of different people, even our supporter group, Rainbow Crows. And, I just think through adversity, he's come through the other side a lot stronger as a person. And and what he's done off the field in terms of his training and his rehab, and he's apart from that unfortunate hamstring injury, he's been lighting it up all pre-season. Can't wait to see what he can deliver tonight.
Just on the Rainbow Crows, Tim, as well. So there was some discussion through the off-season about the hurt that they suffered when Isaac Quaynor was booed in the semi-final, and how the club probably didn't get on the front foot to stamp that out. Are there learnings from an administration point of view as to how you handle it moving forward?
Yeah, look, it is hard to... The crowd management of 45, 50,000 people is difficult. But we've reflected and we've worked with the Rainbow Crows, and Isaac, through his own initiative, it wasn't a direction by us, but he's also worked with them. And I think they're a great supporter group of ours, and we can learn a lot from them. So we'd like to think we're partners now.
The game moves on pretty quickly. Here we are, round 2 after last week's performance, but reflecting on last year, just how good the year was, and then the last 2 games just got away, how hard it was to review at the end of the year.
Yeah, it hurt. It certainly hurt. I think the season record home and away wins of 18, that's the most we've had in our whole history. And, we bombed out in straight sets. And it hurt everyone within the footy club. And you're a bit like in the moment, how are we going to get through this? But I suppose in the cold, hard light of day, we weren't quite ready. That's a fact. We got to the finals and we weren't quite good enough. But that stings, and that's the reality. We had a test and we didn't achieve what we wanted to. So there's a sting to that. There's a hurt from that, and it's driven a lot of people through our footy club through the entire pre-season. And there's a grit in the teeth to rectify that. And I'm really proud of the way the group has come back and reflected on that. But now it's in the past. We've got to move forward into 26, and I think we're going to see a determined team this season.
You talk about a determined team. I want to talk to you about the likes of Isaac Cumming and Alex Newborn into the club. They're now both in the leadership group. What impact are they going to have this year to kind of elevate, the experience amongst the group with the players like Bond, Dan Curtin coming in, like that real, younger brigade? They're going to need experience.
Yeah, we've been fortunate to get so many good players from other clubs, and it's not just what they do on the field, it's what they do off the field. Alex Neil-Bullen coming into the club, I've been just wowed by what his leadership is off the field. He's just such a good person. He's got great values, and he's now vice captain of our footy club in his second year. And with Isaac coming, he's an unbelievable role player, and we've got our values that we play by. And he lives and breathes them to the nth degree. He's basically the poster boy of the Crows way. So I think role models like that we've brought into the footy club are going to help us get better. And sometimes we talk about you've got to get that A grade, A plus sort of elite midfielder into our footy club, and that might be right, but bringing in this depth of leadership is going to take us forward as well.
Well, Kel Archie, 169 games and premiership player out of a pretty good system in Brisbane to acquire and attract him here. That's a huge coup.
Yeah, and I think, what we struggled with before I got to the club was that we were losing a lot of players, and club players were going back to Victoria, etc. But over the last few years under Nixie's leadership, we've been able to retain those players that we want, these good players within the mix, but also bring in other talented players that aren't necessarily just from SA. So we think we're building, and we had a good year last year. Didn't get the chocolates in September, but we think we've got a lot of the pieces that we'd like to deliver this year. There might be a piece or two we need to add, but we're here in 26 and we want to see what we can do on a big stage.
Speaking of that list management factor, Tim, I feel like I ask you this every year, and you always mention we've got a war chest and we're interested in bringing free agents over.
War chest?
Look, I might be putting words in your mouth.
Ad-libbed that.
But Zach Bailey's another one that might be coming up. And I know you don't like talking about other clubs' players, but I guess the general question there is, are you hungry for more talent to come from other clubs?
Of course. We have to be. I think you need to be aggressive in this space. So we're going to find ways to get better as a footy club and through list. We're interested in bringing that top-end talent to our footy club. But I don't like to speak about specific players. But we've also got now a core nucleus of players that are going to be, if we are going to be successful, the Rochellis, the Rankins, the Thilthorpes, the Saligos, that's the core group that are going to take us hopefully to the promised land. But you're right, there is another piece or two we'd like to acquire.
So maybe just get you to actually say the line rather than me, but do you have enough money to spread the load and pay someone a mega deal to come in?
I think what we've done in the past, I won't quite answer the question, but what we've done in the past is that we've been able to have really smart list management over a period of time. And when you've got a young team, you can actually afford to do that. So we put ourselves in a reasonable position. But as your players go from a 50-game player to a 100-game player and have some success, you've got to balance what you pay internally versus how do you attract key talent in.
Are you surprised at how open some clubs are now talking about opposition players when they are coming out of contract and they are wanting to acquire them to a club?
Well, it hasn't been my philosophy, obviously. Things change. Things do change. And look what happens in the NRL. I follow the NBA really closely, and players, it's just so open. So maybe we are going to get to that phase. But look, my philosophy is I don't think you win doing that. So we'll stick to what we do.
Let's get back to the footy tonight. There's been conversations all week about this ruck battle. If Mac Andrew is going to go head-to-head with Team English. Toby Murray's out with a back injury, Bond out with illness, but gone with the one ruck, and Riley Thilthorpe will pinch hit in the ruck tonight.
Yeah, I think so. Look, what we like about Toby Murray is that he provides a contest, second ruck cover, and can also move forward, and probably gives Riley Thilthorpe that opportunity to play 100% as a forward. But with the change, with Toby having the back, we made the decision for tonight that we'd go with Riley as the backup, but I'm not sure that's going to be our consistent theme for the entire year.
And Tim, just before we let you go, crowd numbers have been a little down across the first fortnight. How's tonight looking, and how do you buck that trend?
Yeah, good question. I saw what we saw in Queensland, New South Wales is really good crowds, and I'm happy for those clubs. I think it was pretty light in Melbourne last week, which is a little bit disappointing. We are very close to a sellout, but traditionally over the last 4 years, our crowd numbers have been a bit low for the first game here, so it all depends on the members. So we're hoping for member show rate. So we're hoping for at least 45 tonight.
If you're still wondering if you should come on down, it's going to be a blockbuster bout between the Crows and the Bulldogs. Tim, thank you so much for joining us in the build-up to it.
Great. Thanks for your continued support.
Great to have the Adelaide Crows CEO Tim Silvers here in the ABC Sport Box ahead of Friday Night Footy on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital, News Radio and ABC Listen as well. Aaron Bryans and Tom Wilson, your call team tonight alongside Rod Jameson and Ebony Marinoff. Might have heard it through Noffy in the chat there, but there was a late change. Hugh Bond is crook. He comes out for Chase Jones. The Western Bulldogs as named, so Jordan Croft returning for them at the expense of last week's debutant, Will Lewis. The Dogs looking to go 3-0 for the first time since 2021. They've been an incredibly impressive outfit, knocking off the reigning premiers by 5 points in opening round and demolishing the Giants by 81 last week. And the Adelaide Crows looking to go 2-0 to start their season after ending a 12-year drought against Collingwood last weekend by 14 points. The crowd's up and about. And tell you what, Jamo, Tim said near sellout, but it's hard to spot many empty seats out there. The fireworks are underway, and for the first time this season, the Adelaide Crows will make their way out into the Adelaide Oval, and in a moment's time we're going to get a very special treat with Matt Sammett back, the saxophonist as well, who technically, I guess, was unbeaten through the year. He wasn't there at Gather Round and they lost, and then in the finals he was there, but no, we don't count them as regular season games. So
and they had to do a lot of work to get him there to the finals. Maybe it wasn't worth it.
So he'll be back in a moment's time as well. 0437 774 774, that text line if you want to get in touch as well. the Adelaide Crows, and the Western Bulldogs gearing up to continue round 2 of the AFL after the Hawks knocked off the Swans by 17 points last night. The news out of that game is that the AFL and Victoria Police are investigating a soft drink being thrown at the Hawthorn players at the conclusion of that game, which obviously we don't accept in the AFL community. Stay with us on ABC Radio, Sport Digital, News Radio and ABC Listen. Friday Night Footy coming your way next.
Exciting, rule-breaking, shaping who we are.
When the song was released, it was banned.
Inspiring arts in When the War is Over. Take 5 with Zan Rowe and the new season of The Piano.
It's fabulous.
Creativity and so much more on ABC iView.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Sport.
AFL. On ABC Radio.
On digital.
And ABC Listen.
Look for the AFL button.
It's been a fortnight of anticipation in South Australia. They've watched and now they finally get to experience the footy again. And gee, it's a good crowd for Friday night. Adelaide and the Western Bulldogs, both these sides unbeaten in the early stages, both anticipated to be premiership contenders, if not finals hopefuls. There is a late change. Hugh Bond out with illness. Chase Jones coming in. The Western Bulldogs as named, and we'll get to see Isaac Rankin back for the Crows. Jordan Croft to join their star duo of Aaron Norton and Sam Darcy up forward. And it might be a night for the Keys, given they kicked a combined 18 goals the last time these two sides met. It should be fast, frenetic and high scoring. Great to have you with us for it on ABC Sport. Aaron Bryans to call the action. Tom Wilson's going to be alongside me. If you're wondering why he hasn't been here for the pre-game or he's a little late, he was in a taxi to get to the Oval when it got pulled over and breathalyzed. So Tom is a little bit delayed, but I'm sure he can share that story when he does jump in.
How long was the breatho going for?
I don't know. Apparently a compliance officer's come as well, so it's getting a little dodgy. We'll find out
And
more
a
from
cab
Tom
driver
later.
too.
Rod Jameson and Ebony Marinoff, premiership players, your experts. 7 All-Australian Blazers between them. I won't let you figure out the split in that, but...
None of the jackets fitted me.
Lots of the accolades in the box tonight. 0437 774 774 is the number to get in touch. Let's break it all down. We're just under 10 minutes away from the ball up, and it's a really tough one to call, Jamo. The Western Bulldogs have been in tremendous nick. Marcus Bontempelli is averaging 26 and 3 goals across the first 2. But the Adelaide Crows played a team brand to try and combat Nick Dacos last week, and it worked. It feels like a line ball decision. Where are you leaning?
Oh, watching their first 2 games against Brisbane and how they dismantled GWS, I actually sort of thought that GWS would actually have a good season, but maybe that was one game and a bit of a blip, and maybe that is where and how good Western Bulldogs are. But I think what I really liked about Adelaide last year is 8 wins less than 14 points, 8 wins over 10 goals, and 5 losses under 3 goals. So for me, they're absolutely in every game. They dropped 5 games for the entire season. Now, if they take that mentality and that approach, and they had a healthy list and the way that they play, we've spoken about a couple of players that, like Wayne Miller, has come back in a ripping form. He's played more football in the last 18 months, and he had a terrific game last week. They're blooding new talent into their team. If Adelaide can take that approach and take it up to the Western Bulldogs, and I think the game's going to be incredibly tight. I don't know which way it's going to go. I'm thinking only because of the record that the Western Bulldogs have here at Adelaide Oval. They've played 16 times and they've only won 5. So I think that's where Adelaide might be able to get them. So defensively, really good. There are some challenges. You've already touched on Eb too in the middle of the ground, and how will Lockie McAndrew be able to put up with the heat in his second game up against one of the premier ruck in the competition. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to it, I must admit.
I mean, I almost sound like a broken record because I continue to say that the game is always won in the midfield, but the ruck battle is going to be a really intriguing one. We touched on earlier how Tim English can really push forward and kick goals. I think that's going to be one to watch. If McAndrew can get on top and give the Adelaide Crows midfield first use, I think it's going to be a real good battle. I think Dawson and Bontempelli might face off. You've seen Bontempelli really hit the scoreboard in the first couple of rounds. Jordan Dawson has had the ability to go forward as well. And we might see that a little bit more this year. He trained a little bit more as that deep forward, kind of coming out of the square with the likes of Rankin, Rochelle, Saligo, coming into the midfield. It allows Jordan Dawson. We've seen him take some really amazing aerial marks. So, but you're licking your lips for this Friday night game, aren't you?
Yeah. Look, I think you're right. You're touching the centre. I think the challenge for Adelaide. The Bulldogs are so good with their clearances, and the differential was 10 goals against GWS. That's where they scored, so it was a big win for them. Adelaide last year were the number one defensively in the centre, to be able to, they conceded the less points from the centre bounce too. So I think that almost nullifies it out a little bit, so they know how to do it and how to combat it. Adelaide was so good in the first quarter. Western Bulldogs have a better third quarter historically too. So there's so much at play. And the early part of the season, what you've seen of the Western Bulldogs last 2 rounds, and the quality of player, the way that they carry, the way that they move, and the heat of the game. And we saw at the start of the game last night too. It's actually sort of hard. It's got to settle down, and it's actually a really hard one to pick, I must admit. The only thing too, Adelaide have won the last 3 here against the Western Bulldogs by a significant margin too.
Dogs haven't won at Adelaide Oval since 2021, so they've lost 5 in a row.
It's a funny one because we keep talking about this game getting faster. Is the trend going from State of Origin? We saw all those comments from the coaches and strength and conditioning staffs coming out that the State of Origin was too quick, and now we're finding in the first opening rounds that the game is lightning fit. How long can teams, uphold the pace of the game, and oppositions tweak their defensive units now that there's rules have allowed the game to open up so much more, but more goals means more exciting footy, I reckon.
That's my worry for tonight with Lachlan McAndrew against Tim English. He's in the fourth quarter, even though he'd beaten Darcy Cameron, there were times where he looked very gassed, and he hasn't got a chop out tonight. He's against an All-Australian ruckman from a couple of years ago who's in terrific nick, so it'll be a real test to see how this young man goes.
Well, I think, again, reflect on the Bullies last year, and this was a real standout for me. 33 goal streaks, so the Western Bulldogs kicked 4 goals or more than the opposition 33 times since the start of last season. So they were the number 1 team, equal with Geelong. So once they get on a roll, I think from an Adelaide perspective tonight, you can't allow the next goal to happen or the third goal to happen. They somehow need to shut it down, and just shut it down for 2 to 4, 5 minutes, and then get it back into a tussle, and then be able to win the footy back themselves.
And I think we keep hearing about the disappointment of the Adelaide Crows going out in straight sets, but this mindset and the leadership of the experienced players, that's where you need to stay cool, calm and collected and switch defensively. They really value the defensive acts. That's something that the defensive unit in Jack Homps, the defensive coach, brought in. Like they value the small things. I think if you watch when it's a spoil, they really get around that. And when you start letting the Western Bulldogs' key targets get on a roll, that's going to be really important and crucial in those battles, because it's going to be a 1v1.
Yeah, and I think the game last week, Adelaide's score from turnovers was number 1 in the comp too, and watching the games already, we talk about spreading. It's almost like they're spreading the ground more than ever before, and just the way that the kick is low and hard, and the speed of that, plus the speed of hand, plus the speed of foot to get it in green, get it over the back, make it hard for your defence. And the repetitiveness of getting it in there too, just putting the defence or the opposition under pressure, not only in your forward half but around the ground, is where it is. So I think you're in the speed of the game. I think this will be an absolute cracker first quarter, without a doubt.
It's a real styles clash. You mentioned it before, but the Adelaide Crows, as you touched on, Jamo, 77 points from turnover last week, and the Dogs, meanwhile, averaged 55 from stoppages. So you've got one of the best midfield mixes against one of the best defensive sides who can then rebound the ball with pace and score from that. Our man, Matty Sammett's back.
He's on the roof.
He's on the roof at the Adelaide Oval.
He's all strapped in.
He's ready to rock and roll. And in the meantime, in the middle, the coin toss is just about to occur. The Adelaide Crows and the Western Bulldogs for Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Aaron Bryans and Tom Wilson to call the action alongside Rod Jameson and Ebony Marinoff. The 5th member of our commentary team is front row for this concert right now. He is Josh Money downstairs. Welcome back in, Josh. What's it like at ground level?
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Aaron. Great to be back for another year. It's a warm night, but it's a great night for footy. It'll be interesting to see how the conditions affect the players early on. These footy-style fans certainly haven't stopped them from turning out with the conditions as well. They've had to wait 3 weeks into the season, really, to see some footy, and they're out in full force for this blockbuster. A big cheer for Isaac Rankin as they listed all the Crows' names out. on to the ground. Certainly the biggest cheer reserved for him in his first game of footy for 216 days as well. Let's take a look at the benches. Callum Archie in his home debut for the Crows starts there. Max Michelani, Luke Pedler, Jake Saligo and James Peatling too. Over on the Bulldogs bench, Michael Selwood, Lockie Bramble, Sam Davidson, Cooper Hines and Jordan Croft.
It's a massive night at the Adelaide Oval as the Western Bulldogs look to go 3-0 and the Adelaide Crows look to show they are no one-hit wonder after being the minor premiers last year and now facing a tougher draw in 2026. Text line 0437 774 774. Richard from Geelong's tuning in. Not a big fan of the rule changes. And John in West Footscray wondering what channel the VFL will be on tomorrow. Footscray up against Casey. You can hear it on Channel 2 or 20 or see it on Channel 2 or 20 in Melbourne. Here we go, underway. Adelaide and the Western Bulldogs at the Adelaide Oval, and English wins it straight down to Matty Kennedy, who kicks it up towards the half-forward line. Sanders out to meet it, but buffeted away by Miller. Handball was errant. Bontempelli picks it off. The turnover to the Bulldogs. To Darcy, and now Richards turns into the crunching tackle of Keys. We'll get a ball up at centre-half forward for the Western Bulldogs.
Maybe to answer my own question, that's why they give the footy hard and quick. That big looping handball, you just set your teammate up with the speed on which they get to you now defensively.
On the reset, English down, but only found Berry. His handball back towards the centre square, and Neil Bullen is set upon by a couple of hungry dogs. Another baller.
Rory lob on Darcy Fogarty.
English battling with McAndrew. The latter wins it down to Sam Berry. Again turns into trouble. A sandwich as he's scored it back towards centre-half forward for the Western Bulldogs.
It's like Dawson and LeBont are going head-to-head.
I think that's what you may see tonight, and what a matchup.
English down, but only found Miller. Uses Rochelle, and the Crows now head out towards the western side on the roar for the returning Isaac Rankin as he chips it just the required 15 and hits Darcy Fogarty in front of the benches. His kick is a dangerous one, though, up to right half forward. Little heavy for Neil Bullen. Dogs have the numbers at the back. Karmas uses Jakes, then Kennedy out wide to Liberatore. Hollywood handball over the top to Karmas. They're under a lot of pressure, but making it work. The chain ends up with Richards, who bangs it long. The 50 was open, and running onto it is Fraser. Gathers, check side tumbler, not a lot on it, and it skids its way through for a minor score on the left. The Western Bulldogs strike first with the behind, 90 seconds in.
That was just a couple of quick handballs through the corridor from the Bulldogs. Really opened up their inside 50 there.
The Crows now moving it out towards the eastern side. The sun's still setting. Out onto the back Max Bashir stand, and Riley Thilthorpe rises in front to take the mark. Central kick to the defensive edge, and Sam Berry now has it for Adelaide. More methodical as they move the footy. Chase Jones, the laid in for Hugh Bond, takes it and heads wide. Ben Keys now has it, true centre wing. Back across, he'll go to Rory Laird. The switch is on through defensive 50. Worrell out to right half back to Murray. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. The Dogs up by a point. Murray short to Wayne Miller, a career high 34 last week with some deadly kicks like that. Hits coming in front of the benches, just put down the mark, but turns and goes on a dime. Looking for Rankin, couldn't control it. Butterick brings it to ground, and now Liberatore for the Bulldogs. Heads out to the eastern side. Put it in the path of Darcy, an awkward bounce, and Laird reads it best. Zigging and zagging away from the big man. He'll hand it back towards Worrell and chips his kick up towards Ben Keys.
So good. Adelaide's kicking at the moment. It's only early, going at 80% already. The Western Bulldogs 25.
Keys releases Cook, a driving ball to Thilthorpe, paddled it down to Rankin, kick smothered by O'Donnell, coming through the handball by McAndrews, a turnover. He throws back his head in despair, gave it away, kick exiting from Davidson, big fly with a fist and knocked over the boundary line. Whistle coming back though for a block, and it will be a free kick to Sam Darcy. It's lively early, the Dogs by a point.
Yeah, I just think the pressure, the Bulldogs, you can see they want to get it going and get it forward, and that's affecting their kicking efficiency. Adelaide using it much better.
Voice of Rod Jameson alongside Ebony Marinoff. Down the line goes Darcy. The pack collapses, and waiting at the back is Jordan Butts, looking to make the most of the absence of Mark Keane with his broken ankle. Butts leans back on a skyward kick towards the logo eastern side, and sitting underneath it is Bailey Williams, and again it'll be handed to his teammate Sam Darcy for a block.
Just like to see Butts trying to change angles there, not just go long and line.
So straight away, Sam Darcy's into the ruck. Ting English has gone forward.
Down the line go the Dogs, and Nick Murray launches across Aaron Norton. No easy task, but his kick through defensive 50 is treacherous. Baker read it well, scouts it, knocks it to ground, buffets over Butts, and marches into the northern end. Oscar Baker with the pocket picked. and an excellent goal to put the Dogs up by 7 early. 1-1-7, Adelaide yet to score. 4 minutes played in the opening term. It's Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Just a little bit too casual there, Nick Murray. You saw Wayne Miller in the corridor of their defensive 50, just a little bit lazy, kind of sat in it. And that's a genuine pick your pocket, as Aaron just said. They'll get around Nick Murray. You got to go for those kicks, but I just think you've got to, if you're going to hit it, you got to execute. Right idea, poor execution there, and Western Bulldogs with their first goal of the game.
About Oscar Baker's look at the moment. He's got the headband on. He looks like a wrestler. Or Carl
Full
Dick.
ladies mo as well.
He's got the whole lot going there, hasn't he, too? But just the pressure. We know the speed in which the Western Bulldogs, or any team really defensively in their forward half, want to get to you and shut you down, and Adelaide got caught out.
So the Dogs up early, 7-0. Tap down, English tries to do the crumbing. Handball shark. Dawson flings it out of there, looking for Rankin, but it's getting closer to the half-forward line for the Dogs. They're under pressure, the Crows. Laird gives it towards Jones, tries to spin through the tackle, got it out late. McAndrew to Peatling, screws his kick. Easton looking for Walker, and it nutmegs him. Clean bowled. Straight up the back door is Rory Lobb. Up to right half forward he looks. Kick was wayward and over and out. Free kick to Adelaide. In front of the Odie stand, the Crows looking for their first score at the moment, stuck at left half back.
5.5 minutes in, Adelaide have taken 13 marks. The Western Bulldogs haven't taken one yet.
Braden Cook in his new role plays on, kicked into the man on the mark, but goes again. Through the eastern side he goes, tumbling up towards the attacking edge. McAndrew will tow it into the 50. Buku Karmas backtracking and coming out of the goal square with pace is O'Donnell. Hits it for the Western Bulldogs and gives it to Richards. Now Liberatore. Spearing kick up towards centre wing. Davidson the target, couldn't control it but brought it to ground. Gathers on the bounce and gives it to Bontempelli. Now Bailey Dale, bullet pass into the right forward pocket. Little long for Fraser, but he'll get it from Riley West. Kicks underneath his opponent as he tumbles it towards the goal line on a tight angle, but it's through on the right-hand side for a minor score. 1-2-8 the Western Bulldogs, and the Adelaide Crows yet to hit the scoreboard 7 minutes in.
Well, 3 times inside forward 50 for 1 goal, 2 the Bulldogs, and just the defence, Adelaide being caught behind.
Friday night footy on
Fast
ABC
footy.
Sport. Friday night very fast footy. Yes. Thoughts of Ebony, Marinoff, Rod Jameson. As the Crows move it to the eastern side, and off hands it goes over the boundary line. As always, picturesque. We've missed this view out on the Bradman stand. Tossed in. McAndrew front position on English, taps it down. He's looking for Cook, overran it. Ed Richards swarms onto it. Scoops and kicks towards the 50. 2-on-2. Through hands. Nick Murray gathers under pressure from Norton. He's sold, coming with a hospital hand pass. He's brought down in the goal square holding the ball. It was a dicey manoeuvre, and the former Giant is wrapped up. Joel Fraser will get the set shot straight in front, 10 out.
That's what we were talking about in the pre-game, the hospital pulls, that you're under pressure and you just flick it to your teammate. That's it. He had prior opportunity, Nick Murray, to hit Isaac Cumming, but great pressure there.
It's anticipation, wasn't it? The handball went back, and Bulldogs players, 2 of them, just wrapped him up. Anticipated where the footy was going to go.
Straight in front at the Cathedral end. Joel Fraser off a couple of paces, bangs it through. And the Dogs are hungry early. 2-2-14. They lead the Crows, who are yet to score. 8 minutes gone in the opening term on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital, News Radio and ABC Listen. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport with Rod Jameson and Ebony Marinoff.
Do you think Tom's going to turn up?
I've made it. Oh. Has anyone ever been in an Uber before and they've got breathalyzed or had their compliance checked by the police?
The driver.
The driver, yeah.
That's incredible, isn't it?
Did he pass?
Was he all over the road, like when he was coming? Like how?
He was great. He was so friendly.
I've actually been in my car halfway through the first quarter, and my name was supposed to be in special comments, and I was on King William Road. That was uncomfortable.
Always is, isn't it? Oh, the heart rate's going.
Welcome, Tom.
Thanks very much. McAndrew's in the ruck. He knocks it down. Rankin's at the bottom of the pack. The handball is forced forward by the Western Bulldogs. Coming off centre half back was Max Michaelani. Had some company there in Bramble. Diving over the top of the footy is Dawson, but Kennedy gets the handball towards Richards. Another inside 50 for the Western Bulldogs. Geez, they look hot, don't they? Fraser kicks it out wide towards Bailey Williams at right half forward, and he tackles Cook, who gathers first. Doesn't quite get out over the boundary, but the umpire will call a ball up right on the paint, just on the scoreboard end. The Western Bulldogs off to a great start there. 2-2-14, the Crows yet to score.
Western Bulldogs yet to take a mark, so they're just playing on at all costs. Adelaide with the 14, so...
Peatling gets the clearance, banging it up towards the eastern side. Phil Thorpe did well to control it on the bounce. Knocks it towards Keys, rolls his kick up to left half forward. Karma's too strong for a Shelley. Nudges him away and then links up the 1-2 with Bailey Dale. Shoots the handball a little hot. Butterick left it behind. Phil Thorpe tries to cut it off, can't reel it in. Bontempelli gives it out wide. Couple of hands and now out towards Dale at right half back. Wants to go for a run as he darts inboard. Drills a kick low and hard to Norton. He's very far from home, true centre wing.
First mark, Western Bulldogs.
Norton now steps inboard. A searching kick, 30 from home for the Dogs. Wrapped up. And Darcy's asking the question. Meanwhile, it hits the deck. And taken below the legs is Joel Frazier. Peatling slid in. And a below the knees free kick going the way of the man who kicked the last goal for the Western Bulldogs. Tight angle to the right. He's 30 from home.
Western Bulldogs are playing incredibly good football at the moment, just keeping it alive, a lot cleaner with their hands, covering ground, getting it forward. Adelaide probably just need to lock on for a minute or two and just shut down and just go one-on-one and just try and win the football back.
Crowd's getting restless. The Adelaide Crows will be getting nervous. Joel Frazier crosses the paint of 50. Leans back on the kick and puts the Dogs up by 20 in the opening term. 3-2-20 to the Crows, who are yet to score. 11 played. It's Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, he looks good, doesn't he, too? He was lively. He had an opportunity in the first couple of minutes of this game where he got some grass and was able tried to kick it on the outside of his foot. He's been around for a little while. He's kicked 2 goals in his third game this year, but the height once again 191, but he's still got plenty of leg speed.
One of those players that the Western Bulldogs spoke about all summer, I guess really coming to themselves within these pre-seasons, and Frazier, he started hot today. You love to see these types of players coming into themselves a couple of seasons in. It looks like he's put on a bit of size as well as a kind of a key, smallish, medium forward.
Get some insight, Eb, too, like the gentleman on the Adelaide bench just put up a boxing glove.
Tim English knocks it down. Ed Richards pumps it inside the forward 50, but read best by Nick Murray. Takes the mark at right half back, quickly switching the play to Butts. Yeah, Frazier's made a name for himself, pinch hitting in the midfield, but his work up forward so far has set the game alight. So Wayne Miller has got it. Kicks it back towards Butts, who's about 10 metres away from the defensive goal square, asked to play on. That he does. Over towards Archie. Richards flies from behind, brings it down to the front of the contest. Sanders then gets it to Frazier, but Berry gets the turnover and throws a bounce in front of himself and gathers.
He's lucky it came back because it was pretty unorthodox. The kick's good. Up to Walker, who turns through the centre square. Spots Rankin, one out. Match up with Buku Karmas, and the latter got a fist in. Brings it to ground. Rankin's trying to tow it to his advantage and ends up soccering it over the left forward pocket. So boundary throw in to come, 20 out. Riverbank stand ends, and the Crows might have a chance at their first score. They're down 20.
It's going to be an amazing matchup. There's been a couple of impacts on Rankin from Karmas. He's come into his shell in the last couple of weeks as well.
So Thilthorpe tries to take it out of the ruck, gathers, handballs to Dawson, quick kick forward, partially smothered. That's going to come back out of defence through O'Donnell. It's a high ball. The numbers are in favour of the Crows, and Butts gets a good fly at the back of the pack. And it's going to be 50. It's like Dolan got his hand in there. No, it's Davidson, I should say. I think he stayed on the mark. It's whether he just put his hand there and tried to knock it out of his hands, and it's going to be a set shot on goal for Jordan Butts,
who has not kicked a goal in his 87-game career.
Straight down. So 87's an unlucky number in cricket. Here at this oval.
Well, just play straight, hit through the ball.
So he's going to be 30 metres out directly in front. Jordan Butts, the most unlikeliest of first goal kickers for Adelaide. And you can hear the roar. Might be sliding him forward a little bit later. Jordan Butts kicks his first in his 87-game career. The first of the Crows tonight. They're 1 straight 6. The Bulldogs 3-2-20. 10 minutes to go in this first quarter.
Well, it's not very often you see a key defender against the Western Bulldogs go for goal. They're really hot on that this year, the umpires. There's been a couple of instances in the first couple of rounds that you've seen the person that's been told to stand semi-retaliate. I reckon over the last couple of years that may not have been a 50-metre, but umpires are really tightening on those little, annoyances that they provide to the person in ball in hand.
Calls Ebony Marinoff alongside Rod Jameson. Josh Money's downstairs. Josh?
Yeah, I was actually cornered by Jordan Butts' parents at the Crows Best and Fairest a few years ago, who insisted he was actually born to be a forward. Kicked 6 or 7, I think they said, in an under-16 game, so he's just going back to his roots.
Only took 87 games, but he's there, Jamo.
I think your parents are your biggest advocates, aren't they?
Marching down to 14. Tap down at the middle, and Berry lays a hard tackle as he wraps up Matt Kennedy.
I think Luke Beveridge would be absolutely stoked how the Bullies have started. They've gone in 7 times and they've scored 3-2. Always look dangerous. They just need to hold on here.
Holding free kick in the ruck contest. Thilthorpe wins out against Sam Darcy. Big Riley slams it into the 50. Rochelli's on the march. Davidson gets a fist in. Knocks it out. A defensive 50. Foot race is on. Cook tries to get there and Baker throws his body in. Good effort from both sides. And it's knocked over in front of the Williams stand.
Crowds come to life, Eb, after that goal. How about the hill?
Tim Silver said he hoped for 45,000. Looks like there's 45,000 on the hill.
They're packed in like sardines. Darcy takes that out of the ruck, uncontested really. Handball's out towards Liberatore. Soccers it off the deck, gets away from Saligo, gathers, kicks it forward. Butts dropped the mark in the contest. He's got Jones there to help him. The late inclusion. Handball's back to Nick Murray at left half back. Out towards Saligo again, but kept in brilliantly. Kick forward. That inside 50 for the Western Bulldogs missed the target, and they're moving it quickly.
Butts to Michael Annie. Now out wide to Archie. Through the switch, they're surging. Up across the western side. Isaac Cummings sends it up to right half forward to who? The Dogs had 3 numbers waiting. Intercept mark taken. Michael Selwood, the mid-season draftee from last year.
Had to hit the easy one, which was Pedler running forward. 30-metre kick lace out.
Sends it central to Williams, then Sanders. Now Davidson back to Selwood, who's done the full arc across the ground. He's out on the eastern side with the Bulldogs up by 14 points. They kicked the first 3 of the game. Adelaide with the last through Jordan Butts. Short pass to Bailey Williams, who's one of 2 local products for the Dogs tonight. The other Connor Butterick, whose dad played for Glenelg. Sends it out wide to Jakes. Kicks up to right half forward. Liberatore the target. Couldn't control it, but gets the second bite. Hands it to Butterick. Then Williams thumps it up to right half forward again. Hines backtracking, got a fist in. Keeps fighting for it. Miller throws himself in. Paddles it to Neil Bullen, and Adelaide win out. Nick Murray out to centre half back to Cumming. They want to move it again through the corridor.
He hits the target this time, and Peatling goes long towards Walker at right half forward. March just inside the painted 50.
Great kick.
We know it's within range. Is it the best option? The umpire's asking him to go back on his line, so that will start the shot clock.
Got Thilthorpe over the back on his own if you can get him there.
Good spot, Jamo. Need a roost across goal, but he would have the outnumber. But Taylor Walker is going to line up for his shot. Take a kick of about 55 metres.
Got all the distance.
Walker unloads the target. Oh, he stuck it through. He was on target. Drifted left, but just inside that left goal post. And that's back-to-back goals for the Crows. And they're back into this contest. Adelaide 2 straight 12. The Western Bulldogs 3-2-20. 18 minutes gone in this first quarter for ABC Sport.
Well, that's one of the tighter angles from Taylor Walker. Just loved how he owned the moment. Really looked around, but then to put his mouth guard in his sock. I mean, you could arguably put him as the best kick in this team. His ability to really hit a 50 to 55 metre goal is marvellous, and everyone kind of likes to count him out, but his third quarter last week kept Adelaide Crows in the game, and he's fit as he's ever been.
And it looks effortless too when he kicks it. It's almost like your perfect golf swing. You just sort of got to, don't hit the leather off it, but geez, he strikes him incredibly well.
Premiership players, Rod Jameson, Ebony Marinoff with you for Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Little 666 violation before we get the ball up. It's tossed into the air by Brendan Hosking.
Bulldogs by 8. English straight down to Sanders, who shoots the handball back. Liberatore standing start. Drives it towards the 50. 3-on-3 there. Darcy out. Juggling, can't take it. Spills back outside the arc. Head over the footy. McAndrew couldn't get low enough. Cumming tries to tow it to advantage, but it's picked up by big Tim English. Gives it to Fraser. Now Riley Sanders turns, screws the kick to the scoreboard and hits his target. Cooper Hines takes the mark in front of the light tower. It is a tight angle and he's not confident, so he'll turn and spear it just the required 15. He was about 35 out and he's hit the man at 20. Aaron Norton now to take it.
Nick Murray not all that happy too with the space that was allowed Aaron Norton to run into. And the match up there, Chase Jones. He's got some height difference.
6 goals last week. Aaron Norton opens the angle and hits the post on the right-hand side. Bulldogs by 9, 3-3-21 to the Crows, 2 straight 12. Approaching time on in the opening term on ABC Sport.
I guess worrying signs for the Adelaide Crows. Their top 5 disposal getters are all half-backs. And with Western Bulldogs, you've got Liberatore on 7. Fraser's had a game with 6. And Ed Richards with 6 as well. So Western Bulldogs midfield was really getting on the upper hand.
Yep, 10 inside 50s to 6. Jordan Dawson flies at that one on the wing. But gathered by Sanders, who got it to English, to Bontempelli, working by hand, back to Bailey Dale. Oh, that would have been a dangerous switch, but it was smothered by Neil Bullen. Kicks inside the forward 50. He's got Pedler on the run. Can he keep it in play? He does for the moment. Handball over the top to Rochelle. Missed the target. And Karmas gathers now and he'd be keen to get that out. Rochelle giving away a free kick instead. So the Western Bulldogs will get this one.
If you Luke Pedler there, you're probably wanting a forward 50 stoppage, not keeping the ball in play.
O'Donnell, long ball, back towards the benches. On centre wing they fly. Norton in front position, couldn't take it. Front and square was Bramble, unable to gather. Davidson's kick pinballs around a few bodies, and Bontempelli with the vision to slap it down. Bramble back to Davidson. Kick down the line's no good. Rory Laird floats across to his left and takes the intercept mark. Little proppy as he gets back to his feet. He'll head straight towards the benches. Josh Money will keep an eye on him. He'll kick back before he exits to Josh Worrell. Through a defensive 50 go the Crows. Mark taken by Michael Annie. They're down 9 points at the moment, Adelaide, after conceding the first 3. They've kicked 2 unanswered since then.
Knee or ankle, maybe, just when he hit the ground.
Yeah, went straight to the bench. Not always a good sign, clearly. So Cummings got it defensive side of centre wing.
What about the Wizard last night? Went to the bench, thought he'd done a hammy and be out for 4 weeks, then went down and came back out and
Kicked
still
the goal.
blitzed him.
Kicked the last goal, had a bottle thrown at him for his work.
Yes.
So Sam Berry kicks it from centre wing up to left half forward. Flying at that is the big ruckman, Tim English. Takes the intercept mark at right half back for the Bulldogs. Josh Money on the boundary.
Looks to be a right calf for Rory Laird. Tom, in the hands of the Docs as we speak.
Would be a blow for the dual All-Australian. Tim English up the eastern side. He's targeting Sam Darcy. Couldn't control it. Hits the deck and a couple of tackles laid on the logo. We'll get a ball up. Western Bulldogs 3-3-21. Adelaide 2 straight 12. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Both these sides unbeaten in the early stages of the season. McAndrew down looking for Berry. Quickly tackled by Liberatore, but didn't have the footy. Free kick Adelaide's way.
Tim Ings has had the 4 disposals. We'll keep an eye on that. Lockie McAndrew's had the 3.
Berry just pops it to Dawson. Wasn't 15 and was dicey anyway. Cutting across was Hines trying to get a fist in, but he chopped the arms of Dawson. So get out of jail free card for the Adelaide Crows. Jordan Dawson, the skipper, with just his 3rd touch of the quarter. Sends it to the left forward pocket. Fogarty entangled with Karmas. Fell into the footy. Knocked it down to Saligo. Gathers, snaps and goals. Crushes it from 35 out. Adelaide with 3 unanswered. And it's a 3-point game. The Bulldogs 3-3-21. The Crows 3 straight 18. Time on in the opening term for Friday night footy on ABC Sport with Rod Jameson and Ebony Marinoff.
Well, that was just a brilliant snap and the shock of the hits from Jake Saligo. But it was really the contest from Darcy Fogarty to, I guess, allow Jake Saligo to kind of come in and rove that ball. Darcy Fogarty hasn't really had an impact on this game, but if he can bring the ball to ground for his small forwards and small midfielders, that's his job.
They all look pretty similar, Rochelle, Saligo, Rankin. I mean, certainly there's a bit more leg speed in Rankin, but the way that they pick up, the way they snap, the way they hit the contest and take the football, all very similar. And then add Alex Neil-Bullen to that and Calamachi. So really potent forward or forward half.
Crows back within 3 points after kicking 3 straight. Coming out of the middle of the ground, Dawson socketed off the deck. Went straight to Fraser, who gets it to Bontempelli, pumps it inside the forward 50. Ball goes to ground about 35 from goal. Darcy in a tackle with Murray. Two big blokes hitting the deck at Adelaide Oval. And we'll have a ball up.
He's got some height, Darcy, hasn't he?
He's in this ruck contest, Jamo. Knocks it straight down. The handball goes back to Bramble. Runs inside the forward 50 to Fraser. To Bontempelli, who goes to Banana on the left. Might have liked the right there, Jamo, because it didn't make the distance, but takes the mark on the goal line.
Just really smart to be able to run through the contest, read the football and get at the end, but Adelaide have to defend that.
Butts kicks up to right half back. Dawson was there. Fist came in. Overrunning it, Neil Bullen. Putting the body on the line is Fraser, who just can't break free of the tackle. He tries to step his way through Jake Saligo, who looks right back to his best. That irregular heartbeat, surgery in the pre-season, only minor. Featured last week. Rumblings he might have been managed tonight, but back out there. Tap down to Dawson, who's quickly wrapped up by Kennedy. We go again.
English was forward. He sent Darcy back. English into the ruck.
Dogs by 3 at left half forward. English down to Bontempelli. What a tandem. Now Fraser out back. Kick around the body comes from Kennedy into the pocket. He was targeting Davidson. Knocked away. Picked up by Michael. He might have caught one over the shoulder. He collapses into the footy. And a ball up to come. 20 out. Tight angle left forward pocket. Bulldogs searching here.
Fraser's leading the way. 10 disposals. Bontempelli with the 8.
McAndrew down. Only found Richards, but his handball's a turnover under pressure. Worrell 1-2 with Dawson and a nice kick to exit. To Taylor Walker tight on the boundary line at right half back.
Long way from home, but forced to, just with the way the Bulldogs have set up. Goes over the top to Archie, who worked hard for that touch.
The Bullies have set up really well. English is on his own back there. Rory Lobbs got the height, so going down the line is not going to work.
That's what he's done, Jamo. And allowed to fly at that one and gathered was Neil Bullen. Kicked it inside the forward 50. Foot race on Butterick. And also Isaac Rankin, a pair of former Gold Coast Suns going at it. Kick down the line, punched down by English. Fraser gathers, gets it to Karmas, wrapped up by Rankin, away in time to Kennedy. To Fraser, he's brought his own footy to Adelaide Oval today. Handballs over the top to Richards, to Norton. Running towards the 50 is Bramble. Takes a bounce, sells some candy around Jones, around the body. This would be a great team goal away to the left. Missed opportunity, Bulldogs 3-4-22, Adelaide. 3 straight 18, 26 and a half minutes gone in this first quarter. Friday night footy for ABC Sport.
Huge frustration there for Riley West, who was begging for it 30 out all alone. And Bramble decided he wanted the highlight. Couldn't quite finish it off.
You got to hit that, don't you, Aaron? That's hard to watch as a spectator. Riley West genuinely 30 metres out from goal.
Bramble did have a paddock and decided to just go his own, but he had the teammate there if they wanted the set shot, didn't use it.
I just think it's the simple, like more so than ever before, teams just give it to someone in a better position all the time. And he had to get around an opponent and swing around, and he had West all on his own.
Dogs by 4. Berry has it at right half back. Tackled by Kennedy. Shot a handball out late. Archie trying to break through a couple of Dogs, but can't get free. Ball up to come centre half forward for the Western Bulldogs. Aaron Bryans, Tom Wilson, Rod Jameson, Ebony Marinoff with you for Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Tap down from English. Right in the contact is Bramble. Got it out to Davidson. Now Richards screws the kick around the body. Lands a little shallow.
Oh.
Tackled by Norton, who brings Saligo down without the footy. Play continues. Miller caught by a couple. Hits the deck. Umpires leaving the whistle until the very last moment. We'll get a ball up 40 out inside the Western Bulldogs 50.
Wayne Miller was very lucky.
Oh, very lucky. I'll tell you what, if that was at the other end, Jamo, crowd would have erupted. Ruck contest. Archie's there. He's tackled straight away by Bontempelli. We'll do it again. 45 metres out from the Bulldogs' goal.
Look at all the players, pretty much from the Western Bulldogs' goal out to the wing. All the players are pretty much in a funnel.
The way they've set up, Dawson gets the clearing kick. Knocking it forward was Dale. That was clean hands for a moment, but that last handball was smothered out over the boundary line by Rankin. We'll have a throw in 80 metres around from the Western Bulldogs goal, left half forward.
That'd have to be by design, would it too? Just to look, if you go from the square to the wing, they're pretty much all in a tunnel or a funnel there. Is that just so they can spread and go hard out the side?
It's quite open, isn't it? Lots of room to move as Tim English goes exactly there.
Falconed him, but he got the chance to kick it into the 50, Big Tim. It only finds Max Michelani. Matched up against Sam Davidson. Comfortably dispatches of him and takes the intercept mark. Heads out to right half back to Jake Saligo. David King had some excellent vision during the week. So essentially what he saw was the Bulldogs, all their players, including midfielders and forwards, would get back in a square defence. So they would basically lock away the defensive 50. And then when they attack, you're right, Jamo, into a funnel as they progress forward. So it's a team defence now for the Bulldogs, and it's worked. They're 2-0. Currently they're leading by 4. Saligo's kick cut off. Karma sends it back towards the 50, looking for Davidson, and the siren will beat the Bulldogs at the end of the first term. And gee, what a great game it has been. Western Bulldogs with the first 3 majors, and Adelaide immediately respond with 3 of their own. It's a 4-point gap at the first change. The Dogs 3-4-22 to the Crows 3 straight 18. Goal scorers 2 to Joel Frazier, 1 to Oscar Baker. And for the Crows, all individual, Walker, Saligo and Jordan Buss with the first of his career in his 78th game. Some concern downstairs for Rory Laird. We'll get an update with Josh Money in a moment's time, but a calf issue down on the boundary line after he took a mark, so we'll check that out very shortly. Text line 0437 774 774. Leon in Bull Creek's got in touch, says, what a way to start the weekend, cycling home and listening to the footy. Go Doggies. Stay safe out there, Leon. And we always love our listeners at ABC Sport. It's a big fraternity. We're one big family. You've got a lot of love, Tom. So for those who are just joining us, Tom was stuck in a taxi on the way in, got pulled over for a breathalyzer. He wasn't here until about 2 minutes into the first quarter. Annie in Canberra says, welcome back, team. The same thing happened to me, so not a completely unique situation. And Dan from East Perth says, what an absolute professional Tom is. He entered the commentary booth and seamlessly straight into the play. That's why the ABC Sport team is the best. So you got a few fans, Tom.
Oh, Dan, what a man.
All you needed was a bit of drama and you're starting to build this core group.
That gives you some confidence, doesn't it?
0437 774 774, that text line. The thoughts of Rod Jameson and Ebony Marinoff to come next. It is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
I feel like I've said too much.
Totally expected.
I am sorry about that.
Catch the best local and overseas talent at the Melbourne International Comedy Festival Gala.
Bye.
Wednesday, March 25 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Nick Murray launches across Aaron Norton. No easy task, but his kick through defensive 50 is treacherous. Baker read it well. Scouts it, knocks it to ground, buffets over Butts, and marches into the northern end. Oscar Baker with the pocket picked and an excellent goal to put the Dogs up by 7 early. Through hands, Murray gathers under pressure from Norton. He's Sol coming with a hospital hand pass. He's brought down in the goal square holding the ball. It was a dicey manoeuvre, and the former Giant is wrapped up. Joel Frazier will get the set shot straight in front, 10 out. Straight in front at the Cathedral end. Joel Frazier off a couple of paces, bangs it through. And the Dogs are hungry early.
Through O'Donnell, it's a high ball. The numbers are in favour of the Crows, and Butts gets a good fly at the back of the pack. And it's going to be 50. It's like Dolan got his hand in there. No, it's Davidson, I should say. The most unlikeliest of first goal kickers for Adelaide. And you can hear the roar. Might be sliding him forward a little bit later. Jordan Butts kicks his first in his 87-game career. And Peatling goes long towards Walker at right half forward march, just inside the paint 50. Great kid. We know it's within range. Is it the best option? Walker unloads the target. Oh, he stuck it through. He was on target, drifted left, but just inside that left goal post. And that's back-to-back goals for the Crows.
Sends it to the left forward pocket. Fogarty entangled with Karmas. Fell into the footy. Knocked it down to Saligo. Gathers, snaps and goals. Crushes it from 35 out. Adelaide with 3 unanswered.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Action-packed opening term between these two unbeaten sides, the Adelaide Crows and the Western Bulldogs, for Friday night footy here at the Adelaide Oval. And it is a packed house, anticipating 45,000 plus, which would be the biggest crowd between these two sides in the state of South Australia, should that be the final foray. But we'll see how it plays out across the night. It is loud, it's frenetic, it's been energetic. The Dogs struck first with the opening 3 goals, and in response, Adelaide had the last 3 of the quarter. The Western Bulldogs leading by 4 points at the first change. 3-4-22 to 3 straight 18. Aaron Bryans and Tom Wilson calling the action for you. And to break down the opening term, Premiership Crow Rod Jameson and 7-time All-Australian Ebony Marinoff.
Well, the telling story of that is Western Bulldogs 5 centre clearances to Adelaide Crows 1. So they're getting all momentum from a centre clearance, Western Bulldogs. And another demeaning kind of statistic is Western Bulldogs have 52 forward half disposals to Adelaide Crows' 19. So I think the way that Western Bulldogs were using the ball in the first 10 to 15 minutes, they didn't even have a mark, Jamo. Just fast-paced football, kind of frenetic, but paying off. All 3 tools essentially bring it to ground. Fraser had 10 touches and about 5 score involvements. So someone else gets off the chain. I think Nick Murray's doing a really good matchup against Norton, bring it to ground. But it seems like Western Bulldogs, just through their forward half, they're winning all the ground balls.
Well, I think in your area of the ground, just having a look at the mids here, it's plus 24 disposals in favour of the Western Bulldogs. They're contested, they're plus 13. Ground ball gets, they're all over Adelaide. Adelaide are marking the football, but overall it's 43-12 in favour of Adelaide. It's the midfield that's really on top. That would be the concern for Matty Nix, but Luke Beveridge would be absolutely thrilled. The intercept marks, too, is where Adelaide are probably winning the football back, but it's in the Western Bulldogs' defensive half.
Well, you talk about Adelaide Crows having so many marks. That's actually inviting Western Bulldogs' pressure to get up on the mark and not allow Adelaide Crows' slick ball movement that we probably saw last week, more or less in the third quarter. But we touch on the ground ball gets. They're crucial. Adelaide Crows in this quarter, if they want to get on top of this game, need to, equalise that ground ball number. But centre clearance 5-1. If you're Matty Nix and Nathan Van Berlo after the dominance last week, you wouldn't be too impressed.
I think it's interesting, maybe through your eyes too, is it the contested footy that's better to win, or is it the uncontested?
Contested footy, I think, but I think the ability to win these ground ball gets, whether it's a loose ball ground ball get or contested, Western Bulldogs are clear on top. Rochelle, Dawson, Saligo need to get busy this quarter.
Dogs by 4 points. Second quarter underway on ABC Sport. The early fly from McAndrew. English stays down. Gets the handball at ground level to Kennedy. Early clearance to the Dogs. Baker the target at half forward. Knocked away from him. Rochelle just bursts through like a bulldozer. Handball out. Chase Jones the laid in. Gives it to Miller. Then Worrell. Now Laird turns into trouble. Darcy wraps him up. Heads to ground. And that is, I guess, your injury update for Rory Laird. The calf issue in the first. Back out at ground level. I stole Josh Money's thunder. Tossed up. Sam Darcy wins it down, straight through the arms of Rochelle. Kennedy puts his head over the footy, trying to extract it. Got it to Darcy, then Bontempelli. Shovels one to Liberatore. Off a step, heads for home. Didn't have the power, and it's held up on the behind line. Jordan Butts will cut it off. Kicks a little dicey, short to Laird under pressure. Handball over the top to Chase Jones, and he can get the exit.
Goes out towards the exit, but that was brilliantly read there by Bailey Williams, and he sends it back in, flying at the contest. It was Darcy who's asking for a chop of the arms, but no dice for Big Darcy. Let's go to Josh Money on the boundary.
Yeah, Tom, even though Aaron's doing his best to make me redundant, I can sort of let you know that Lairdy had about 10 minutes of work done on that right calf, but looks to be more of a cork, so he's had it heavily strapped and is going to give it a go.
McAndrew takes it out of the ruck contest, kicks out towards the boundary. It would have been last touch, but went out on the full anyway. So the Bulldogs will get another opportunity to send it back in.
Bulldogs have been great in their forward half to anticipate Adelaide's handball and the pressure, so they keep going back, and they know where it's going, and they just apply the pressure and tackling.
High ball from Selwood, allowed to drop on in a dangerous position, only 20 from goal. Chase Jones was worried out of it. Bontempelli got a handball back to Richards, whose kick was smothered. Bailey Williams tries to take on the tacklers. And that was brilliant from Isaac Cumming. Causes the turnover deep in defence. The Bulldogs up by 4 points early in this second term.
Cumming bangs it up towards the eastern side. Karmas with a fly and a fist late. Knocked it straight to Rochelle. Tackled by Richards, but got his kick away straight to the boundary line. Last disposal, free kick.
That's Josh Rochelle's second disposal for the game. He looks a little bit frustrated. Needs to get the head in the game and impact.
Karmas on the 45 looks for Liberatore. Rankin closed down and got a fist in and is happy to let it roll over because it came off the boot of Liberatore. Another last disposal. We've seen it in the Sanford for so many years in the AFLW as well, Noffy, and I'm surprised it took this long to get to the AFL game. It's certainly an injection of pace.
It's great, isn't it? It's making the game lightning quick, and
Rankings kicked down the line. Not
Jeez.
sure if it ever came into play. Out on the full in front of the Odie stand, and it'll be straight back to the Western Bulldogs, who lead by 4. We haven't had a score in this second term, and we're 3 minutes in.
So short kick to Butterick wasn't the required journey, so he was asked to play on up towards right half back, and Butts, what a game he's having. Intercept mark. I think he had 6 touches in the first quarter. 200 metres gained or something, Noffy.
And when you kick your first goal, well, you're on, aren't you?
You certainly are.
As a key defender.
As a key defender, that was well roved on the outer side. Kicked inside the forward 50, just over the top of Fogarty. Well gathered by Thilthorpe. Just gets a handball away in time. Coming through like a steam train was Bontempelli. They got their hands out towards Butterick. Fraser, quick kick forward. One-on-one contest. Darcy v. Butts, too low on the ground for Darcy. Couldn't get down. Jones gets it to Dawson in the middle of the ground. A perfect kick to Fogarty, who marks. Left half forward, 45 metres out, 45-degree angle.
The Bullies were out, weren't they, through the middle of the ground? They just had the numbers, and Sam Darcy just couldn't bend over and get down and being able to pick the football up, and he wasn't clean. And Adelaide just came back the other way, and we talked about Adelaide's ability to score last week against Collingwood from turnovers. Here's another opportunity for him.
208 centimetres is a long way to get down.
It is a long way down, isn't it?
So Fogarty, just the one touch so far. Normally a great kick for goal, but that started too far right. That's away to the right. A minor score there, first of the evening, first of the quarter. So the Crows 3-1-19. The Bulldogs 3-4-22. 4.5 minutes gone in the second term.
Bailey Dale plays on from the defensive goal square, and gee, the Dogs have gained some ground very quickly. Out to right half back, and then the long kick from Selwood up to the eastern wing. Ground level though, Braden Cook too good as he spins away from trouble and swings the kick back. Rory Laird through defensive 50, heads to Chase Jones. Hugh Bond delayed out with illness. Rumblings around Riley Thilthorpe, but he's been good to go. Jones to Nick Murray. Worrell inside to Jordan Dawson, defensive edge. Quiet opening term for the skipper, trying to make amends for it. Dawson. Short back to Nick Murray. Adelaide looking a little lost as to how to progress forward here, but the pinpoint passing might get the job done. Murray finds Keys in a gap.
Patient football.
Over the top to Laird. He draws the man and then hands it off to Peatley, who can turn and go. Racing across the Odie stand. He sends it inside 50. Thilthorpe uses the body on Karmas out the back door, though. O'Donnell with the fist as he knocks it towards the scoreboard. Boundary throw in to come, 35 out. It's the Western Bulldogs by 3 points, 5 minutes into the second term.
Better ball movement by the Adelaide Crows there. Just were really patient with the footy, and now they've got an inside 50 stoppage with a ball in.
So McAndrew with front position, knocks it down, and it's straight to Bailey Dale. His handball was sharked. Keys, he shoves Kennedy out the way. Quick kick around the body, and it lands in the lap of Butterick. So he's deep in the Bulldogs' defence. Scoreboard end of the ground. And Fraser leads for him. Dangerous. Neil Bullen got a hand in there. The turnover arrives. Miller back to Neil Bullen. Picked it up from below the deck. Handballs to Walker. He's at left half forward. Snap around the body to a dangerous spot at the top of the goal square. Thilthorpe got the big jukes up. Marks 10 metres out directly in front.
And that's exactly why they brought Alex Neil-Bullen in. He does the little things. He creates a contest. He gets a little smother, a little hand on it. Just a real experienced player that values those. And Taylor Walker had Jordan Dawson to use at the back door, but put it to the hot spot. And when you're at Riley Thilthorpe at the hot spot, that is the right place to go.
Every time.
So the Bulldogs have dominated this match so far. But Riley Thilthorpe has a kick from 15 metres out directly in front to put the Crows in front. And of course he slots it. His first of the night. They go to 4-1-25. They take the lead by 3 points. The Bulldogs 3-4-22. It's 7 minutes gone in the second term. The Crows lead it for ABC Sport.
Well, Adelaide's still leading the way in this quarter. 12 marks to 3, 33 disposals to 20. So something the Western Bulldogs started extremely well, and then Adelaide were able to peg them back. But Adelaide have jumped out of the blocks in the early part of this second quarter. Just dominating all the stats and KPIs, and with a return of 1 goal, 1 from 4 inside 50s, and Jordan Butts is doing a number in the back half for Adelaide with 3 inside 50s to the Bulldogs.
Crows by 3 points up. First lead change of the night comes early in the second term. Aaron Bryans, Tom Wilson, Rod Jameson, Ebony Marinoff with you for Friday night footy on ABC Sport. McAndrew down, it bubbles away from Dawson, keeps fighting for it. Bontempelli, the tackler on Keys, bobbles out towards McAndrew, who leads it back into the path of Dawson. They're surging forward. Handball was a little hot for Pedler. Kennedy does well for the Dogs. Backtracking to Karmas, then O'Donnell. Squeezes a kick out of defensive 50 to Richards, who spots a panic and turns into the open acres. Runs with a couple of bounces, 1, 2, 3 through the eastern side. Kicks up towards the 50, Riley West at the back. Flies but can't bring it down. Butts trying to escort it over and does enough to knock Hines towards the front row. 30 out from goal for the Western Bulldogs. Boundary throw-in to come. Adelaide's up by 3. 8 minutes into the second term.
Chase Jones has done pretty well, hasn't he? Late in and played his role in the back half for Adelaide.
Boundary throw in. English and McAndrew. Handball out. That was cleverly done. Long kick inside the forward 50. Dangerous spot to the top of the goal square. Flying at it. English is there waiting at the front of the pack. So is Hines, who lays a big tackle on Braden Cook. We'll have a ball up 20 metres out directly in front of the Bulldogs' goal.
Skibake kicked 2 goals last week and normally finds a lot of the football. Here we are in the early part of the second quarter. He's only had 1 disposal, 1 goal.
Ruck contest. Rochelle kicks out towards the boundary line and Peatling jumped underneath it. Not the required journey. Felt like he held that long enough on his chest, but dribbled out over the boundary line. We'll have a throw in right forward pocket. Crows leading by 3 points.
Dogs had the first 3 of the game. Adelaide with the last 4 either side of quarter time. Blow for blow. These 2 finals hopefuls tossed in. McAndrew slaps it straight towards Tim English though. Both rucks collapse. Picked up by Richards. Handball out the back. Used Liberatore, just couldn't get it to Bontempelli. And Rochelle rolls it out of there. Another turnover for him, though. Straight to Bailey Williams, who loads up. Long bomb, 3-on-3 left forward pocket. It rolls out the back. Tim English keeps it in with a handball to Bontempelli. Excellent understanding of the situation. Loops it to Fraser on the behind line, who opens the angle and kicks his 3rd of the night. Marcus Bontempelli could have blazed away, but found his teammate in a tight spot. And the Bulldogs back in front by 3. 4-4-28 plays 4-1-25. 10 played in the second term. Josh Money downstairs.
Yeah, Aaron, Rory Laird might not be out of the woods just yet. He's come off for a rotation and had his calf worked on. That's been giving him some grief. It's still strapped. He's gone through a little bit of a run through now and is doing some stretches. So it's just probably a matter of whether he can manage it throughout the game or whether it's something that will rule him out for the remainder of the night.
I mean, when someone's on in Joel Fraser, he's kicked 3 goals, 2. We didn't really speak about him pre-game, but raps about him from the Western Bulldogs camp on his summer and his ability to stay in games, stay composed. He's been fantastic, and I think he's been the best player on the ground so far, and Adelaide Crows probably need to get to him and pay him some respect or attention.
Back in the middle of the ground, Crows need this clearance. Dawson gets it to Rankin. Turns on the Jets. Steps inside, goes forward looking for Walker. One-on-one contest with O'Donnell. Karmas was there. Rochelle was trailing. Got the handball out over the top. The 1-2 for Karmas. Over the top to Butterick. Now he handballs to Kennedy, met with a tackle away in time. Sanders to English. That kicks about 8 metres to that man Fraser. Still no one on him. Noffy. Back to Dale at centre half back. Lob gets his touch. Or his hands on the footy. It's got some nice work. They're moving it beautifully here, the Bulldogs. And that ends up with Jakes.
What a prolific start to his career, Lockie Jakes. He plays on and waits for Tim English to race out of the goal square. And he gets away comfortably, taking the mark against Riley Thilthorpe. Wants to go. English will centre the ball. Spotted a target he liked, top of the goal square. And it's who else? Jordan Croft. Big fly. Gee, that was a good launch at the top of the goal square. He spotted the height advantage, and it might be an issue for the Crows through the night. Jordan Croft with the rise on Isaac Cumming and clunks it straight in front.
He was able to beat 2 defenders there from Adelaide's perspective. Tim English, we spoke about his ability, and we all know he runs forward. He's hard to deal with.
Jordan Croft comes in and drills it through the big sticks. The Dogs with back-to-back goals and up by 9 now. 5-4-34 to the Crows, 4-1-25. 12 played in the second term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport with Rod Jameson and Ebony Marinoff.
It almost looks like a little bit of miscommunication with the Adelaide backliners there. Isaac Cumming, Jordan Butts looking at each other, and one of them just needs to get to Croft there and lock him away. There's no point having a 2v1 and no one essentially. I mean, Isaac Cumming probably that wing role, but Jordan Butts just lock on there, because that's a really hard spot to defend at the goal square. Brilliant kick by Tim English, and just to identify that height advantage there as well.
Neither player even hit the body or the contest at all, too. They both missed, and we spoke about English's ability to run forward. Lockie McAndrew had come to the bench, Riley Thilthorpe, so they're going to stretch him as well.
Back in the middle of the ground, he takes it out. Handballs to Berry. That was classy. Streams inside the forward 50. Waiting at the back there was Fogarty. Got a hand to it. Karmas is playing a good game in defence and gets it out over the boundary line. We'll have a throw in left forward pocket for the Crows. Quick inside 50 after a couple of goals from the Bulldogs.
Nice shot of Jordan Croft's father, Matthew, as well. He obviously used to play for the Bulldogs in the crowd tonight. It's his fourth game, Jordan. He's kicked a goal before, but made the trip over.
Played against him plenty of time.
I don't think he would have
dour defender.
I was about to say, Joe, I don't think he would have let anyone take a mark as easy as his son did there in defence. So the Bulldogs are trying to get it out of their defence this time. Richards kicks a high ball, and Oscar Baker did well on Chase Jones, outbodied him in the contest. Takes a mark, right half back for the Western Bulldogs, leading by 9 points halfway through this second quarter. Kick down the line, and the only person who wanted that was Riley Thilthorpe, who took the intercept mark.
Looks central, in the spine is Keys. Heads to the defensive edge on the eastern side, and Butts. Kick mark game plan from the Crows. Butts will eventually step across and call for a target. Coming out with Saligo, and he's ripped away from the ball drop by Buku Karmas, who's frustrated. Luke Pedler now at right half forward in front of the Odie stand. Arcs inbound. Drives it towards the scoreboard. Thilthorpe's at the back. Edge Darcy away, but couldn't take the mark. And it rolls through for a minor score on the right-hand side. Dogs lead down to 8. Adelaide move to 4-2-26. The Bulldogs 5-4-34. 14 played in the second on ABC Sport.
Well, Thilthorpe did all the work to get himself in the right spot. Just went through his hands and over the back.
Sanders to Butterick to Bont, who takes a bounce. Kicks over the top towards Hines. They've got the space here. Could go short again to Davidson at right half forward. Instead, he's waiting for players to stream back into the forward line. A lot of Crows players there. And Nick Murray got some body on Croft this time and ensured that there was an intercept mark. That's a dangerous kick, though, but just got enough on it on Laird.
We've seen Adelaide Crows do a lot of that tonight. Go through the corridor, be really risky, I say.
More often than not, they've pulled it off, but they have to be precise. There are millimetres in those kicks. Rankin to Cumming, and now Berry, right half back in front of the Williams stand.
I'm guessing it probably is a plan, though, isn't it, too? Like, you're zoning off and you're allowing it and you want to go wide, so they're trying to spread you. But if you can come through the middle, move it quick and hit your kicks, you're going to get to where you need to go pretty quickly, and it's going to make it hard for the defence.
Dogs by 8, Pedler to Laird to Murray, now Worrell, 45 in step, logo on this western side. Jordan Butts takes the mark, wants to send it high and long into the 50. Archie's got a run. Karmas has got the height, though. Big fly with a fist. Sanders front and square. Got a handball out. Jakes to Liberatore. Put Butterick under pressure. Liberatore goes again. Handball nearly knocked away by Rankin. Might have been taken without it. He's begging for it. Meanwhile, Neil Bullen tries to wrestle for the footy with Bramble, and it rolls over 40 from home. Text line tonight, 0437 774 774. Wallen didn't up his listening on his piston during the call, says go Bulldogs. Jan's up in Darwin listening to the game. Apparently it's very windy up there. Another dog supporter on the text line.
There's cyclones, isn't there, off to the northeast of Queensland?
So a high kick from Liberatore from the throw-in. Dropped there by Cook. Clean hands, though, from Neil Bullen. Got it inside that forward 50. A dangerous ball out the back. Look at Keys run onto that. Got the handball to Archie towards Rankin. Was he tackled without the footy? That's what the cheers or the jeers were from the crowd. And the boos now. Oscar Baker clears, though, for the Western Bulldogs at the right time. Up towards centre wing, a one-on-one contest. Worrell worried out of it. Baker gathers Davidson. He's got a whole paddock in front of him. That's one bounce. 2. Got a 3 coming up as he runs towards the 50. Streams inside, 45 metres out, and he's pulled it away to the left. And Worrell's got to be careful because he's reminding him how bad that kick was, but he doesn't want to give a free kick away. Minor score to the Bulldogs. They're 5-5-35. Adelaide a 4-2, 26, 17.5 minutes gone.
Out to left half back goes Worrell. Kick was a little low towards Cook. Slid towards to get it and gave it to Murray. Tried to break through 3 and he gives it away. Umpire's not paid it. Play continues as it rolls towards defensive 50. Gee, that was clearly holding the ball. Cook looking for Saligo. Baker comes the other way to cut it off. Bramble inside 50 off the turnover and Bailey Williams reels it in with the fingertips. Crowd's incensed. The Dogs will get a set shot. 35 out, straight in front.
What's this Jake Saligo incident here? You want to be a little bit careful.
I'm surprised the crowd's on his side because he actually dropped a knee into the back of Oscar Baker after him.
That's what I'm a little worried about, but it's far from ideal.
Bailey Williams now starts in the centre square. The hometown boy, but no one's on his side. Crosses the paint of 50, straight drive, hard and long and home. And the Dogs have 3 unanswered. After trailing by 3 points early in the second, they're back up by 15. 6-5-41 to 4-2-26. We're approaching time on in the second term. It's Friday night footy on ABC Sport with premiership players Rod Jameson and Ebony Marinoff.
Just looks like Jake Saligo didn't have the ball in his hand long enough. But, I mean, prior to that, no whistle was blown. It's this frantic football, but Western Bulldogs' ability to stay in the contest and win that 1v1, and Williams with a beautiful finish, really got momentum here. I feel like they're pressing the Adelaide Crows into poor decisions, and Western Bulldogs just able to capitalise and get some goals on the board.
I think you're right in terms of that. Like Adelaide were just throwing the footy around and they weren't clean with it too, which then allowed the pressure to come really fast from the Western Bulldogs, and they managed to keep it in their forward 50. Outstanding pressure.
Another clearance going the way of Kennedy. Coming back off centre half back is Michael Annie. And he's kicked that straight out towards the boundary line. He was pushed as he kicked it, but it's going to be a lasso free kick. No, downfield as called. Okay, so poor decision there from the Western Bulldogs defender because that was going straight out of bounds. They would have got it back. Fogarty's got it centre wing. Need a response here up towards McAndrew, who'd floated forward in front of Walker, and he punches that out over the boundary line. So we'll have a throw in. Left half forward for Adelaide. Bulldogs kicked the last 3. It's been a game of 3 goals to the Bulldogs, 4 to Adelaide. The next 3 to the Dogs. We're into red time here in the second quarter.
They're winning the footy, the Western Bulldogs too, and they've got more disposals than Adelaide, but they've actually had 18 more tackles to this point in the second quarter.
Tossed in, free kick as McAndrew tapped it down to Saligo, who's blazing towards the 50 and actually hit his target in Luke Pedler, but it's coming back Adelaide's way to the big man. No advantage in Lachlan McAndrew now at left half forward.
Had his jumper there.
The big man can kick.
Big task tonight against English in his 4th game. He sends it inside 50. Coming late was Pedler with the fist, but knocked it straight to Sanders. Hands it to Bailey Williams and back to the defensive goal square. Karmas is running out of room. He panics and flushes it straight up and down. Rising is Chase Jones, couldn't reel it in. Hits the deck and rolls towards the Wanganeen stand. Rochelle gathers, kick smothered. Oscar Baker, gee, he's been good tonight. Absolutely everywhere with the desperate dive. Knocks it over in front of the White Tower.
I'd just like Josh Rochelle to stay a little bit calm and composed. He's only had the 5 disposals. He was really had a strong game last week, but this is kind of a challenge to him to stay in the game and have a real impact in the second half.
McAndrew knocks that beautifully down towards Saligo. Off to Rochelle. Feeds it all the way back to Berry. Squib kick forward through the hands of McAndrew. English took him on in the tackle. Got a handball away in time. Kennedy tackled by Rochelle, the 2 number 8s. That's how you get involved, Eb. Let's go to Josh Money on the boundary.
Yeah, another calf concern for another Crows defender. This time it's Josh Worrell with his left calf, which was already strapped, so he's getting some work done on that, Tom.
Rory Laird, the issue earlier as well. Boundary throw-in doesn't amount to much. We'll go again near the scoreboard. On the text line, Robin Greensborough says, how good must Matt Kennedy be feeling? Thrown away for less than a pack of smokes to a team that's a genuine premiership chance, and he's in their best 18. Well, he's got a massive 13 already.
50
in this first half.
Consecutive games too for the Western Bulldogs and Carlton.
Tossed in, Keys to Berry, flirting with the boundary line and just over as he handed it in to Rochelle. Just trying to break away for a shot on goal, and instead another boundary throw in. Dogs by 15.
Just a cheeky one in to add Aaron Kennedy with a 0 disposal efficiency, so hasn't hit a kick tonight.
13 touches and can't find a target. That's a bit rough.
Tossed in. McAndrew down, straight to Rochelle. Dance step, but can't get through Williams and threw it away. Holding the ball, free kick to the Western Bulldogs, and Josh Rochelle is having a mare of a night. It was the question Matthew Nicks posed to him 2 years ago. Mentally, what can you do under pressure? Looked like he'd answered it in the preseason, but he's back to his old tricks, unfortunately, Josh, tonight.
It's frustrating so far. Certainly can regroup in the second half. That's a sweeping, beautiful ball over the top to Bramble, who wasn't paid the mark in similar Saligo fashion that we saw earlier, and it's knocked out towards Pedler. Clean from him towards Fogarty. He wants to slow it down. Goes back towards Peatling. It's going to go a 45 kick towards Pedler, who took a slips catch, but just dropped it as it went over the boundary line. You know, he's quite a prolific cricketer in their old Scholars Premiership. Just dropped that one in the slips. So they'll have a boundary thrown right next to the Crows bench, trying to work out if they can get Rankin back on in time for this contest. Oop. He's gone off and off again.
Too many people on the field.
Might have got away with one there. Fraser, clean ball, gets it to Kennedy. That might be efficient. Handball back to English. He goes forward now. Ball dribbles out into the centre square, coming back onto it to Butts. His quick kick over the top to Rochelle. He marks defensive side centre wing. Short to Jones, poor kick. Had to gather on the half volley back to Rochelle. Nothing easy for the Crows at the moment. Left half back to Rory Laird. So the Crows trailing by 15 points. 24 and a half minutes gone in this second quarter for ABC Sport.
I think it's a combination of the Western Bulldogs' pressure as well, and Adelaide are trying to take kicks off one step, walking backwards too, which is far from ideal.
Laird spots Thilthorpe. The fist came in front of the benches, and the Dogs so slick as they chain it via handball to Tim English. Towards the 50 he goes. Norton's on the march. Backtracking was Croft. Fist came in, rolls towards the right forward pocket. Nick Murray good at ground level. Put his head over and won the footy. Laird to Cook, and now Chase Jones at left half back. Spears it to a 2-on-1. Rankin's outnumbered. Karmas will knock it central. Here come the Dogs again. Liberatore to Bramble. They're queuing up. Fraser takes the mark. He can hand it to Baker, who can waltz in. Trying to get him is Nick Murray. He steps across, and Baker rolls it through. He might have run too far, but the umpire's giving him the benefit of the doubt. Baker's got his second, but it was borderline. Bit audacious, and the Dogs up by 21 points. Game high margin. 7-5-47 plays 4-2-26 with 3 minutes to go in the second term on ABC Sport.
Oh, brilliant execution by Bramble then, just to see the open space inside the Western Bulldogs forward 50. I mean, Baker to be able to finish that in front of 3 Adelaide defenders is borderline embarrassing, but Adelaide Crows just very fumbly, and Western Bulldogs making them pay at every cost.
Well, I think the congestion around the football, Adelaide aren't clearing that and getting it on quick enough, but I think the pressure of the Bulldogs is really shutting them down, whereas the Bullies, when they actually get the footy, they then go
moving
forward
fast,
or go wide, and then that kick that gets over the back of the defence, very impressive.
Another clearance, this time the way of English. And how about this man, Joel Fraser? What a game he's having. Kicks inside the forward 50. English had waxed with him. Got forward. Coming through was Richards. Took on the tackle. The umpire says he got a clean handball away. Gathered by Sanders. Snapping towards goal. Oh, and that's been fisted away. It would have gone through for a minus score, and would have had the footy back, but it's on the wrong side of the behind post for the Crows. So we'll have a boundary throw in.
Adelaide were lucky there too, and probably what should have happened, Sanders should have gone to either Oscar Baker or Bramble with a handball, and they would have had an easier shot on goal as opposed to snapping it like that.
Scores from stoppage is exactly what the Dogs are known for on this first fortnight. Toss back in, tap down towards Cumming. He pushes off the tackle and kicks towards Walker. Nice exit for the Crows. They're down 21. Half-time closing in. Texans in front of the Rashudo stand. Two of the greats of the club. Taylor Walker down the line. Fogarty tried to sit on Selwood. Couldn't bring it down. Couple of fists and knocks it over the boundary line. Be tossed in front of the Bashir stand. Alex from Joondalup's getting his pump in at the gym. Bulldogs fan of the South Fremantle variety, not the Western Bulldogs.
8:15 on a Friday night.
Graham's got a bit of love for Tom Wilson, who got stuck in the taxi on the way here with the breatho. It says that it has happened before to him. Tossed in.
out of the stoppage. Fraser again. Disposal number 18 towards the 50. 2-on-2 there. Darcy brings it down. Jones at ground level gets the handball to Butts. Now Miller. Time to think about his exit. Takes a soft bounce as he caresses it to the turf. Back up and then places it to Dawson. Defensive edge on this western side. Short kick back to Miller.
Adelaide are just trying to get numbers around the football at the moment, and it's allowing Buku Khamis to stay that third man back or that loose man behind the play.
That Dogs zone defence is just flooded ahead of the ball. Adelaide's trying to navigate its way through with this pinpoint passing. Dawson to Cook. Finds a gap and drives it long. Up towards the left forward pocket. Thilthorpe. Edge Rory lob into the pack and takes the mark at the back. Luke Beveridge, head in hands, frustrated. They did so much good work in the middle of the ground, but once it got into the 50, the man Mountain uses his strength to get the contested grab.
It's a hard one there. You had Taylor Walker and Ben Keys both free. If you're a key forward, do you have to quick turn, or do you go, I'm 30 metres out, I'm taking this moment?
I think Thilthorpe with his kicking prowess.
Had 6 straight against the Dogs last year. Riley Thilthorpe comes in, straight line, never in doubt. 2 for the night, and he turns to a couple of Doggy supporters in the front row, gives them a little bit of notice. He's on tonight. Margins down to 15. Bulldogs 7-5-47 to the Crows, 5-2-32. Just under a minute to go in this second term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Much calmer build-up by the Adelaide Crows there. Wayne Malera was able to build up the ball with Jordan Dawson, hit Braden Cook. He was fantastic last week. His foot skills have been the point of difference this pre-season with Braden Cook. His execution, just to, I guess, have the tendencies to push that kick over to a pack mark. And Riley Thilthorpe, I mean, I question if he had the right to take the set shot. Well, he ate my words, but just a much calmer build-up by the Adelaide Crows. Not frantic footy in the last 15 minutes prior to that.
Rory Lobb would be disappointed just with his body contest too. Thilthorpe is a monster, but just too easy to work him under the football.
McAndrew knocks it down. Dawson disposes of his opponent and the ball. Cumming goes inside the forward 50. Brought to the ground there. Oh, great smother there from Alex Neil-Bullen. We know he loves the 1%ers. Some candy for Cook. Goes back to Rankin, who tries the same. He does it twice, spins around, looking for a target inside the forward 50, and he finds his mate, Josh Rochelli. The siren's gone. Oh, the umpires have called that the siren went. I couldn't quite hear it.
I didn't hear it at all.
But the Bulldogs players immediately, when Josh Rochelli took that mark, were angling towards the umpire, saying that it was too late.
Well, it got pretty loud there. Yeah, that's going to be an interesting replay. I didn't hear it at all.
That was Adelaide 36's vibes. They couldn't hear anything outside of the crowd absolutely losing their minds. And yes, unfortunately in the stats book, Josh Rochelli, no touches there. Isaac Rankin the last for the footy.
But even with Isaac Rankin there, I saw Isaac coming. There was a 15-second board up from the Adelaide bench. Isaac coming, you could see that he just blazed away, got it forward, because that was the message from the bench. With Isaac Rankin there, you know, you're just taking that extra 2-3 seconds to dance around, find something special. But in that moment of the game, if you know that there's 15, 30 seconds, just get it in there. Yeah. I think that's where it's been in the first half. The likes of Isaac Rankin and Josh Rochelli, they are those fancy footwork kind of players. Do the simple things, team first, and that you get the game on your terms. When you're trying to do too much, like we all see, it doesn't always go to plan.
Has been a wrestle of momentum. So the Dogs started hot in the game, 3 unanswered goals. Adelaide fired back with 4 either side of quarter time, and then the Western Bulldogs kicked 4 of the last 5. And as Snoppy kind of touched on, it went from this free-flowing game to Adelaide really being locked down in terms of their ball movement. The zone defence kept them pretty stagnant. They had to try and manoeuvre their way through. The Western Bulldogs find themselves on top at half-time by 15 points. 7-5-47, plays 5-2-32. Goal scorers 3 to Fraser, who is having what could be a career night. 18 touches and 3 goals in a half of footy. 2 behinds as well. It could have been more. Alongside him, Oscar Baker has 2. Jordan Croft and Bailey Williams with singles. And for the Adelaide Crows, 2 to Riley Thilthorpe, who now has 10 goals in 3 games against the Western Bulldogs. And individuals to Walker, Saligo and Jordan Butts, the first of his career. On the text line 0437 774 774, just following up that text from Graham in Carnup. I didn't get the full out before, but context if you're just joining us, Tom was a little late. He was taxiing in, got pulled over for a breathalyzer, and then the The officer had to come over as well. It was a whole ordeal. Graham says, was Tom moonlighting as a taxi driver? We are very hard on that at the ABC, so that is definitely not the case. Graham, and if it is, this is Tom's last call. No, he's all good. Shout out as well on the text line to one of our listeners who's listening in from Japan. Now, they've said Rod, but I'm wondering if this is to Jamo as well, because I know you love Japan, Jamo. But
I went to Japan late last year.
A listener might be named Rod.
Yep.
Says, listening online from the lookout on the peak of Mount Anisa. I said that right? Overlooking Nagasaki as evening falls. A beautiful view if anyone ever comes over here. And they've sent in a picture. It's magnificent.
Might be on the list, that one, I reckon, Jamo.
It's a beautiful place, very safe place, and lots of culture, and the food is amazing.
Some frustration as well from the Crows fans who are annoyed they can't play corridor football at the moment. Some of the aggrieved with the lack of holding the ball decisions as well. The whistle has been kept away at times, but ultimately the Western Bulldogs lead by 15 points, 7-5-47 to 5-2-32, and you can get in touch on 0437 774 774. Rod Jameson, Ebony Marinoff, walk us through that half of footy that it was a real seesawing affair.
I think that just the speed around the contest, again, the ability for the Western Bulldogs to be able to spread, then kick wide or kick hard, is really making it challenging for Adelaide. You have a look at the marks overall, and Adelaide are trying to maintain it, 78 marks to 26, so very different types of style of football too, and they're trying to come through the middle, but they haven't been able to hit those targets, Eb. And when it has been intercepted, the Western Bulldogs have just found a way, and there's been multiple times in that second quarter where the defence did break down and they weren't able to impact the contest, and the Western Bulldogs were able to score.
I think it's Bulldogs' ability to punish on turnover. They're actually, the speed of the game has been a factor of the Western Bulldogs. I don't think Adelaide have been able to maximise their opportunities when they've been able to kind of, I guess, go fast. They've gone a little bit more to the kick mark. As such, the first 5 to 7 minutes was just getting the ball, kick mark. I just think overall Western Bulldogs, in the middle of the ground, they're getting absolutely killed. I mean, Fraser's a clear problem. He's had 9 score involvements from his 18 touches. He kicked 3 goals, 2 in a half of football. You don't even have to talk about the likes of Bontempelli right now. He's just having a small impact, and Liberatore always consistent as ever. Adelaide Crows still not winning contested ball as well, but if you're Luke Beveridge, you're really happy with the composure of the Western Bulldogs' ability to score and punish on, I guess, Adelaide Crows' mistake and poor ball movement.
Their zone defence has been really good from the Bullies. It's actually been hard, and so when Adelaide have gone forward, the defence has been able to do it. Buku Khamis has been the man that's just come over the top and assisting his defenders. He's that third man up, and then he's run and rebound out of there. I think Rochelle is his immediate opponent from most of that particular half or that quarter, and he's sort of coming up and he's allowing him to do that. Adelaide aren't going through him. He isn't having an impact, and it's allowing him to then fall back and be that defender that they've been able to sort of just allow to get a fist to it, and then the Bullies are out and away. And I really like the way they've actually just played the first half. They actually lost control in the first part of that second quarter, but they've just managed to work their way back into it. We did feel that Team English would get on top, and he did do that when Thilthorpe went into the middle, and we saw he pushed down and he pressed forward, and the Western Bulldogs were able to score. So, look, it's going to be a bit of a challenge. So overall, I think when you look at Lockie McAndrews, had... What do we got here? The contested. Eb, I'm just going to grab this off you here. Lockie McAndrews had the 6 disposals, so he hasn't been involved in the game as much. And then you have a look at Team English. He's had a ripping second quarter. He's doubled his disposals and gone to 13. So he's starting to move around and really stretch Thilthorpe when he does come into the middle, but also Lockie McAndrew. And this was part of the problem that Eb was actually having a chat around pre-game.
It's a pretty elite top 6 for the Dogs right now. Fraser, Liberatore, Kennedy, Richards, Bontempelli and English. And then you look at the Adelaide Crows, where Chase Jones is the late in, has the most touches for them. Jordan Dawson's down to 14. And, hasn't been Joshua Shelley's night, down at 8. And
well, it's all the defence, Aaron. That's when you look at it too. It's all the defence except
Butts' legacy game.
Yeah, 13 touches for Jordan Butts and a career first goal.
And 346 metres gained, might add, too, Aaron.
and Jake Saligo down at 3 at the bottom. So had a little lively moment when he kicked a goal in the first, but otherwise unsighted.
This is the thing. You've got the likes of Luke Pedler, Jake Saligo, James Peatling, Joshua Shelley in the bottom echelon of this Adelaide Crows team. And then you go over to the Western Bulldogs. I mean, we always talk about the midfield getting on top. That builds momentum, puts the ball in the forward half. And you got Fraser Liberatore, Kennedy, Richards, Bontempelli, and then you got Tim English. And I've been watching because it's the biggest question: who are Adelaide Crows going to play as their number one ruck? Mick Andrews absolutely spent, and Tim English is going to run him off his feet. But what I'd like to see from Adelaide, I mean, all within the rules, but make Tim English's life hard on the end. You know that you've got not an unfit, but someone that's not aerobically conditioned to AFL games, help him. You've seen the likes of Nick Dacos get tagged, and you can see what, that does to Oppo players when they're trying to tag him. You rustle him down. I'd like to see a little bit of help from McAndrews' teammates to just wear Tim English down to a level that might just help him when McAndrews on the bench and Riley Thilthorpe's having to kind of really pinch hit as that number one ruck.
So where's your head moving forward then, Noffy? Because, Toby Murray managed with a back issue tonight. Can you see Riley O'Brien being paired with McAndrew? Because, I mean, they've got Geelong next week, and they're, well known as probably an easier ruck matchup. But after that Freo with Jackson and Darcy, that's going to be really hard aerobically. They're probably going to need a tandem.
They're going to have to do it. And they're going to have to do it. And you'd think that it'd be likely against Fremantle. I mean, I'm not the coach, I'm not Matthew Nicks. But like Aaron, you touched on, you've seen other teams across the high AFL do it. It's not common, but I think there's going to have to be a time where they just trial and error. There's no sub now. So essentially, we've seen that sub over the last couple of years being a bit more of a utility or a small or someone with pace. It's going to be interesting to see how the Adelaide Crows use it, given the fact that there's been rule changes within the ruck. And it's a massive part of the game. Centre bounce clearance, front half footy.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing how Matthew Nicks answers that question, because it's a difficult task if you've got a guy like Riley O'Brien who isn't being picked because he can't jump, but then, what else can he do when he's not the main ruckman out there? That's probably the big question pondering on his mind right now. But there's a few things that Adelaide have to get better before this second half, because the Western Bulldogs
what it is tackling. That's what they need to do defensively. They are getting absolutely smashed. So as good as the Bullies are going forward in offensive work, it's 36-16 tackles. So in that quarter, 14-6 in favour of the Western Bulldogs. So they're actually beating up Adelaide both ways.
And a 15-point lead early on as well. 7-5-47 to 5-2-32. News of the day as well. So Hawthorn winners last night by 17 points, and the AFL and Victoria Police are investigating a fan who threw a soft drink at the Hawthorn players right at the end as Nick Watson kicked the goal on the siren. You can see it in some of the photos from the night in the vision if you watch it back. So that'll be one that'll be looked at. But 2 years ago, a Northcote man was found guilty of it and was banned for life as a result. So if they do track him down, you imagine it'd be a similar result. Also, there's some sad news passing around the football community at the moment. Our thoughts are with Brisbane Lions legend Jonathan Brown. It's been revealed via him on Instagram that he went for a routine check during the week and they discovered a low-grade brain tumour. As a result, he's had immediate surgery, and thankfully he's come through with that now. He posted a really nice photo of him and his wife Kylie in hospital. Jonathan Brown essentially saying, after undergoing a routine scan, I was recently made aware of a shadow on my brain that turned out to be a low-grade brain tumour. I underwent surgery on Wednesday with a positive outcome. I understand a surgery of this nature creates interest, and once I have recuperated, I will share my experience, but for now, I need to take some time to rest and recover. So our thoughts are with you, Brownie, and of course all of your family and friends as well in what is a difficult period for you during the week, but very glad that the surgery went well. That's Jonathan Brown there, who recently discovered a low-grade brain tumour and had surgery during the week to remove it. 0437 774 774, the text line as well. If you want to get in touch, we'll read through some of those texts in a moment. I'll let you know about the team news that's to come with the final teams dropping for Sunday. At the moment, the Western Bulldogs by 15 points, 7-5-47 to 5-2-32. We'll take a break here at the Adelaide Oval and get the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News, I'm Sam Wilkinson. Cyclone Narelle is approaching communities on Western Cape York, having weakened to a Category 2. Joshua McIntosh reports.
The still powerful system has spent the past 12 hours crossing the peninsula, having made landfall this morning near Cowan. There's a warning area which spans across Western Cape York between Mapoon and Pomperau, including Weipa, Arakoon and adjacent inland areas. Power has been cut in a number of communities, while phones have also been impacted. Telstra Regional General Manager Rachel Cliff says Arakoon has faced most of the telecommunications outages.
We need to get some eyes on the ground, and we'll be arranging a technician to attend as soon as possible when it's safe to do so.
The system's due to cross into the Gulf of Carpentaria by tomorrow.
And Bobby Nukamajaba, chairman of the Yugulmungi Development Aboriginal Corporation, says preparations have begun as soon as warnings were issued.
We've been preparing since day one within our community, and we've been just having ongoing local emergency meeting with the police, and police were really good, and we've been working together very well.
European Union leaders say war in the Middle East has left several nations that are dependent on oil imports incredibly vulnerable. Members met in Brussels to discuss concerns over the global impacts of the US and Israeli war on Iran and its influence on energy pricing and supplies. The EU has demanded a moratorium on strikes on water and energy infrastructure and the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. Swedish Prime Minister Ulf Kristersson says the global energy market is unstable.
We are worried, even more so all the countries that are heavily dependent on gas deliveries and where gas is the defining pricing mechanism for electricity. So, of course, this is very worrying. There are many things worrying about this war. Some of them affect mainly the region, but this is a clear example also of global consequences.
The International Energy Agency wants Australians to work from home as part of a range of actions to ease the effects of Middle East oil disruptions. Noni Edwards reports.
The IEA has a series of measures it says governments and consumers can take to reduce demand for oil. As well as boosting remote work, they suggest reducing speed limits by at least 10 kilometres per hour for cars, vans and trucks, while encouraging public transport use and carpooling. Air travel should be avoided, they say, where alternatives exist. And in the kitchen, LPG should be replaced with electric cooking. The conflict has triggered the largest supply disruption in the history of the global oil market. Normally around 20% of global oil consumption flows through the Strait of Hormuz, but it's now slowed to a trickle.
A fire at a car parts factory in the South Korean city of Daejeon has injured at least 55 people, 24 of them seriously. Authorities are still searching for at least 14 others believed to have been inside when the blaze broke out. Firefighters are struggling to contain the blaze, with efforts focused on preventing fire spread, as personnel were unable to enter the factory due to risks of structural collapse. Witnesses reported hearing an explosion before fire spread rapidly, but the exact cause of the blaze is unknown. South Australian One Nation candidate Aoi Baxter has a warrant for his arrest in the UK for failing to show up to court after he was charged with an alleged sexual offence. Olivia Mason reports.
A UK court has confirmed that Aoi Baxter, also known as Trent Baxter, was charged with sexually touching a woman without consent. A court officer stated the charges related to a breach of the Sexual Offences Act and events occurring in September 2023. Mr Baxter did not respond to multiple requests for comment, but in a statement, One Nation says the party has today been made aware by the media of allegations. The statement says Mr Baxter may have a warrant in the United Kingdom for failing to appear at a court hearing, which was not disclosed to One Nation by Mr Baxter, and it's unclear if this relates to the same individual.
And former AFL star Jonathan Brown has revealed he had surgery to remove a brain tumour. Fraser Fife reports.
The 44-year-old shared the news on his Instagram page. He says after undergoing a routine scan, he was made aware of a shadow on his brain that turned out to be a low-grade brain tumour. He underwent surgery on Wednesday and had a positive outcome. He says he will now take some time to rest and recover. Jonathan Brown played 15 seasons with the Brisbane Lions and won 3 premierships. He also won a Coleman medal and was a 2-time All-Australian.
You're up to date with the latest ABC News. For more news, search for top stories on the ABC Listen app.
12 teams, 3 cities, 1 dream.
Great touch on the edge of the box, right foot strike, he scores! Unbelievable.
ABC Listen, your home of the AFC Women's Asian Cup Australia 2026.
Dribbles to the edge of the area, strikes. Oh, it's in. What a wonderful goal.
One match live every day. Every Matildas game, every final. On ABC Listen. Just look for the green and gold Asian Cup button.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Handballs to Walker. He's at left half forward. Snap around the body to a dangerous spot at the top of the goal square. Thilthorpe got the big jukes up. Marks 10 metres out directly in front. But Riley Thilthorpe has a kick from 15 metres out directly in front to put the Crows in front. And of course he slots it.
Long bomb, 3-on-3 left forward pocket. It rolls out the back. Tim English kicks it in with a handball to Bontempelli. Excellent understanding of the situation. Loops it to Fraser on the behind line, who opens the angle and kicks his third of the night. English will centre the ball. Spotted a target he liked, top of the goal square, and it's who else? Jordan Croft. Big fly and drills it through the big sticks. The Dogs with back-to-back goals and up by 9 now. Looking for Salego. Baker comes the other way to cut it off. Bramble inside 50 off the turnover, and Bailey Williams reels it in with the fingertips. Crowd's incensed. The Dogs will get a set shot. 35 out, straight in front. Bailey Williams now starts in the centre square. The hometown boy, but no one's on his side. Crosses the paint of 50. Straight drive, hard and long at home. And the Dogs have 3 unanswered. Liberatore to Bramble. They're queuing up. Fraser takes the mark. He can hand it to Baker, who can waltz in. Trying to get him is Nick Murray. He steps across and Baker rolls it through. Finds a gap and drives it long. Up towards the left forward pocket. Thilthorpe. Edge drawing lob into the pack and takes the mark at the back. Riley Thilthorpe comes in straight line, never in doubt. 2 for the night. And he turns to a couple of Doggy supporters in the front row, gives them a little bit of notice. He's on tonight.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
And the Dogs are proving they are the real deal in 2026. 2-0 to start their season. They've beaten the reigning premiers. They've thumped the Giants. And here at the Adelaide Oval, they're leading by 15 points at the major break. 7-5-47 to 5-2-32. But it's built off 4 of the last 5 goals of the second quarter. Their zone defence has been terrific, and their stars are standing up as well, with Kennedy, Liberatore, Bontempelli, English and Fraser all firing. The Crows, meanwhile, their leading possession getters, all out of their back line. Aaron Bryans and Tom Wilson with you alongside premiership players Rod Jameson and Ebony Marinoff. On the text line 0437 774 774. Richo and Brad on the Goldfields in WA listening to Golden commentary on the ABC. Thanks for that, guys. Sean and Nowra says is just messaging in his support to Jonathan Brown, as I mentioned before the news. But if you are just joining us, discovered a low-grade brain tumour as a result of a routine scan during the week, has had surgery, is okay, posted on Instagram with his wife Kylie. So obviously scary scenes, but Jonathan Brown is all right through that as well. And Pete and Ballarat, annoyed at the Crows fans are complaining about the umpiring. We'll see how it plays out in the second half. We're back underway with the Dogs up by 15.
Ed Richards trying to get the clearance, tapping it forward. Rochelle, who had a tough first half, is wrapped up in a tackle, stolen away there by Kennedy in the end. Gets it to Bontempelli. Dangerous kick inside the forward 50, just short of Norton. Couple of Crows there to gather, and they're wrapped up in a tackle by that man, Fraser. Cannot get away from the footy, the young gun, the Western Bulldogs. What a start to the game he's had. We've got a ball up 40 metres out from the Bulldogs' goal. Knocked down by Darcy through the hands of Cumming, and he regathers and is tackled by Darcy. We'll have a ball up 30 metres from goal.
Quickly tossed into the air. Nervous anticipation amongst what might be 45,000 tonight. Tapped down. Fraser tries to reel it in, but it's ripped away. Cumming kicks across the body. Bounces straight to Rankin. He'll release Neil Bullen. Not a lot ahead, so he check sides it up the corridor. Bounces straight to Karmas. The Dogs are well set. Butterick turns, heads towards the eastern side, and on the march is Oscar Baker, having a quiet little night of his own. Couple of goals, plenty of touches. He passes short to Bailey Williams. The depth on display with this Western Bulldogs outfit. 10 years on from their premiership side, only 2 players left in this team from it. The new look Dogs under Luke Beveridge are starting to really grow into their game. Kick down the line, pack forms. Ed Richards at the front of it, got the handball out.
Gives it to Norton, fake giving it back, turns and kicks from 45. Aaron Norton pulling the trigger out of nowhere. The Dogs get the first. They're up by 21 as Aaron Norton is on the board for the night. 8:5:53 plays 5:2:32. 2 minutes into the third term. It's Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Just too easy there. I think Western Bulldogs' ability to stay in the game with their handball. You've seen throughout the course of the first couple of rounds, the umpires are putting their whistle away. They're allowing players to kind of shrug the tackle, and it is, if you have prior opportunity, you have to get rid of it. So you can see players actually actively trying to get rid of it, not getting caught hold of the ball, but it's actually keeping, again, going back to the pace of the game. And that's just too easy. In the defensive 50, for Aaron Norton just to slip through a couple of Adelaide Crows, yeah, worrying signs. It looks like Max Michaelani's gone to Fraser, so have a look at that matchup in the next couple of minutes.
Right now the matchup too is Buku Karmas and Thilthorpe deep, but when they're going up to the middle of the ground, Buku Karmas is sitting behind and once again was able to intercept.
Rochelle got the clearance, kicked towards Walker at right half forward, got it towards Rankin, who ran over the footy. He hasn't played in a long time. The handball goes out towards Sanders. He is able to intercept that handball, and O'Donnell got a hand up, knocked it towards the boundary line, and we're going to have a throw in at right half forward. So, Eb just noticed something behind the play there.
Yeah, Taylor Walker.
And
just in that contest.
Yeah. Just made it hard for them to get up, and here they are now, standing each other just out top of the square.
I think that's what you're asking them to do to Tim English, Eb. Try and slow him down. The handball goes towards Dawson. He sockers it off the ground to Keys. Off to Fogarty. Fumbled in the first instant. Then goes on the outside of the boot to Checky. Quick response from Darcy Fogarty. He kicks his second. Important one for the Adelaide Crows just to keep their toes in the game because the Bulldogs are on top. Western Bulldogs 8:5:53. Adelaide 6:2:38.
Well, it's better, wasn't it, too? Just Jordan Dawson, once again, it wasn't clean, just keeps it alive, keeps it forward, gets through the defence of the Western Bulldogs, and albeit Darcy Fogarty a little bit fumbly and it wasn't ideal, he was able to get it what it needed to go.
Josh Money on the boundary.
Yeah, Tom, Josh Worrell is good to go for the Crows in this second half after dealing with that slight calf complaint at the end of the second quarter.
Thanks very much to Josh Money. Fogarty's first, in fact. He missed his first shot. A gettable one earlier in the match, so that's just his first on the board. Adelaide trailing by 15 points, 4 minutes gone, third term.
Nice to see the tools starting to impact. Very quiet in the first half with Taylor Walker really the only one firing, and now Thilthorpe's got two. Fogarty's got one. Norton's got one. Tap down in the middle. McAndrew gets it to Berry. Blazes away for the Crows and sends it towards the Texan. Sliding mark, he'll pop back up as Rory Lobb overcommitted. He blazes away from 55. Taylor Walker has thumped that into the Riverbank stand. A monstrous kick. And the Crows go bang-bang to make it a 9-point game. Walker's got two. 7:2:44 plays 8:5:53. 5 minutes into the third term for Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport with Ebony Marinoff and Rod Jameson.
How often do you see Taylor Walker wheel and go like that at Adelaide Oval? That is just beautiful to watch. He just knows what he's capable of, and he picks those moments. And going back to the centre bounce clearance, wasn't pretty, but Sam Berry was able to, get 3, 4, 5 metres and drive his legs. And it's just hard to defend. And Taylor Walker can actually lead up at the football.
Thilthorpe in the middle too. Jordan Dawson forward. McAndrew still in the ruck.
He got the clearance earlier there, McAndrew to Berry. There's been a free kick plucked here, and it's going the way of the Bulldogs.
The bont's out.
So Ed Richards has got it. Goes onto that left side. Inside the forward 50. Getting a run at it is Norton. Murray with the fist over the top. Socket out of defence by Peatling. Running onto it is Rochelle. He's clean this time. Got Richards in company. Up towards Fogarty. It clean bowls him. Did he touch it? Touch, says the umpire. So that gets out over the boundary line. We'll have a throw in right in front of the Western Bulldogs bench. Crows trailing by 9 points.
Even that's not pretty by the Adelaide Crows, but you're gaining metres and territory.
Tex is going to be 36 in April. And every year he apparently tells his wife it's going to be his last, and the way he keeps playing, you never know. He might have another year at him. Tossed in, towed out of the stoppage by Kennedy, who fumbles close to the boundary line and knocks it over. Wasn't a disposal, so they will toss it back in.
It's funny you say that, Aaron. I was talking about Theberton. I toured that, and Taylor Walker told me he doesn't want to hear about it. So I said, are you sure?
I reckon it's going to be ready by November, so why not try one more year and have a crack at the new digs? Tossed in. Tapped down by Croft, looking for Bontempelli. Handball was a little hot for Richards, but he half volleys it up towards the 50. It's bouncing a awkward pitch, kind of top and spiralling. And off a couple of hands, Bontempelli and Butts fighting, knock it over. Grant and Waterloo's flicked us a text on 0437 774 774 with some VFL scores. Cats 102 against the Bombers 50 in the third. Frankston were down 36 and now a goal behind Williamstown. The reason why he's done that is we're going to be calling the VFL tomorrow on ABC TV. You can hear it on Channel 20. Or see it on Channel 20. Footscray and Casey from 12. Toss back in, inside 50. Go the Dogs, and a whistle. Entangled was Butts and Sam Darcy. Liberatore's entry came in a little hot. Butts panicked and put a hand right over the top of his face. It was almost a collar ripping him down.
Left hand went over his left shoulder. It was really soft. Butt was there.
So Darcy now, 45 out, slight angle to the left. Starts almost full squat in his approach.
That is weird, isn't it?
The long legs bounding in, crowd's getting restless. Darcy wants to silence them and lines it straight into the right-hand upright. Minus score, Bulldogs by 10.
Jordan Butts, you almost want him to have a clean slate, Darcy. If you guys remember last year when he played Western Bulldogs, that was when he hit his sternum. So he was in form. He had a really strong game there, and he's on fire now.
He spent some time on the sidelines with that, Eb. So Worrell comes down the line, and Philthorpe disposes of his opponent, takes a mark on the logo, tries to get it quickly towards Rankin. Butterick dropped the mark. Rochelle socketed in front of Karmas, and he's on top of the footy now, Rochelle. The umpire's going to deem that he dived on top of it. Rory Love all over him, gets the holding the ball free kick.
Just had to get it forward. He tried to use some soccer skills to do that. He missed it and then jumped on it.
Fresh airy there, Jamo, yeah.
Yeah, that's a cherry ripe, isn't it?
So Liberatore kicks it out of defence. Goes long to Selwood, who handballs to Richards.
They're surging now, the Dogs. Parting the seas, Richards gets it to Kennedy. Rolling kick towards the 50. Norton clean. Got to his bootlaces. Flicked the handball to Darcy. Now moving it on to Hines. Couldn't control it. Tackle late on McAndrew as he stands his way through Croft, but gave it away. Hines pounces and misses. The young man with a snap from 30 curls it through on the right-hand side. Dogs by 11 with the last two behinds. We are 9 minutes into the third term on ABC Sport.
A dangerous exit for Adelaide. Ends up in the hands of guess who? Fraser. And Bontempelli marks it on the goal line just to make sure and pumps it out of Adelaide Oval. Bulldogs well on top. They're 2 stars of the night. Bontempelli gets on the board. Western Bulldogs 9-7-61. Adelaide 7-2-44. 9 minutes gone in this third term for ABC Sport.
Kennedy's ability to win the football once again for the Bullies in the contest and a turnover.
Just that ground ball again. Yep. Whether it's a loose ball or a hard ball, Western Bulldogs have been on top of that area, and it's a key statistic in this game. You've got to be able to win that hard ball. And if not, put pressure on it. Too easy.
Bonds on the board. He's averaging 3 goals across the first 2 games and now has a major tonight at the Adelaide Oval. Dogs by 17 after the hot start in the third from the Crows. They brought it down to 9. With Beveridge's men wrestling back that momentum. Rod Jameson, Ebony Marinoff, your experts tonight. It's Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Croft down straight to Sanders, and now Fraser again. Disposal number 20 as he arcs it towards the 50 off hands. Front square was Davidson. It'll come back though to the Crows. A whistle going the way of Max Michaelani. Marcus Bontempelli, the offender.
Push out.
Michaelani heads to right half back. Spots a target he likes and places it perfectly to Neil Bullen. The Premiership Demon turns. Chips it towards Berry. Just behind the benches on the 45 at just the required 15. Get the tape measure out. He hits Swain Miller down the line. Peatling. Effective disposals from the Crows, but they've got to get through this zone defence inside 50. Braden Cook will blast it in. Looking for Walker, stayed down. Archie at the back knocked it down. Haven't seen a lot of him tonight. Selwood there for the Dogs. Tumbles one a worm burner out of 50. Rushing through, Max Michaelani couldn't pick it up cleanly, rolls over, and they're going to call it a last disposal free.
Handball was straight over the boundary.
So free kick to the Western Bulldogs, left half back. They lead by 17.
Your last got away with that in 1976.
Sanders missed the handball to Dale. Made him think about things for a while, but what an elite player he is. Hits up Bontempelli in the centre square. They had 2 men on the mark there, the Crows. Probably lucky. Kicked out to space towards Hines. Can get Davidson over the top if he runs for him. Instead, he goes long towards Norton, forced under the footy. First hands it up with Murray, and that's a mark. Clever stuff from the defender, and he was chased there by Baker. Umpire says that's okay. So Murray's going to switch the play. He's got enough on it for Max Michaelani. He marks it right half back. Short ball to Neil Bullen. Still at right half back.
As wide as they go, Adelaide, too, the Bullies, it just allows the defence to sort of slide across as well. And this is why Adelaide are finding themselves with those sort of 20, 30-metre kicks, and they're not really getting the yardage or moving forward like the Western Bulldogs do when they win the footy.
So a bit of waxing between Michaelani and Neil Bullen, and he gets it to Cumming. He switches the play now to Murray.
Through the eastern side, they've got a bit of space to work with now. Nick Murray to Chase Jones. Turns to the logo, Bashir stand. Didn't know where to go. Finally spears it up towards the arc. Presenting was Rankin, knocked away. Saligo on the chase. Richards there first. Got a handball out. Now the Dogs. Butterick to Dale. Then Richards a fumble. Saligo dives in, trying to win it. Rankin piles on top of Richards. Ball shoots out. Archie to Berry on the charge. Long bomb misses to the left. Adelaide smelled blood on the turnover but could not cash in, and the margin's down to 16.
Better pressure there from the Crows. Berry bursting through, just couldn't quite complete it. So Richards marks at centre half back. Darcy's bursting through, getting a hand in there was Berry, but Fraser took it on the full. He roved it. That's 2 bounces. He runs through the logo, outer side of the ground, trying to get it out over the back, but working hard backwards is Jordan Butts in the game of his life. Another intercept possession. An important one too for the Crows, with the Bulldogs streaming forward. Got a 16-point lead, the visitors. Haven't beaten the Crows here at Adelaide Oval. They're in a good spot at the moment, halfway through this third quarter. Bontempelli flew over the top of Archie's. Handball was sharked. Bontempelli goes again, just ran over at the top of it at the wrong time. Kept it in amazingly with a handball over his head. Looked like a crow throw, Jamo, to me. Bailey Williams kicks inside, and Perry had his head ripped off there by Hines. He'll get a free kick at right half back.
Oh, he's a superstar. It was slick, wasn't it, too? But again, just prior to that, the Bullies went from kick out, 3 kicks carried the football, and they're 20 metres out, and Adelaide were able to intercept and win the footy. Adelaide take like 7 or 8 kicks and really are only going about 50 metres as they're trying to work their way through.
Berry down the line as the players converge. It hits the deck. Tackled away. Archie on Bramble, stepping through his Butterick, zigging and zagging through traffic. Got it back towards Bramble, who turned right, then handballed left. Gives it off to Jakes. Searching kick inside 50, a little long for the Crows defenders who committed to the launch and gave away a free kick in the process. Norton had 3 against him, and they've panicked and given it straight to the tall big man for the Dogs. Jordan Butts just almost lost his balance and collapsed into him. Aaron Norton with the set shot, 45-degree angle to the left. He's about 20 from home.
You really can't do a whole lot as a defender anymore, can you, too? Like, that just looked like a bit of a physical contest.
He's got the longest run in history for the Bulldogs of 2 goals plus in the last 11 games, and you can make it 12 straight. Norton's got 2 for the night. The Dogs lead, pushes out 10-7-67 to the Crows, 7-3-45. There's a big advantage right now. 22 points for the Western Bulldogs. 15 played in the third term. It's Friday night footy on ABC Sport with Rod Jameson and Ebony Marinoff.
Well, it's Budrick's work through the middle of the ground there, just weaving through, 3-4 Adelaide Crows players. Magnificent to just bring that ball to Norton's. I guess it was to his advantage. So when you're battling it out as a defender, you're always going to have the advantage of the forward to probably get the free kick. But just too easy for Budrick to go through the corridor and just their ability to have so much space to move the ball or even drive their legs.
It's a real balance between, I guess, the height and the speed in which they have as well.
Kennedy with another clearance for the Western Bulldogs up towards centre-half forward. Michael Annie was pushed under it. Handball from Jones to Cumming. High ball out towards Keys. At the gatherer of the footy was Berry. He's playing a good quarter for the Crows. Handballs it off to Rochelle. Looking for a target inside the forward 50. Archie can't get it on the second bite of the cherry. Buku Karmas again. So that gets over the boundary line. We'll have a throw in left half forward. Josh Money's on the boundary.
Yeah, Tom, James O'Donnell has gone down to the Bulldogs room. Not sure what his issue is at this stage. We'll keep you posted.
No major injuries so far from this game. Might be the first if O'Donnell can't return. Tossed in. Philthorpe gets front position on English. Handball was a little shallow for Keys, who's buffeted over by Love. It shoots out to Fogarty, though, who was streamlining for the receive. He surges into goal with a bullet kick into the Riverbank stand, and Fogarty's got 2. Margin down to 16. 10-7-67 the Dogs. Adelaide 8-3, 51. And what a dish from Jake Saligo to get it to the fog.
There's been plenty of examples of Western Bulldogs getting it forward, and I think again Adelaide they're hitting the contest and they're moving through the football and keeping it alive at the moment, and that's their best option. And when they're trying to be a bit more methodical and use the football and craft their way through, they're actually not having much luck, and the Western Bulldogs are being able to shut them down, but just getting in the way of Fogarty then too. Great Ben Keys just hitting the footy. Footy comes loose and Saligo with slick hands.
Yeah, tough stuff from Benny Keys, Jamo.
Yeah.
Head over the footy.
Ebony leads the way like that.
Certainly does. In the middle of the ground, knocked forward for the Crows. Berry, tackled by Fraser. Oh, got a high tackle in there for Peatling, it was, against Kennedy. So he's got a free kick just forward to the centre circle. Some runners on the outside, ignores those. So going to go long, looking for Archie. Flying over the top was Karmas, and we'll have a boundary throw in right forward pocket. Eb, you noticing Archie's game, or perhaps not?
Yeah, it's just, I mean, you come over on big money. It's not just about the money. I think it's all well talked about experience of getting these types of players that have been in and around it. But a couple of slim games for him. It's a hard position. I don't want to knock it, but I would like to see a little bit more from the Archie.
Tossed in, McAndrew down. Lost it was Peatling. He turned a full 360. Meanwhile, Liberatore gets the clearing kick. Off the deck, Baker thumps it out to the eastern side. It's vacant right now. Foot race is on. Baker gets there before Keys, but his handball's a missed target. Out towards Sanders, who becomes the tackler, and Worrell spins him around. Ball bobbles out. Keys for the Crows to Cumming. Back towards the 50. Pedler marks bang on the boundary line in front of the Rashudo stand. Might be out of range here.
Wasn't pretty there, but Adelaide's ability to win that and half the ground ball.
Pedler waits. Archie presents. Kick through his hands. Out the back. Knocked over is McAndrew. Way too easily by English. Dogs get it out of there. Coming late, Baker knocked it down, but everybody stopped due to a free kick. Hold going the way of Isaac Cumming.
It's got to be a smart kick.
Lowers the eyes. Hot kick towards Saligo. Fist came in from Fraser. Rochelle gathers, heads towards goal and misses to the left-hand side from 40. Dogs lead down to 15 points. 10-7-67 are the Dogs, and Adelaide 8-4-52. Time on in the third. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Here's Tom Wilson.
Bailey Dale brings it out for the Bulldogs. Perfectly placed kick to Karmas. Also having a good game, is right up against the paint of the boundary line. Kicks it towards the logo, and Darcy's just butts his head off. The umpire saw that one, missed it last year, and Darcy's hasn't thrown it back to him on the full. And he's thrown Josh Worrell on the ground. That's got to be a double 50. Jordan Butts is going to kick 2 goals. A massive brain fart there from Sam Darcy, though. Very, very costly in this game. The Bulldogs well on top. The Crows fighting to stay in it.
Does the umpire say, yep, he's giving him 100.
So Butts doesn't even realise that Jordan Dawson is going to point to there and walk him up to the goal line.
The umpire's at the top of the square, surely. That's where he has to be. Yep.
So Jordan Butts, he's not even sure where he's meant to be. This has never happened to him before. Clearly.
Never kicked a goal in his 87 games, and now he's going to kick 2 in 1. And he's full back.
I think they've sold him short here too. This should be right on the goal line, but it's going to be 20 metres out directly in front. Jordan Butts, first goal earlier in the game. And now he's got... Oh, he's missed it. Oh, I cannot believe it. I think he got robbed there with the double 50 metres. The Crows fans can't believe it. I can't believe it. He's missed away to the right. What a missed opportunity.
Get back down the other end.
That was a flash in the pan from Jordan Butts. Out towards the eastern side go the Dogs. Rory Laird's out the back, though. Hands it to Neil Bullen. Here come Adelaide again. Saligo chips it. Fogarty on the paint of 50, right half forward. Wheels around on the left. He's headed for home. Steers it to Archie. Double fist comes from Bailey Williams. Straight to the goalpost for another minor score. Luke Beveridge has made his way down to the benches, so Josh Money will keep an eye on that. But Adelaide's got all the momentum, but only 1 goal 4 to show from it from their last few shots.
Drop mark there. Poor one from the youngster and Jakes. And he's been reminded about it there by Cumming. Josh Money on the boundary.
Yeah, and Beveridge has been joined on the bench by James McDonald, who we understand had a bit of a concussion test, but looks as though he's ready to return.
That's good news for the Bulldogs and O'Donnell.
My own know was just how he was only 20 metres out, and he's missed an absolute sitter.
I still can't believe it. Jamo Perry finds some space out of nowhere, kicks up towards Pedler. And it bounces out of bounds, so we'll have a throw in. I still think he got probably robbed 10 metres. I mean, that was just defensive side of the logo. Probably should have been at least in the goal square, but probably got to kick those goals. What a night it would have been for Jordan Butts. He's still having a belter. It would have been his first 2 goals in footy. Belted away there from the ruck contest was English out towards Baker, who's escorted out over the boundary line. Left half forward, outer side of the ground. The Bulldogs lead by 13 points. 23 minutes gone, Ebony.
You can sense a little bit of a momentum shift for the Adelaide Crows. Sam Berry's had 7 disposals in this third quarter, 4 contested possessions, a couple of clearances. He's really building that momentum out of the midfield. Bit quiet for the first half.
Boys of the triple premiership Crow, Ebony Marinoff, tossed in, tapped down straight to Berry, who's wrapped up by Liberatore. There's 2 absolute hardheads. What a matchup that'll be in this second half. Reset. English gets front position. Double tap straight to Cumming. Free kick, though, for a hold. McAndrew panicked. Caught behind and bear hugged him. Big Tim has it right half back.
They're leanies.
Disposal 14 for Tim English, who's really relishing the new rules. Kicks to Darcy full stretch. Couldn't bring it down. Worrell at the drop. Kicks down the line. McAndrew gets a bit of love from the home crowd in his 4th game, the former Sydney Swans player. Rugby union background as well. McAndrew drives it long, straight to Selwood, who was waiting in the hole in defence. Just a hit and hope there from the big man. Well, Rucks can't kick, but that one was a mighty effort, just not on target. Short pass out wide. Bailey Williams has it in the right back pocket. Dogs by 13.
Kicks long towards the logo, outer side of the ground. Only man who wanted it was McAndrew, but a kick to kick. Out on Adelaide Oval. Crows trailing by 13 points. Lowers the eyes this time. Saligo backing back into the contest. Brave. And well spotted there by the umpire. I think Neil Bullen thought he got away with that one, but 2 hands in the back of Dale, right in front of the umpire. So he gets it at right half back. Such a efficient user of the footy. Case in point there. Finds his teammate. Kennedy's got it in the centre of the ground now. Defensive side of the centre circle, short to Sanders. Barely the 15. You can hear the boos of the crowd.
I don't think they've actually played this way for most of, well, pretty much all of the game, the Western Bulldogs. So they've kicked it 4 or 5 times and really only gained about 50 metres. This is more like them.
The long one now, Jamo, towards Darcy. It heard a whistle. The umpire's going to pay advantage? No. So Oscar Baker thought about taking the advantage, but wasn't sure what had happened, so stopped. Didn't want to give away a 50-metre penalty, so it goes back to Darcy, who's got the ball at right half forward. It's going to be a 45-degree angle, 45 metres out.
Same again, I think, just in the replay. Jordan Butts has got his left arm over his left shoulder once again.
Easy ones to pay, but tough being a defender.
This is unique line-up for goal, isn't it, too? Just...
Oh, blood rule.
Blood rule there for Butts.
Maybe reversal, hey, Tom? A little bit of a shoulder into the nose.
Maybe, yeah. When he turned him around in that contest, he got one in the schnoz. It's all happening for Jordan Butts tonight.
nearly had a legacy game, but not with the 1-goal one.
So Braden Cook's coming onto the ground while they level up the numbers. Darcy gets his opportunity. I'll get you to talk us through this afterwards. It's like a crab walk, Jamo.
What a unique one. I think everyone sort of starts 2 feet together, but he really starts 2 feet very wide in his run.
Goes for goal, and the sounds of silence means he's slotted that straight through the middle. Whatever works for you, Mr. Darcy. That's his first goal this evening for the young superstar. The margin goes back out to 19 points. The Bulldogs 11-7-73. Adelaide 8-6-54. 27 minutes gone in this third quarter for ABC Sport.
He's kicked 1-goal-1 tonight, both coming in this third quarter. Probably had to after giving away 100 metres. Don't see that too often, but in the 2 previous games he's kicked Cisco 3, so he's absolutely been the target with a very unique start to his run-up.
Also, Rod Jameson alongside Ebony Marinoff tonight. Bretton Canberra on the text line says, hey team, enjoying the call. I'm a Blues supporter, enjoying the weekend off. Peter from Barndale as well says the AFL needs to sort out opening rounds and cover games across the country in the first weekend.
You hear
4 teams on a bye this week. 7 games, it's a bit awkward. In the middle, English wins it down. Trickles out the back door. Miller bursts off half back and throws his body into Bontempelli. The ball pinballs to Dawson, who hacks it out of there off the deck. Heads towards Selwood, but it slipped through him. Should have taken the mark. Dogs have the numbers in defensive 50. Karmas to Lob, kicks a little heavy. Put too much on it towards the Bashir stand and out on the full.
A bit of a stinker, Rory Lobb. Probably the only one on the Bullies' defence that has. He's just been a bit wayward. He's been worked under the football. His disposal's been a little off.
Dogs by 19. Isaac Cummings sends Adelaide inside 50. Fogarty with the fly. Fist comes in late, though, from Lobb, and he responds immediately to Jamo's criticism. Forces a boundary throw-in.
No, just trying to make him better.
The crab walk at one end and the lobster at the other, Jamo. So boundary throw-in. Left half forward for the Crows. Still plenty of time in this quarter. This one's going deep. 29 minutes gone. McAndrew knocks it down. Rochelle, bit of pinball action. Going in hard was Liberatore. He's tackled to the ground by the big Crows ruckman. A lot to think about for Matthew Nix. It's popped up on the big screen. Trailing by 19 points late in the third quarter. English knocks it down. Sanders immediately tackled there by Berry and Rochelle. We'll do it all again.
I don't see Luke Beveridge down on the bench that often. He went down, saw on the footage that he just pulled out the magnet board and was deep in thought.
Trying to change a few little things. So Rochelle's clearing kick was just read best by Karmas, and he marks it on the chest.
One of the things Adelaide were able to do throughout last year is manoeuvre through the game when it got difficult. And all I'm seeing tonight is they're going long, deep into their forward line, and Buku Cuttons just gets set behind the football and is intercepted quite a lot tonight.
One-dimensional, Jamo? Is that what you're thinking?
I have been tonight.
So the Dogs headed down the eastern side, cut off by the Crows, and Dawson now looks for the switch. Gets it out to Cumming, and then a kick heading forward from Jordan Dawson to the left forward pocket, targeting Phil Thorpe. The Dogs have the outnumber and knock it towards the front row. Boundary throw-in to come, 45 out. Adelaide's 50. They're only down by 19 points, but the Dogs have had a lot of the momentum. Leeds only changed hands twice tonight, and that was in the second quarter. Back-to-back goals. Tossed in. McAndrew down. Looking for Berry. Bounce past him. Kennedy kicks it 2 metres to Selwood. Was it a throw? Coming back. Umpires paying it to Archie.
I reckon it was a kick in danger.
Yeah.
He's actually nearly kicked Archie in the shin, and his knees collected his forearm. Archie certainly let the umpire know about it. And the dual premiership line will get a chance at goal. Has been a very quiet start to his career in South Australia. Hamstring injury in Origin. Only 12 touches last week. Callum Archie on the tight angle, leans back from 40, and it's a cross the face and just a minor score on the right-hand side. Leads down to 3 straight goals. Dogs by 18, 11-7-73 to 8-7-55. 31 played in this third term.
1-2 from Bailey Dale out of defence. Out towards the wing, and that one's untouched, so that'll be a turnover. Isaac Cummings is going to bring it in. He's looking for Dawson. He had Richards in company.
Worst case scenario, it's in the middle of the ground still, so Well, there's 2 kicks and it's out of defence. This one comes back in.
Flying it, that was Thilthorpe. Well roved there by Butterick. His handball was just pushed off it. Berry almost went without it with the tackle from Bontempelli. Going in hard was Rochelle, putting his head over the football. Slung around 360. Good tackle in there by Neil Bullen. And we'll get a ball up, that tackle on Selwood. 30 metres out, directly in front of Adelaide's goal. Bit over a minute to go in the third term. Thilthorpe knocks it down, straight to Kennedy, tackled by Berry. Crows trailing by 18 points.
Searching for a response close to three-quarter time. The buzzer beat them at the half with Joshua Shelley taking a mark right after the tick of the seconds. Tap down, Thilthorpe straight to Fraser. Clearing kick works. It was a hit and hope, and he hacked it straight to Norton. Sliding catch in the centre square, who head back to right half back. They can run it down here. Connor Butterick in front of the Williams stand. Down the line he goes. Hits Riley West. He caught a stray arm late from Rory Laird, who immediately apologises. The crowd was a little worried it might be 50. West heads back on the mark and then sends it long. 2-on-2. Darcy and Norton fly. Hits the deck. A couple of Bulldogs bang bodies. Liberatore hard in there as well with Fraser. Kennedy shoots the handball back to Bontempelli off a step. Bangs it towards the 50. Miller are out to meet it. English, his opponent, did well. Knocked it out towards Davison. But Walker gets there first. Handball was wayward from Archie out to right half back. But Archie with the follow-up tackle. He's starting to get some rhythm now. Crowd was thinking holding the ball. But gee, Bailey Dale came through like a wet sail and probably didn't have much prior in the time that Archie brought him down.
Well, he took him on. It was a great tackle.
Ball up. 25 seconds to go. McAndrew pulled off the footy there by English. And Liberatore dives on top. So, dying seconds of this third term. Bulldogs have just slightly extended their margin from 15 points at half-time, 18 now. And McAndrew's going to win a free kick. So they got the 15-second sign up, Eb. That's
yes.
how much they've...
Oh, no. It's a boxing glove. Maybe just don't concede score, Tom.
They've gone against us. So McAndrew kicks it down the line. We heard that siren. And that's the three-quarter time buzzer. The Western Bulldogs still hold a lead. They're 11-7-73. Adelaide 8-7-55. Three-quarter time at Adelaide Oval West. Set up for a belter in this final term blockbuster.
They've led for the majority of the night outside of 3 minutes in the second term. The Western Bulldogs goal scorers, 3 to Fraser, 2 to Baker, singles to Bontempelli, Darcy, Croft, Norton and Williams. Meanwhile for the Crows, 2 to Thilthorpe, Walker and Fogarty, singles to Butts, Saligo, and that brings them within that 18-point gap. A reminder as well, as I touched on, plenty of footy coming your way tomorrow. AFL Saturday to kick things off, midday Eastern. SA Grandstand locally here at 10:30. We'll check in with the Adelaide Crows. Richmond and the Suns at the MCG from 1 p.m. Eastern, followed by the Giants and the Saints at the Showgrounds, and Fremantle and Melbourne out in Perth. Matilda's in action tomorrow night, so you can hear that on ABC Listen through the green and gold button. 7:30 Eastern Daylight Time, and that's up against Japan at Stadium Australia. And the VFL is back on your television screens tomorrow from midday. Footscray and Casey on Channel 20. First time in 12 years we'll be broadcasting it, so feel free to check that out whilst also switching between our radio options as well. It has been great to have your company on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital, News Radio and ABC Listen. The final quarter coming your way next. It's Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Who will win the AI race? Has gambling become our national sport?
Questions. They've never been more important. So the one thing we'll never question is our duty to keep asking. ABC News. Keep asking.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Pack forms. Ed Richards at the front of it. Got the handball out. Gives it to Norton, fake giving it back, turns and kicks from 45. Aaron Norton pulling the trigger out of nowhere. The Dogs get the first. They're up by 21 as Aaron Norton is on the board for the night.
The handball goes towards Dawson. He sockets it off the ground to Keys. Off to Fogarty. Fumble to the first instant. Then goes on the outside of the boot. Checky. Quick response from Darcy Fogarty. He kicks his second.
McAndrew gets it to Berry. Blazes away for the Crows and sends it towards the Texan. Sliding mark, he'll pop back up as Rory Lobb overcommitted. He blazes away from 55. Taylor Walker has stuffed that into
the Riverbank stand. A monstrous kick. And the Crows go bang-bang to make it a 9-point game.
Dangerous exit for Adelaide. Ends up in the hands of guess who? Fraser. And Bontempelli marks it on the goal line just to make sure and pumps it out of Adelaide Oval.
Gives it off to Jakes. Searching kick inside 50. A little long for the Crows defenders who committed to the launch and gave away a free kick in the process. Norton had 3 against him. And they've panicked and given it straight to the tall big man for the Dogs. He's got the longest run in history for the Bulldogs of 2 goals plus in the last 11 games. And you can make it 12 straight. Norton's got 2 for the night. Hillthorpe gets front position on English. Handball was a little shallow for Keys. Buffeted over by Lobb. It shoots out to Fogarty though, who was streamlining for the receive. He surges into goal with a bullet kick into the Riverbank stand, and Fogarty's got 2.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Big finish coming your way for Friday night footy on ABC Sport. The Dogs up by 3 goals, but we know how modern footy's being played. It's fast, it's high scoring, it's anybody's ball game from here. 11-7, 73 the Western Bulldogs. Adelaide 8-7, 55. Can the Dogs finally beat the Adelaide Crows at the Adelaide Oval and go 3-0 for the first time in 5 years? Aaron Bryans with you alongside Tom Wilson. Premiership Crows, Rod Jameson and Ebony Marinoff here in the ABC Sport Box. Luke Beveridge's men are on top, Noffy. Can they hold on to that lead?
And he was not impressed, Luke Beveridge, after Sam Darcy's 100-metre penalty. Luckily enough, Butts missed that. But I think the frustration probably came from Luke Beveridge because Crows had all the momentum, and you'd feel for majority parts of the game Bulldogs were certainly on top. There's probably a period for about 8 to 10 minutes that Adelaide Crows just couldn't capitalise. But what I did like from the Adelaide Crows is their ability to win it on the inside in that quarter. They didn't probably get the scoreboard pressure that they were after, and they're still, 3 or so goals down. But Isaac Cumming had the 9 disposals. Neil Bullen got more involved with 7, Samberry with the 7, Rochelle 6, and McAndrew with the 6. So, I mean, on the other side, Bailey Dale had 10 disposals. He probably would have had a handful of handball received. He's kicking out and getting that real territory with his big, long kick. But if you're Crows fans, your midfielders got on top in that quarter, I thought, just weren't able to capitalise. But Western Bulldogs' ability to stay calm under pressure and still win their moments and continue to put that scoreboard pressure, I guess, out of reach of Adelaide has been super impressive. I mean, they've had a hot start to the season. They're an in-form within the competition. And when you've got Bontempelli having 9 disposals in a premiership quarter, what they say, as well as a goal, you're doing okay.
I think from Adelaide's perspective, they'll be really disappointed. They went inside 50 on 19 occasions that quarter, Western Bulldogs 12, and they still weren't able to score. Adelaide kicked the 3-goal 5, the Western Bulldogs 4 goals 2. So they ramped up their tackling, but it's almost just as much as the Western Bulldogs did. The kicking efficiency, 78% in that quarter to 66 Adelaide. So a very different style in which they're playing. Adelaide have kicked 195 for the entire game. Western Bulldogs 155. Which is surprising. They've kicked less, but they're covering just as much or more ground because they are getting dangerous. When they win it at the contest, they're getting forward and putting the defence of Adelaide under enormous pressure. Adelaide are trying to maintain it, hold possession, and the marks are 100 to 52, but they're actually not going forward. So the defence of the Western Bulldogs are just sort of sweating off at the moment. And in that third quarter, when they did go forward, they weren't able to score. So there's a whole lot of problems for Adelaide at the moment, but big credit to the Western Bulldogs in all areas of the game.
So will the Crows adapt, or will the Dogs continue their undefeated start? First clearance, McAndrew to Peatling. Adelaide inside 50. The Dogs defenders come together, and O'Donnell clunks it against his teammates.
Back on.
Little injury scare in the third. James O'Donnell shares it with Jameson, now Rory Lobb. In front of the Wanganeen stand. Dogs kicking to the right-hand side of your radio dial in this final quarter. Out at the Riverbank stand ends. Lobb to Selwood. He's kicked it tight on the boundary line to Williams, and he's kind of lucky that Archie got a hand in there, knocked it over. Boundary throwing to come at the Odie stand. Sean's got in touch on the text line from Geelong, says loving the call, but I don't get this fixture. Life was so much easier when you played everybody twice. Why can't we do that? Fortunately,
too many teams now.
There's too many teams and not enough talent, I think. Tossed in. Dawson tackles Bontempelli, who gets the clearance up towards the attacking edge. Norton caught behind. Head over the footy. Worrell can't gather. Cumming becomes the tackler on Kennedy. And a ball up to come just outside the centre square.
I don't know if there's enough talent. There's enough talent. It's just not enough weeks.
To have 36 rounds.
You'd have to shorten the
AFL would love
games.
to be an entire calendar
Then
year
finals.
product.
Yeah.
Then state games. Then bye.
Pre-season games.
It's going to take 54 weeks to get through the season.
So, Lockie McAndrew spotted by Ed Marinoff there. Some claret coming down, so we just pause. Pedler runs into the forward line.
I thought up to the stoppage.
That's it. As a ruck this time. I've seen him explored through there as a mid. He gets his first hands on it, but it goes straight to Liberatore. Clean as ever, back to Bailey Williams. He goes inside the forward 50, up towards right half forward, and flying was Butts.
His presence at the footy is certainly a lot better, isn't it, too? The area of he lets himself down is the kicking. Just to make the decision, then kick it, hit it.
Up towards Walker, was knocked away by O'Donnell, and Williams gets it out over the boundary line as well.
You'd hard to argue 12 marks against one of the most promising key forwards in Darcy. He's in a pretty impressive game.
Read the footy well, doesn't he?
So the Bulldogs up by 18 points.
Final quarter of Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Tossed in, English with a fist from behind. Thilthorpe knocked it straight towards Dawson, who's under duress from Richards. Knocked it towards Laird. Underground handball from Peatling. And the advantage going to be paid to the Crows. There was a late tackle. Saligo to Thilthorpe. Down the line they go. And O'Donnell gets in front of Walker with the fist to knock it over the boundary line. Callan Amarant says Gold Coast and the Western Bulldogs for the grand final this year. Don't mind the shout.
Gold Coast. They look good. Petrarca looks amazing, doesn't he, too? Back to his best.
That'd be a star-started grand final if we got those two.
Is Rao in? I haven't checked that.
No, Finger's been a bit worse than they anticipated. He's been pushed back. Tossed in, Thilthorpe down. Saligo wrapped up very quickly. We'll get another ball up. Josh Money downstairs.
Yeah, so it's a cut to the cheek of McAndrew, and it's bad enough that he needs to go down to the rooms to get that patched up, so more work for Thilthorpe for now.
It's back in the middle, as Josh Money mentioned, got it down. Laird's there, and the player pulled off the footy. Just held on for too long. Matt Kennedy against Archie. So chips it over the top to Butter. It wasn't required. It actually worked in his favour to play on quickly. Gets it inside the forward 50 with a long ball. Davidson tries to get it down. Butts picked it up off the deck, and then Norton threw him to the ground. It's going to be... Oh, I thought they were going to pay holding on. They played holding the ball. So Norton wins the free kick. Butts gathers and sort of dropped it out, and then Norton threw him to the ground. So one of those 50-50 ones, but they've rarely paid the holding the ball tonight, Jamo.
Well, look, there was a good tackle by Norton. He just restricted him, and the ball he couldn't either kick it, and it just dropped out of his hands. So
old school incorrect disposal.
That's the one.
Don't see many of them often now, do you?
No. Knocked out in the tackle is the call. Aaron Norton going for goal number 3, and he sneaks it through the left-hand goalpost. The Bulldogs strike first in the final term, and they extend that margin to 4 goals. Important lead. That's a 24-point margin. 12-7-79. Adelaide 8-7-55. 4.5 minutes gone final term.
You almost think that with Butts there, he had like a metre, which they kind of call prior opportunity, but because it's so inconsistent with the new rule and you're seeing so many players attempt, and when they make the attempt, attempt's enough, whereas I'm not quite sure Butts made that attempt, so maybe that's where that interpretation's coming from.
Looks like Vetus Gerolitis. I know every time I look at him with the headband on, Aaron Norton, those people that followed tennis in the 70s and 80s.
Imagine you never wore a headband, Jamo, back in the glory days.
No, I had a mop of hair at one point, but the headband didn't really appeal.
Game high, 24-point lead to the Western Bulldogs. English down, does the follow-up work and bounces off Dawson. Liberatore collapses into him. Copped a stray finger to the face from Thilthorpe. Ball up to come. We reset. English wins it down again to Liberatore, set upon by Dawson. Saligo tries to bulldoze his way through but runs out of room. English gets him. Crows struggling to get out of this stoppage here.
English down looking for Fraser. Peatling paddles it to Thilthorpe. Up and down. Wasn't 15 to Keys, who waited an eternity. Fist comes from Selwood. Knocked it towards Fraser. Ball trickles out to the eastern side. Clean pick up from Archie to Saligo. Turns under trouble in the tackle. Got a kick to Fogarty. Ripped away though by O'Donnell. Fogarty follows up with the tackle. Crowd want the hold of the ball. Free kick. It was the same situation as Jordan Butts, but not the same result. And Selwood is tackled over the boundary line by Taylor Walker.
It was exactly the same too. O'Donnell's taken it. He's tried to take him on.
Yeah.
And I think the umpire's probably behind both the players. That would probably be the error that he's made, that he couldn't see it actually happening.
Slight rub of the green to the Western Bulldogs in this final quarter. They're up by 24 points. Dawson played for the free kick. Archie went and got it. Ends up in the hands of Saligo and a throw. So another one going against the Crows. Left half back for the Bulldogs. Liberatore with the free. Up to Williams. Just short to centre wing. Fraser. Long goes Fraser. Up towards right half forward, or left half forward I should say. And all on his own is Sam Darcy. Takes the mark.
Got caught behind, a long way behind. Now he's in a hole to try and help his defence.
So the mark's taken 52 metres out, left half forward, and he's lining up for goal.
What do you think, Eb?
You've got to back him in, don't you? It's given Adelaide Crows opportunity to get back and flood the D50 though.
Goes long, and it's an errant kick. Just gets to the top of the goal square, and Cumming knocks it through.
Might be an important point.
The old handy point, Eb. 12-8-80, Adelaide 8-7-55. 7.5 gone in the final term.
Dogs by 25. Miller plays on. Kicks out to the eastern side. Philthorpe presents. Knocked away from him out the back though. Petler wheels away from Lobb. Kicks hard and fast towards Rankin. Slipped through his mitts. At the back, the handball to Buku Karmas under a bit of pressure, and the kick is impacted as a result. Good tackle and follow-up from Rankin. Miller takes the intercept mark. It's a dicey central kick on the bounce. Butts made it work. Knocks it wide to Archie. Down the eastern side to Fogarty. Marks in front of the Odie stand. Opens the angle. Spots Walker in the 50. Tried to fly. Backtracking was Dale. At the back was Shelley. The soccer goal from 40 out. Blazing by near the scoreboard. Josh Rochelle, full surge. Hits that well. No celebration from Rochelle now, though. There's a task at hand. Margins down to 19 points. 12-8-80. Plays 9-7-61. 8 minutes into the final term. It's Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Taylor Walker there with a 2v1. All he had to do was create a contest. Like, that's just perfect forward craft. And Rochelle, well, we all know he played junior soccer days. Went to go celebrate with the crowd, but quick enough till he got back to Taylor Walker. Like, he touched on a game on their hands. But great skills from both Taylor Walker and Josh Rochelle. Pure class from two forwards. And just Fogarty's ability to move the ball quickly and not allow more time for, I guess, Bulldogs' defence. But that's what happens when you play quick footy and your forward line's pretty open like that.
Gives yourself a chance. He does it too easily, Rochelle.
Yeah, I know.
It's like kicking a soccer ball, that. It's an oblong shape.
Was it the one in Sydney last year through the middle of the ground where he sort of got it on the outside of his foot? And
yeah, that was special,
wasn't it?
So the clearance goes the way of the Crows. Fogarty's, well, it's Walker this time. Fogarty was in the same spot at right half forward. Big fly, drop mark, Keys at the fall of the ball. Danger signs, that's got to be deliberate. Oh, goodness me. Bailey Dale turned around, knocked it straight through, all alone in the goal square. There was one Crow there, Neil Bullen, but it wasn't much pressure at all. If anything's going to be deliberate, rushing through, that's got to be it.
He didn't try to hide it, but he's lucky that there were Crows players around him. Out of the exiting kick, Dale's had another there. Cut off looking for Hines, central towards Saligo, coming back. Neil Bullen lingered with the tackle on Hines.
It would be the same, maybe. He got tackled as well and didn't dispose of the footy, so I think the umpire behind the play made...
Bang! Cooper Hines of the 45 went towards the centre square, and Archie has crunched his opponent. Into the 50 go the Crows. Dawson takes the mark off a bullet pass from Saligo. My goodness, what a hit. Archie lined him up, came in, big collision in the middle.
And the trainers have come out now to assess the damage. Lockie Jakes on his haunches. That was a hard hit.
I think it was well within the rules, wasn't it, too? They were both going for the contest. Archie just hit him really hard, got the fist to the footy.
That's why you come to the footy, though. They're the contest where you have to go. That is all fair and square. That is brilliant dedication from Carl Archie. And in these types of games, those are the moments that are uplifts. You could see every single player, but Jordan Dawson got to Archie then for that big, courageous, spoil. That was marvellous to watch.
Set shot incoming for the Crow skipper as Lockie Jakes, assessed by the doctors but wants to play on. It was a hard collision. Brave of Jakes to backtrack and hard from Archie to win it back for the Crows. Dawson comes in hard and low from 35 and there's a heartbeat. Jordan Dawson's first of the night makes it a 12-point game at the Adelaide Oval. The Dogs 12-8-80. The Crows 10-8-68. 11 played. Final term. It's Friday night footy on ABC Sport with Rod Jameson and Ebony Marinoff.
There's certainly a change in the way that Adelaide are playing, isn't there, too? Like, they're actually now moving the football hard forward and making it hard for the defence of the Western Bulldogs too, and just their approach on the contest looks to be a little bit different.
And moments like that and goals like that we all know what it's like. It uplifts the team. Adelaide Crows know they can score. They know they can score quick. It's how they can, I guess, get on top of this midfield brigade in the Bulldogs. But will the crowd have a little bit to say in this last 13 minutes? We'll have to wait and see.
They've been incensed by a couple of calls there, so they're loud and proud here at Adelaide Oval as always. McAndrew to Jakes, two of the men who've been in the wars. He got it at centre half back. Goes to Williams, who took a nice mark at left half back. He bursts through the middle of the ground now, up towards centre half forward. Big fly there from Norton, but fisted away beautifully into the middle of the ground. Gathered cleverly there in the middle of the ground by the Western Bulldogs. It's Jakes. He was cleaned up before. Handballs it off to Richards. Goes for goal. Just away to the left, marked by Cook on the last line of defence.
Ebony Marinoff caught it off the ball, so Cal Archie did his hamstring in State of Origin, has pinged it again out at left half back.
He's just gone really hard at that last contest and overstretched. And
that's done. That's done. And all he wanted to do was get his second spoil. But that's dedication. But that looks like a long time on the sidelines.
Meanwhile, out on the full, Bramble send the Dogs back inside 50. Clears the pack. Keys up the back door. Does his best Bailey Dale impersonation as he collapses with a handball through the behind line. Another rush score. Dogs will lead by 13 points. Archie cannot get off the ground here.
That's off the string.
So,
poor guy.
Yeah, brutal. Bring State of Origin back into question again. We don't like to do it. We want the best players playing, but high profile, high prize recruit Callum Archie for the Crows. It's a little bit underdone in round one and now looks like a serious injury. The ball comes out of Crows defence up towards Walker at centre wing. Tries to keep that footy in. Keys gathers, gets it to Neil Bullen. He's got some space, so he runs and kicks up towards Dawson in front of Karmas. Brought it to the front of the contest, but Karmas is having quite the game in defence. Off to O'Donnell, puts it on the left boot, left half forward for the Bulldogs. Drop mark there from Bontempelli, and Norton sees it out over the boundary line. You can hear the crowd. Josh Money, plenty happening down there on the boundary.
Yeah, absolutely, Tom. And Cal Archie looks absolutely dejected. He actually had 2 hamstring issues across his first pre-season at Westlake. So this is now 3 in a short space of time. And, the Crows took a risk with him last week. It paid off, but maybe they just should have taken a little bit longer. You wonder.
They sensed the urgency as well. They had to carry him off in the end because they were wasting so much time with the player not involved in the play.
The Bulldogs down here trying to get the interchange on. Sam Darcy and Tom Liberatore are on the boundary waiting to get on, and the footy's out the other side.
Tossed up McAndrew down, then collapses into the footy. Sanders trying to rip it out of there. Laird wraps him up. Ball up to come, attacking edge of the moment for the Dogs. They're up by 13. Crowd in, 49,185. A huge return. It is the biggest crowd between these two in a regular season fixture. Out of the stoppage, Berry rolls one. looking for the boundary line. Bontempelli was there. The handball, a missed target. You don't see that often. Trying to find Sanders. Dawson toes it to the centre square. Rochelle put too much on it to Rankin. Fumbled, but he got it out. Neil Ball in the Keys. Who wants to go? The Energizer Bunny pops it into the path of Rochelle. Just kept running out of that stoppage. Has not been his night, Josh Rochelle. But this would be huge for the Adelaide Crows.
Good recovery from the contest. Just fumble. And just clean then to starting it up. And the kick from Keys. Well done, Rochelle, to keep his eyes on the footy. There were players coming at him.
45 to the right. Josh Rochelle starts all the way at the Odie stand. Man on the marks, 40 from home. Rochelle crosses the paint of 50. And it's showtime at the Adelaide Oval. 2 for Josh Rochelle. They come together to celebrate. Again, he'll let his footy do the talking. He hasn't gone to the front row yet. The margin's down to 7. 12-9-81 the Bulldogs. Adelaide 11-8-74. And we've got 12 to play in this final term at the Adelaide Oval. Rod Jameson, Ebony, Marinoff, your experts for Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Just a brilliant touch kick from Alex Neal-Bullen to create a little bit of space and offline to Josh Rochelle. I mean, we spoke about it in the first half. He wasn't having a night. This is real maturity. He's come to life in the last, quarter and a bit. But to stay on task, and this is what was challenged a year or two ago. You just got to stay on task. He's now had 17 and kicked 2 goals.
So much time left in this game, Ed. The Crows trailing by 7 points. Bursting through was Berry. Shrugged the tackle up towards centre half forward. Keys creates a contest. Walker comes out, fists it back. Bontempelli gathers. Rankin's on the charge. Good pressure. Dawson. It's gone up a notch here at Adelaide Oval. The Western Bulldogs through. Davidson goes inside the forward 50. Norton got hands on it, knocked it to ground. Well gathered there by Butts. Handball to Berry. And they've got time through Cook. Flat ball down the line. Perfect to Thilthorpe. Mark centre wing. Looking for an option. He's going to go long to it. 1-on-2. Walker needs to bring it to Garron. Karmas did. And a great shrug tackle there from Pedler. Off to Walker. Left foot. Goal. Bang. Here come the Crows. Walker's got a hat trick. The Western Bulldogs 12-9-81. Adelaide moves to 12-8-80. Almost 11 minutes gone in this fourth quarter. ABC Sport.
Oh, it's just the challenges of a team that's from behind. They've just got to find a way to win, and they're really at it, tails up. But the Western Bulldogs are now trying to save the game, and there's still 10 minutes to go. And now they find themselves 1 point in front at the moment with Adelaide. Serious tails up.
What a contest for Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
What about Pedler coming through the middle there? Took on 3 of them. Put his head down and got through all of them.
There were points early in the fourth that it felt like the crowd were out of it. They were all the way to King William. And now here we go. 49,000 rocking, and straight out of the middle is Bontempelli. These are the moments where he stands up. Driving kick, the fist from Murray though. 20 from home and defensive 50. Knocks it towards Chase Jones. He doesn't know what to do with it. Looks left and right, then uses Worrell. Tight on the boundary line. His kick to Rankin. Had one arm pinned by Butterick and got it with the other. Turns on the instep and hits Dawson. Adelaide are flying. He plays on and steps around one. Davison tries to mow him down. Affected the kick as it rolls towards the 50. Keys, 45 from home. Paddles it through the legs of the defender. Penrith from Danny. They erupt at the Adelaide Oval. From 25 down, the Crows are in front. Is it coming back? Oh no! A free kick for contact below the knees. Peatling.
No, it was Keys.
Keys. Peatling stands the mark, but Keys is the one who knocked it through the defender. They're saying he took out the legs of his opponent, Selwood. Bulldogs kick it out towards the broadcast wing and brought to ground, and the tackle is Aaron Norton. My goodness, they're going to riot here in South Australia.
Oh, I mean, that was the ultimate 1%er. Fisting it through the legs.
He had nothing more that he could have done, actually. He's just gone at the football.
A 1%er and Pedler got on the end of it. He did the 1%er earlier. Play goes on. It doesn't count for nothing. So the Crows switch the play to Worrell. Looking for Chase Jones, the late inclusion. Takes a nice mark. Centre wing. Davidson took his time, letting him go. Umpire says no, so Jones kicks inside the forward 50 for Fogarty. Marks right half forward, right up against the boundary line. It'll take a kick of 45 metres.
I'd love to know the free kick count, because the Adelaide crowd seem like they can't get a handle on it. But just courageous footy from Adelaide Crows. I mean, up the upper hand of the Bulldogs, just continuing to put on pressure and applying that pressure. They've just stayed cool, calm and composed.
Big kick here from Fogarty. Will take a straight one. It's going across the face of goal. Phil Thorpe does his best to keep it in, but bounces off the box of a Bulldogs defender up against the post and scores a level here at Adelaide Oval. You can see the anxiety of both the Crows and Doggies fans. It's 12-9-81. A poor kick in. Working hard off the back line was Worrell. Handballs it back. Short kick. Not the required distance. Rankin plays on. Is this his comeback moment? Rankin, not quite. It went through. It went through. It's a goal. Isaac Rankin from absolutely nothing in his pocket in front of the scoreboard. It's been 7 months away from footy. He's learned his lesson and he's kicked the goal. The Crows are in front. 13-9-87. The Bulldogs 12-9-81. 14 minutes gone, final turn.
Well, what a difference here at the moment too. Still quite a number of minutes remaining in this last quarter. 5-2 in this last quarter. The Bullies kicked 4 in the second, 4 in the third. 18 points up at three-quarter time. The last time Adelaide were up by 3 points was 6 minutes 50 in the second quarter. It's been a massive turnaround from Adelaide in this last quarter.
Gee, he owed them one. Isaac Rankin, suspended late last year, missed the final series, off balance, tightest of angles, has worked an absolute miracle. And the crowd is right into it now. The city is alive in Adelaide. McAndrew taps it down, trying to silence it as the Dogs. Richards got an up and under. English his first flight. McAndrew comes in with the fist. Out the back is Cook, weaving through trouble. He'll send it up to left half forward. Walker's one out. Brings it down against O'Donnell. One arm pin. Crowd restless. Butterick picks it up for the Dogs. Hands it to Richards, then Liberatore. Out to left half forward, 2-on-2 there. Fist comes from Worrell, tracked by Davidson. Worrell slides in, trying to knock it through the logo. Tackle from Jones, he collapsed into the back of his opponent. He's very lucky. Ball up to come in front of the Bashir stand. Crows by 6. Clock has stopped in champion data, Jamo, but we've got 22 on the board here at the Oval.
So we don't know how much time is actually remaining.
So from the ball up, Kennedy tries to gather and went to soccer it. No kicking in danger. Liberatore with the clearance inside the forward 50. It's a foot race. Norton's there. He pushes Murray onto the footy. He gathers, steps inside dangerously. Got the handball away in time. Miller throws it on the boot, keeps it in play. Fisted to ground by Selwood. And then Chase Jones is wrapped up by Davidson as well, and we'll have a ball up left half forward.
This is a vintage thriller. Nobody has the clock. Broadcast, radio, TV, you name it.
So the clock's going up on the scoreboard, but we don't know the clock. Normally we can see counting down as the Bullies go forward again.
Adelaide by 6 out of the stoppage. Tumbling kick wide of the target from Liberatore, and it rolls out 20 from home. We need the old 5-minute warning. Adelaide by 6 after being down 25 early in this last quarter.
That's going to rattle the teams downstairs on which board to put up, isn't it?
Here
Someone
we go.
would have something.
Grandstand finish on ABC Sport between two absolute heavyweights. McAndrew with a big fist in defensive 50 off the boundary throw in. Doesn't hit the line. Sanders wants to keep it in. Did very well. In traffic. Got it across the paint to Jakes, who turned into a crunching tackle. Brett Shelley brings him down.
So he's gone the wrong way.
Very late call.
The umpire said high and then actually pointed Adelaide's way, then turned it around.
Was not high. Jakes into the 50, slips through English mitts. 20 out from goal for the Dogs. Trying to reel it in is Cumming. Bailey Williams alongside him. They fall into the footy. Dogs 50, 25 from home. It is pandemonium at the Adelaide Oval.
Quick ball up opportunity for the Western Bulldogs. They need to find a goal here. Richards gets it off to West. He was tackled as he kicked it. Went nowhere really. Murray grabs it. Bombarded by Bulldogs. We'll have another ball up 30 metres out.
The clock's back on, Eb. Just over 5 minutes remaining.
Ruck contest. McAndrew knocks it down. Sanders running onto it was Rochelle, who was cleanest. Handballed over the top to Keys. He wasn't clean to Berry, but Keys gets another opportunity. He's on his wrong side, runs onto the left. Outer side, centre wing. Over the top towards Thilthorpe, but O'Donnell got a hand in there, and Karmas will take it over the boundary line with some help from Saligo. Some tired, sore bodies out there. Still 5 minutes to go here at Adelaide Oval. The Crows up by 6 points after trailing for most of the night.
Even then, with the defensive 50, Adelaide Crows repeat stoppage. In the first half, Western Bulldogs were scoring from the inside 50 stoppage.
Crows by 6, tossed in, it bounced off the face of McAndrew. Richards went the tackle instead of the ball, trying to wrap up Chase Jones. Bontempelli puts his head over it, flicked out Dawson's way, sidesteps Bailey Williams and gets it to Cook. Hospital handball to Millerer. He launched in the air to get it, tries to get it to Dawson. The half volley might work. Keys has to track it and won't get there. Rolls over last disposal.
He's telling the bloke in the crowd to hold on to the football.
So the Dogs have the free kick. Eastern side, opening the angle. Butterick bangs it towards left half forward. Norton the target, off hands, clothesline. Chase Jones is collared. Free kick right half back for Adelaide. 4 minutes on the clock. 49,000 riding every moment. Adelaide leading by 6.
20-second touch for the late in. Came in for Hugh Bond. Kicks it down the line, looking for McAndrew, and it's knocked out over the boundary line, so we'll have a throw-in. Just forward to centre wing for the Crows. They're 13-9-87. The Western Bulldogs 12-9-81. Still plenty of time left in this contest. What an enthralling battle it's been.
Just got to scrap it out, both sides here too. Bullies clearly need to score. Adelaide just need to hang on to the footy.
So Chase Jones has ducked into the tackle there. And he almost tripped Davidson when he went back, so probably fortunate not to give away a 50. So Liberatore kicks up towards Norton, who can't quite get there. Bounces off his chest out over the boundary line, and we'll have a throw in left half forward for the Bulldogs. So Rankin's come to the bench after that goal that put the Crows in front.
With you all the way to 11 Eastern tonight for the wash-up. You can get in touch, 0437 774 774. Josh Money will head into the rooms. This is going to end in an absolute nail-biter. Tossed in, English down to Bontempelli. The handball straight to Kennedy, but he put it down. Then became the tackler on coming. Ball up to come. We're near the Williams stand.
Is that surprising? Isaac Rankin is off with now just 3 minutes remaining.
Left half forward for the Dogs. Maybe conditioning, Jamo. First game of the season.
3 minutes.
Fist comes from Millerer, but straight to Davidson. Off a step, hit and hope. Hail Mary into the 50. Darcy brought down. West tracking it, leaves it for Bontempelli to Bailey Williams. Snaps from 25. Scores are level. Hold on to your hats. 13-9-87 apiece. What a finish we've got. Friday night footy on ABC Sport, and it is a line ball game. Rod Jameson and Ebony Marinoff.
The inside 50s this quarter, 12-9 in favour of the Western Bulldogs. They just weren't going to go away. They've only kicked 2-2. Adelaide 5-2. We've touched on that. But now, where does it sit? Just over 3 minutes remaining, back into the middle of the ground.
And the stoppage prior to that inside 50, Adelaide Crows had gone all defensively. Western Bulldogs had numbers out the back, so that's how they were able to actually get ball movement. It's a fine line. You know, you've got 4 minutes to go. That's a lot to play. You'd still like to have a bit more balance around stoppage.
What a great goal from Bailey Williams. We know he kicked a spectacular one earlier this season against the Brisbane Lions.
Rankin back on the ground for Adelaide.
So Kennedy tried to get it out via soccer, so did Davidson. Handballed it to Richards from 65 metres out. He goes for home. A one-on-one contest. Darcy there punches it over. But you said it earlier, Eb, that could be a handy point. The Bulldogs take the lead there, 13-10-88. The Crows 13-9-87. Worrell brings it out for Adelaide.
Out towards the eastern side. Rochelle came late to the contest, knocked it down. Selder was there. Handball sharked. Neil Bullen had his kick smothered. Pinballing around, O'Donnell to Bontempelli. A monster kick to a 2-on-2. Norton with the shove. Darcy with the juggle. Hands it to Baker. Off balance, tight angle, screws it. Through for a goal. Oscar Baker, the unlikely hero for the Western Bulldogs, as he shushes the crowd and puts the Dogs up by 7. It's a 2-kick game with 2 minutes to go. 14-10-94 plays 13-9-87 at the Adelaide Oval. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
That is an amazing goal. In the context of the game, let alone if that was at the start of a game. Just 2 defenders, 2 forwards, bring it to ground, a handball out. Sam Darcy and then Oscar Baker, just that right up against the boundary line in one of the more tough positions on the ground. And with 2 minutes remaining, Adelaide have got to pull the trigger here and absolutely go. It's either going to be a 4-goal loss or Adelaide need to score, clearly.
Back in the middle of the ground, McAndrew straight to Dawson, who took a bounce. It didn't bounce back to him properly. Quickly got it forward. It clean bowls. Isaac Cumming. Bailey Williams, one of the goal scorers for the Bulldogs. Handballs to Bramble, who runs past the interchange gates. He goes long. It's favouring Murray, but Darcy got a fist in there. Norton with the foot race out over the boundary line, right half forward.
Dawson didn't need to take a bounce there. Like, field position. We're hoping, wishing at that moment again, but...
Hoping, wishing, waiting.
Lucky Bramble at the back here, all on his own.
Dogs by 7, tossed in their 50. Darcy from behind wins it down. Kennedy clean. Rankin came away and snatched it from his grip. Hands it towards Rochelle, little wide. Coming through Fogarty. Turned through the Bramble tackle and missed Peatling. Richards now to make them pay. Gives it to Kennedy. Then Bramble. Curls it on the left into the 50. Norton knocked away from him. Worrell back to Laird. They're running out of time. Laird threads the needle to Murray. They've got to go, Adelaide. Long bomb towards the broadcast wing, and the Dogs have a wall ready to go. English takes the mark.
Oh, no.
Although it was a free kick going the way of Thilthorpe.
Downfield, I think.
Behind play, there's a couple of players on their haunches. Now, meanwhile...
Might be Sam Darcy again has given away a free, and it's going back to Nick Murray as opposed to where the other umpire thought it should have been.
Not even downfield, it's back in the defensive 50.
How is that?
If play had continued, there was a kick into the corridor to Thilthorpe, who was at half forward. Murray to Worrell, short kick to Peatling, defensive edge. Tick, tick, tick. Peatling into the spine. Wayne Millerer. They're down 7. Millerer gives it everything. Dogs well set. Walker caught behind. Mark wasn't taken, but Selwood gets the free kick.
Stuck his boot into his back.
Went for the hanger, but was nowhere really near it, Walker. Free kick goes to Selwood. You were asking about that count earlier, Ebony Marinoff. It's the Dogs' way by 4.
Legitimately going for a mark.
Very strange, Jamo, that one. Crows win it back on centre wing. And they go inside the forward 50 looking for Walker, who marks in front of the scoreboard. 40 metres out on the paint of the boundary line. The message has to be out there, Tex. You've got to get it onto your boot.
Just had a quick look at the bench. He would have seen the 30 seconds go up.
Any score will keep him in it. Tex lines up. And it just goes away to the left. So still a chance, Adelaide. They're 13-10-88. The Western Bulldogs 14-10-94. 25 seconds left.
Can Adelaide win it back? All the Dogs continue their unbeaten start. Playing on. Bailey Dale caresses it to Selwood. Excellent kick at right half back.
Can't let that one exit, can you?
Not a lot ahead, so Selwood will give it as many metres gained as possible. Pack converges off hands. It's tumbling its way out towards Rankin. He just can't reel it in. Left half forward. Boundary throw in to come.
Just 4 seconds remaining once it hits the hands. It's got to be clean from Adelaide. Quick kick, get it forward, and a mark or a free.
Dogs by 6. They've never played a draw in their 57 meetings. Tap down. Kick inside 50 won't make it. Murray's tackle to the Dogs win a thriller. The Western Bulldogs are officially off the leash. 3-0 to start 2026 with a 6-point win over the Adelaide Crows. led for the majority of the contest. The Western Bulldogs up by 4 at quarter time, 15 at the half, 18 at three-quarter time, and then let it slip. They were up by as much as 25 points before Adelaide kicked 4 unanswered goals, took the lead by 6, and the Western Bulldogs wrestled it back. Oscar Baker, the match winners, the jeers for the umpires, a contentious finish in a heavyweight clash. But the Western Bulldogs win 14-10-94 to the Adelaide Crows 13-10-88.
Sons of the West, red, white, and blue. We come out snarling, Bulldogs through and through. Bulldogs fight and Bulldogs roar. We give our very best. 'Cause you can't beat the boys of the Bulldog breed. We're the team of the mighty West. 'Cause you can't beat the boys of the Bulldog breed. The team of the mighty
An absolute nail-biter at Adelaide Oval as part of Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport, and both sides will walk away with a lot of credentials. But the Western Bulldogs are the one who are rocketing towards premiership favouritism. They've beaten the reigning premiers, they've thumped the Giants, and they've done what only one side could do in the regular season last year, and that's beat the Adelaide Crows at the Adelaide Oval. The Dogs by 6. Goal scorers for them, 3 to Baker, Fraser and Norton, 2 to Williams, and singles to Bontempelli, Darcy, Croft. Meanwhile, for the Adelaide Crows, 3 to Walker, 2 to Thilthorpe, Rochelle, Fogarty, singles to Butts, Rankin, Saligo and Dawson. An incredible contest that we've got an hour to wrap up on ABC Sport, and you can get in touch 0437 774 774 to chat to Rod Jameson and Ebony Marinoff. Noffy. We waited a while for footy here in South Australia, and gee, it was a pretty excellent game that we got.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, the first 5 to 7 minutes, it was certainly just fun to watch and good to have footy back. It was very frantic, fast-paced, a lot of ball movement. And then I felt like Western Bulldogs, as you touched on, they were ahead for a majority of the game, and it felt like they genuinely had the game on their terms. I thought Adelaide Crows midfield were well and truly beat, probably until about midway through that third quarter. Fraser, you know, having the 18 disposals, 3 goals, 2 in the first half. I thought not much respect there was shown, but you talk about the respect being shown. Western Bulldogs' depth. It's now, are we saying that they're there, you know, 3 games in for the Western Bulldogs? I think they've shown. We've spoken about Adelaide Crows' defence kind of being undermanned in terms of Mark Keane being out, but I thought Murray and Butts certainly had their moments against Norton and Darcy, as did they going back. But in terms of the game and the context of it, you can't let a team like Western Bulldogs have all that space to keep speed on the game. They had so much front half footy that looked clean and exciting. I thought sometimes when Adelaide, they were a bit sloppy and they were missing handballs. I know that a couple of these players, you know, Jake Saligo and Isaac Rankin had a little bit of an interrupted pre-season. You can certainly tell that touch is off. I mean, Western Bulldogs have now played 3 games with Adelaide's 2. I don't think that's an excuse, but Western Bulldogs certainly looked like the better team for majority of the game, and you'd say they had the momentum. They deserved to win, but it is exciting for an Adelaide Crows team to see that fight back and that passion, and probably go back to the defensive acts that uplifted the team spirit, and I guess a classy goal from Baker to kind of bridge that gap that they needed to get in front. But what a great game of footy for footy fans.
I thought the defence of the Western Bulldogs got on top, and just the way Adelaide really struggled to find a way forward in the first 3 quarters, and they changed a little bit in that last. But the differential too in the disposal, in Adelaide's forward 50, the Western Bulldogs had plus 32, contested 9 plus, ground ball gets they were plus 10, uncontested plus 17, intercept plus 20. So their ability to be able to intercept and just get in the way and disrupt Adelaide in the manner in which they did tonight was an incredible effort. And the other way too, Adelaide's defence was okay, but the Western Bulldogs just found a way to score. And you look at it's a really weird game, like in terms of the stats. Like it's the kicking efficiency, Adelaide won 72 to 63 for the full 4 quarters, yet the mark's 119 to 61. I would have thought that would have held possession, moved the footy forward, done that, finished off on the scoreboard. But the Western Bulldogs were able to win in all those key areas. The tackling 71 to 47 in favour of the Western Bulldogs. So like it's an incredible game and a different style for 3 quarters particularly. And then I think Adelaide changed their way in that last quarter, but I get the work got just too hard, and then in the end it was Oscar Baker with his mercurial goal in that 4th quarter, 3 for the night, and that was the difference.
It's more or less when he's going back to Adelaide Crow's 3rd quarter when they had those 19 inside 50s with Western Bulldogs 12. They just weren't able to put scoreboard pressure on. But Western Bulldogs were able to continue to apply pressure throughout the whole game, get 2-3 goals in front. But I thought it was all class from Western Bulldogs to stay calm against an Adelaide forward line that can score quick, and they showed that. But just to be so composed, to stay within the game and stay at task, because that Adelaide, we went, 49 in the house tonight, and certainly got behind it. A couple of interesting calls with the umpires. I think, you don't like to think about that, but I was still trying to work out this interpretation, even with a couple of the defence. I don't know. But at the end of the day, Western Bulldogs too good for the whole game. And if I'm the Adelaide Crows midfield in that first half, I'll be very disappointed with their ability to not even apply pressure to Western Bulldogs midfield. And everything was kind of clean and it looked pretty. And that's not what you want if you're an Adelaide Crows, because it's just too much forward half footy for Western Bulldogs. But credit to them. Even contributors. I mean, majority of their players are in double digits and shared metres gain and score involvements. I think Marcus Bontempelli, as much as he wasn't on show in the first half, Fraser certainly had that. He's finished with 30 disposals, 14 contested, 7 score involvements, and still averaging that goal. I think he will average 3 in the first 2 games, but he's still hitting the scoreboard. Ed Richards, we touched on in the middle of the game. The top 4 disposal getters are the dominant midfielders, and Fraser end up with 24. A little bit quieter in the second half. It'd be really interesting to go back and watch, because I saw Max Michelini go to him in the second half. Wasn't sure if that was a pure, hard matchup, but Maxi Michelini is known to do those roles. And the ruck battle.
Thoughts of Ebony, Marinoff and Rod Jameson for Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. The Dogs winners by 6 points. Let's head into the rooms with Josh Money.
Yeah, thank you very much, Aaron. A very happy Dogs outfit indeed, returning to the rooms with a rare 4 points at Adelaide Oval and a very rare 4 points against the Crows at Adelaide Oval. Their first time ever. Joel Fraser, the last man in the huddle. He's probably earned to be a little bit lazy tonight, but here's the song. I'll be back with another of their A-grade midfielders in Ed Richards a little bit later on.
I think you hit the nail on the head as well, Noffy, to have 49,000 screaming at you and stare that in the face and be able to hold on shows real grit for the Western Bulldogs. They've won different ways across the year to knock off the reigning premiers away in a tight one, smash the Giants, and then really dictate play for the majority of this contest. It'd be frustrating if you're a Crows fan, because when they took the game on, that was when they really got back into it. But otherwise, the Dogs' defence completely obliterated their momentum and forced this slow ball movement. There's a question on the text line from Phil in Victoria who says, enjoyed the call, but to the special comments team, how have the Doggies improved compared to previous seasons? Because clearly their method has changed, Jamo, and the list is a lot better as well. As Noffy kind of said, it's pretty flushed out now. They're only really missing Cody Waitman. Adam Trelaw's not there, but otherwise, this is pretty close to a best 23. What are they doing differently?
Well, it's actually, again, I'm trying to wrap my head around not how they won, but when you look, they've won the clearance stuff and they've won it pretty well. They've won the ground ball gets, but again, they haven't won certain metrics, but they still went forward 200 metres more than what Adelaide did. So again, I think they've really got a strong balance of clearance work, winning the football, in and around, like tonight, in terms of, if I just quickly change the screen, Lachie McAndrew had 37 hit-outs to 32, and to advantage, he had 14 to 10 over Tim English. But that's when Tim English then got around the ground and did so much more than what Lachie McAndrew did. But it's a great start. But their ability to be able to defend as well, which is clearly highlighted in the tackling, 71 to 46. So they've actually got the offense and the defense game really balanced. And I think the height of the group, as well as their leg speed, is pretty classy. So they've built it over time, and they just missed the 8 last year, didn't they? Too they
lost last round.
They lost.
So I think the improvement is certainly. I think O'Donnell's great there. I mean, when you talk about Joel Freya, what a game he played tonight. So these types of players have clearly got this talent that the Western Bulldogs have been watching and waiting for it to happen, and we saw it in spades tonight. Oscar Baker didn't have a lot of the footy, but kicked 3 goals. Jordan Croft was okay. He went into the ruck for a little bit. I really thought Connor Budrick's game was really good, actually, around Isaac Rankin, just keeping him shut down around those ball-ups and boundary throw-ins where he's most dangerous. So, I was super impressed with the way the Bulldogs went about it tonight.
Just a sneaky recruit, isn't he, Connor Budrick? Because he was a very good player at Gold Coast, a bit off Broadway, as we all know. It's impossible for everyone to watch every single game, but he slotted into that Western Bulldogs defence. Luke Beveridge recruited him for a reason, and he got him there on that role. In the first 3 games, he's been very good. I think the new rules help the Bulldogs too. They like to move the ball quickly and get it on the outside and get it in quick.
Speaking of the Bulldogs as well, sliding doors moment back in June with Luke Beveridge. So they're 6-6, and ultimately they have this big win streak at the end of the year, 8 out of 11, but they miss the finals and fall short. They re-signed him when they were under a lot of pressure. I think everyone was really coming for Luke Beveridge's head at that point. After the 2016 grand final, it'd been a slow kind of slope down. They weren't really making any sort of impact since the 21 grand final. They decided to commit to a 2-year deal to him. He's totally revamped this game plan. And around that, the fixture has been pretty hard. They go on a 16-day break now as a result of opening round. But out of their first 6 games, they play 5 top 8 sides from last year and 3 top 4 sides. And they are unbeaten. The reigning premiers, the Giants and the Crows. They look tremendous right now.
2 away as well. So they've already got 2 away wins in the can. They've been notoriously slow starters, and they've been looking for consistency. They've won 2 games away from home. One team was minor premier and the other was the premier.
Yeah. It's massive for your accolades.
And at a venue where they don't normally win.
And I mean, you would say last year that they underperformed.
Big time.
And there's no question around that. So it's the disappointment, I guess, over the summer, just to put your head down and continue to grow your list and grow your depth, because at the end of the day, we've seen, Brisbane Lions have been the best at it. It's because they have genuine role players that come in and week out. I mean, we're talking about the likes of Lachie Neale. You forget them all because they're so long, but the players like Jared Berry in a Brisbane Premiership team, he obviously didn't play, but throughout the season, that's your Fraser. You need those players to be able to stand up against A-grade teams to be able to perform and consistently put 4 points, rather than, it be at a stretch and you're winning close games. But, I mean, Western Bulldogs, they brought in Kennedy a couple of years ago to really, I guess, help that midfield. Ed Richards has gone to another level this year. Bontempelli's in what we keep saying career best form. Well, when's he going to win a Brownlow? And then you've got, the best key forwards in the competition, arguably. So in a team, we spoke about their zone team defence, so they've got it kind of coming.
It's an imposing list. The thoughts of Ebony Marinoff and Rod Jameson, your experts tonight. The Western Bulldogs winners by 6 points. Let's head back into the rooms with Josh Money.
Well, thank you, Aaron. He just rolled his eyes as Ebony Marinoff said he's gone to another level this year, but he certainly has Ed Richards, and Ed, that must be a super satisfying win with 50,000 angry Crows fans yelling at you all.
Yeah, they were pretty pissed off in the end, weren't they? But it's nice to win away. It's nice to, have a hostile crowd, and gee, we sort of gave ourselves a little heart attack there at the end. There were some pretty special plays from the Crows. Rankin's goal was one of them. That was pretty special, but then arguably Sauce Baker's down the other end was just as good. So got us over the line in the end, and super proud of the effort. To be able to come back from just losing all momentum there for a second, it's really quite promising, I think. Yeah.
What can you tell us about Joel Frazier? We've been hearing about his midfield breakout for a couple of years, but really in that first half tonight, probably the best of his career so far.
Yeah, he was electric. He was really on the end of everything, wasn't he? I feel like he kicked a majority of our score in that first quarter, first half really. So he was great tonight. Doing it sort of at both ends as well, but really damaging in that front half, which was great to see for him. Yeah.
Absolutely, and you touched on Oscar Baker. I mean, he looks like a match winner, doesn't he? He's got the look, absolutely. But what sort of confidence do you get when you come to a ground like this? You've had a couple of big wins already, but a place where you've never even beaten the Crows. I mean, you're trying to build towards something, but what sort of boost does this give the group as a whole?
Yeah, it's a massive boost. I mean, before we came here, we hadn't sort of won here since 21, I think it was. So that was brought up. We tried not to think about it too much. Then when they started coming back, I'm like, Jesus, this hoodoo might be a real thing. But luckily we were able to hold on, which was great. And yeah, if we want to be playing finals and we want to be, beating those good sides, we started off the year, playing against some tough opposition. So we put in some good performances. But you got to be able to win away, and I think we've showed we can do that to start. So. Lucky we got a little break now, and then we'll head to the D's. Oh no, who we got? The Dons. Sorry, Dons on Sunday.
Well, here's Rod Jameson.
Yeah, Rod Jameson, huge win. Well done tonight too. Buku Kamas, what a game! The role he played, and to be able to really be that general in the back half.
Yeah, Books has been great. Just the way he reads the balls, sensational. Yeah, comes across super athletic as well. So. When he's able to get a nice run and jump in it, clear the area with big spoils, which we want to pride ourselves a bit more on this year, just being able to clear that area and then go for his marks when they're there. But yeah, Brooks is solid the last 3 weeks especially to start the year, so he's in some red hot form.
We had some people on the text line just talk about where's the improvement come from the Western Bulldogs, but it's really the height that you brought in, the mobility, the speed, the way you move the football too. Like it's been multiple areas, but your first 3 rounds have been super impressive.
Yeah, I think it's more than just gelling as a group. We probably lacked. I mean, everyone was talking about our defence all over the ground last year, so it's something we wanted to go to school on, be able to stop opposition teams from scoring so easily, which I feel like we did really well tonight. We were able to sort of hold them. Until that last quarter when they started to get a bit of momentum, and it's hard to stop those good teams when they get going, but it was good to arrest that momentum and kick a couple on the way back. That was always nice.
Great game, Ed. Ebony, Marinoff here. You talk about coming to a hostile environment here at the Adelaide Crows. What does it do for your boys' belief to be able to grind that out in the last 5 to 10 minutes with the crowd behind you, given the fact that you don't have such a good record here?
I mean, it probably does wonders. I mean, it's yet to sort of process everything. We just, come away 6-point victors. So it's a close one, but it's, super important. So I think the boys will take a lot of confidence in the fact that, we might have lost, as I've said, heaps of momentum in that last, but being able to reset, I feel like we just stayed pretty calm. Just tried to get territory, tried to get it to our forwards, and they made a good contest there at the end, and we were able to get the job done. So, I feel like we were super calm, which is good. It's a sign of maturity, I think, across the board.
With Western Bulldogs midfielder Ed Richards on ABC Sport after a 6-point win over the Crows at Adelaide Oval. Talk about keeping calm, Ed. What about big Sam Darcy with the double 50? What was going through your mind when you saw that?
Oh, God. I don't know. I would like to get some vision on Bevo for that one.
You don't want to see it. I think he came straight down to the bench.
that'll be interesting. That'll definitely come up during the week. We might find him for that because that's absolutely atrocious. But I'm pretty sure he missed, didn't he? Did Butsy miss? I was copping a lot of slack on the bench from behind. They were into me, the Crows fans, so when he missed that one, I turned around and just gave him a little eyebrow raise, which was, I got the last laugh, I think.
The uniqueness said out of it too is he's played 87 games and never kicked a goal, so he got that first one in the first quarter, and then the opportunity to get his second in one game and missed a sitter.
Doesn't strike twice in the same spot, does it? So it's unfortunate for Butsy.
That's right. Well, let's stick with the B theme because Connor Butterick's come to the club. What has he brought, Ed?
Yeah, he's been great, being able to bring a bit of toughness down there that we might have lacked just with with the, combating these small forwards. There's small forwards all over the competition that are going to tear you up. So I feel like he produces that I guess, toughness and that fight. And then he's also, got elite skills, and he can move the ball extremely well for us up the field. So he brings a lot of upside to that back end for sure.
Ed, Aaron Bryans here. I've got to ask you about Luke Beveridge. So last year, 6-6, the pressure is mounting on the senior coach. Club decides to re-sign him. He just falls short of finals. But has this galvanised the group? You've been around Luke pretty much your entire career. What does it mean to still have him at the helm when the Wolves are really at the door?
I feel like as a play group, we didn't really think too much about it. We just tried to, I guess, get going and sort of play for him, which I think we started the year doing that for sure. And, he's got some I guess, great tactics, and he's a great football mind. So it's great to be able to just work alongside him. I mean, I've only ever had the one coach, so he's been able to develop my game especially, and develop other people's games as well, which is great. I mean, like, I probably wouldn't be the player I am without someone like Bevo being able to trial me in multiple positions, and it's showed with a lot of other blokes in our side as well.
Jamo asked about it before in terms of the improvement in your game, but it feels like you have evolved, and Luke Beveridge would be at the helm of that. Do you feel like this is a new game plan, that he's looked at the new rules and adapted pretty promptly?
I think so. I think everyone's just got to keep adapting all over the AFL. So, with the new rules, I guess it's if you don't adapt, you're going to fall by the wayside. So we're just trying to keep progressing as a team each week, and I think we've been able to make good inroads the first 3 rounds.
Just before we let you go, you laughed about it before, but it's 16 days before your next game. Do you like having that elongated break, or is it a little bit awkward that you've started your season and have to stop it?
I mean, it's nice having a little break, having the opening round. So, we've got a long extended break. I'm not sure how many people are too wrapped about it in the wider community, but is what it is, and we'll look forward to it and celebrate this one, and then lock in the week after.
Ed, has anyone said anything to Luke Beveridge about his teeth?
I think I'm going to have to let you go, boys. And girls, thanks very much.
Hey, great win.
Thanks,
See you
Ed.
later, guys. Thank you.
Ed Richards from the Western Bulldogs after their 6-point nail-biting win over the Adelaide Crows. They were up by as much as 25 at the start of the last quarter, conceded 4 unanswered, including a miracle goal from Isaac Rankin off balance, deep in the pocket, managed to thread it through, put the Crows up at the 22-minute mark, and then Bailey Williams and Oscar Baker, the heroes, the unlikely ones for the Western Bulldogs to get them over the line, and they are now 3-0 to start their season. Josh Money's going to do his best to get into the Crows camp as well, with you for the next 15 minutes here on ABC Sport. Some of the plugs, I mentioned a fair few of the games tomorrow, but AFL Saturday at midday tomorrow Eastern with Corbin Middlemass. SA Grandstand will get some reaction from the Crows at 10:30 local time here in Adelaide. Tigers and the Suns from 1 p.m. Eastern at the G. The Giants and the Saints at the Showgrounds from 4. Fremantle and Melbourne at Perth to round out your triple header on Saturday at 7:30 Eastern. Tillies are in action in the Asian Cup final tomorrow night. The Matildas in Japan from 7:30. And the VFL is back on your television tomorrow. Footscray and Casey from 12 Eastern Daylight Time. If you're in Melbourne, that's Channel 2 or 20. If you're around the rest of the country, ABC iView is your way to go if you want to watch it the first time in 12 years. That will be broadcasting the VFL as well. Couple of messages coming through. So Rowan in Maryborough says, how many times with the Giants getting smashed by the Bulldogs? If the Giants had any fans, they might find that upsetting. It's been a pretty long win streak, but given what the Bulldogs have shown in the first stages of the year, you can kind of understand why they ended up winning by 81 points. And Braden Canberra is a Blues fan, very frustrated that they let Matt Kennedy go. He had a big night, 27 touches in the end. Turning towards the Crows, Jamo and Noffy. So, I mean, I walk away from that one. They'd be deflated, the 49,000 tonight, that they couldn't get the job done when they had a little sniff. 1-1. I feel like the season's well and truly alive. The worry was that with the injuries in the pre-season that they would fall away with a tougher fixture. I know they've lost a close one at home, but from what we've seen in terms of their game plan, I'm pretty bullish. Are you?
Oh, absolutely. And if you're one of the 49,000 sitting here tonight, you'd be genuinely disappointed with the first half. To be able to allow Bulldogs to apply that much scoreboard pressure. They were just getting clean looks, and they were actually able to just move the ball fast and kick goals. And I just think from a footy fan, it was disappointing to see, no one really step up. I thought, Jordan Dawson in the first half was a little bit quiet. I mean, it's not all on Jordan Dawson, but how can you exert yourself on the game as midfielders if it's not going your way? I feel like the Adelaide Crows in the third quarter, when they started to get on top, and even in the fourth, started to play a bit more team footy. You could see them getting around each other. You see them, Adelaide Crows, playing well when they're all happy and up and about. And I don't know whether that's because I'm always in and around it, and you can tell that that's something that they value really highly. But unfortunately, when you're playing, Western Bulldogs were not a top 8 side team last year because they didn't play finals. But when you're Adelaide Crows and you're trying to say that you're the next up and coming team that can kind of have a taste of premiership success, you've got to be on. You can't afford to have a sloppy first half and, be minus 20 in your ground ball gets, whether that's loose ball or hard ball get. I reckon we had, 13 to 30 tackles in the first. Just not a real tough game of footy. It wasn't exciting to watch. So as much as they were exciting to watch in the last quarter and the crowd were up and about, a really deflating first half in what was their first home game of the year.
Again, I just reflect on the way that they played and how they didn't change and how they allowed the defence of the Western Bulldogs to continue to get in the way. And then when the game was in the balance and they had to pull the trigger, then they did. And that's sort of how I remember them playing last year. And probably the first 3 quarters was what let them down in the last 2 games last year. So I think that would be, my initial learning, from a coaching group and the team to say, hey, we need to play more like this and less like we did in the first 3 quarters.
Yeah, they've got weapons in terms of the ability to pinpoint when they need to, but it's picking and choosing your moments, isn't it? And they probably went too hard one way at the start and then fixed it up by the end, but it was a little bit too late by that point. Let's get some reaction from the Adelaide Crows. Josh Money's made his way over after they lost to the Western Bulldogs by 6 on ABC Sport. Josh.
Yeah, thank you, Aaron. Joined by, nearly the goal-scoring hero in Jordan Butson. Jordan, commiserations to you and the boys to fight back the way you did in that fourth term. To lose it in those circumstances must be pretty deflating.
Yeah, definitely not the result we wanted, but we'll take some good learnings out of it and lick our wounds and get ready for Thursday.
You just heard from Nixie in the rooms. What was his message?
No, we haven't yet.
Okay. Well, what's the initial feeling there as to what just slipped away from you right at the end?
We had a chat about half time. We're just we're not quite playing the footy that we wanted to bring. We saw glimpses obviously in the second half, but we're just a little bit inconsistent at times with some of our ball movement stuff and our entries. So. We'll obviously review that in the coming days and
What are you more excited about the fact that you're able to kick your first goal in AFL footy, or more disappointed that you weren't able to make it a double?
Yeah, it would have been nice, obviously, to get the win. It was good to tick the goal off the bucket list, I suppose. After that moment, I was all in on trying to win the game for the team, and we fought back, but unfortunately, I just couldn't hold on.
Is Ebony, Marinoff and Jameson.
Yeah, Jordan, congrats on your game tonight. 8 intercept marks, so you were able to do your role there. I guess the change in which we're speaking about up here, that the first 3 quarters was a bit of a challenge and it was hard to score, and then when you opened up and pinned back the ears, you actually got going in the last quarter and changed the way you played.
Yeah, definitely. It was obviously a bit more of a contested sort of game early. I think we're, obviously backing our forwards 1v1. Obviously that's their strength as well, but I guess we weren't doing them too many favours with advantage balls and stuff like that. So, but once we got free flowing a bit and opened up the ground a bit, we definitely looked a bit more dangerous.
Was it the game plan to go more lateral than it was to go forward to try and work your way through the defence of the Western Bulldogs?
Well, definitely we do like to explore lateral. Obviously, Bulldogs, they definitely forced us there at times. They set up their defence pretty strong, and it was definitely, that they sort of forced that. But I guess we just had to be a little bit more aggressive on those switch kicks and really, take on the open side. I feel like there were times where we just hit the laterals and it gave the Bulldogs plenty of time to set up defensively on the other side of the ground.
Yeah. Jordan, it's Tom Wilson here. You had the tough task of playing on Sam Darcy, but I think all of us thought up here that you beat him convincingly. why do you get under his skin so much? He bashed you in the sternum last year and gave away a double 50. What is it about it that you can get under his skin?
To be fair, I'll probably get it every week. Bit of rough. I suppose that's how I like to play. I like to play a contested game and like to take away the forward strengths. So, definitely he's a talented player, and the whole forward line, their keys especially, are very talented players. So, I couldn't give them an inch at all because they can get off the chain really easily.
Butsy, legacy game. How did you feel when you kicked your first goal? Can you talk us through it?
Yeah. It was definitely, good to tick it off the bucket list, as I said. But, it was definitely foreign territory for me, I'll say that. But it was definitely good fun and, got to celebrate with my teammates.
You talk about the momentum shifting, probably more so in the fourth quarter. You got momentum. What changed? Because the first half didn't look like Crows footy.
As I said, we came in at half-time and, addressed just a bit of our ball movement sort of stuff. In the third and fourth quarter, you definitely saw a bit more of the football that we like to play. Definitely probably our work on is to bring that for four quarters and really challenge teams.
Butsy, it's Aaron Bryans here. I just want to ask you about what we thought was the match-winning goal with Isaac Rankin. It's been a big off-season for him, obviously a long road to redemption. 49,000 in the house and they're going absolutely mental embracing him. What was that moment like to have Isaac, kick this incredible goal off balance in front of the fans?
Yeah, definitely. The atmosphere was unreal. It was definitely very loud, probably one of the loudest games I've heard in a while. So, obviously Isaac is a talent as well. He does that sort of stuff and can win games off his own boot. So, it was unreal atmosphere and unfortunately we just couldn't finish it off.
Quick turnaround again, so you go from a Saturday into a Friday into a Thursday with Geelong. Do you like kind of the quick ability to respond whilst other teams are kind of stuck on their bye?
Definitely. I think we've done all the hard work in pre-season and I feel like the squad is really fit and healthy we'll be ready for a Thursday night to attack it.
Best of luck when you head to the Cattery. Thanks for your time, Jordan.
Appreciate it. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Jordan Butts with us on ABC Sport after the Western Bulldogs 6-point victory over the Adelaide Crows, 14-10-94 to 13-10-88. It's a little bit rusty, but I forgot that we've got the ABC Footballer of the Year votes now that we're back in action here in South Australia. Who's got the luxury of the 3, 2 and 1 tonight?
Well, ladies first.
Jamo looked at me and I'm thinking, I'm just talking to Aaron about how even this Western Bulldogs team, it's hard to pick. I mean, if you're talking the first half, Fraser's got to get the 3. And to be fair, I've got to still give him the 3 because I feel like that was where the game was won and the momentum. He just was able to blitz and tear Adelaide's midfield and backline apart. So I'm giving him the 3. Marcus Bontempelli, I think just his consistency across the 4 quarters, were magnificent. But, Jammer, I'm going to fly to you for the 1 because I could name off about 10.
Yeah, I still think it's all the Western Bulldogs. I was really... Calmus, I reckon.
Did we just say that at the same time?
Yeah. Hey,
I like this pairing. It's working well. We shot that one down.
We need to get that on cue if that was in sync.
Yep.
We've got our new cameras in the box, so, the socials team might be able to work some magic. 3 to Fraser, 2 to Bontempelli, 1 to Calmus. Excellent work by Rod Jameson. Ebony Marinoff for Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Won't be your last game either, Jamo. We'll be catching you on Sunday as part of Port Adelaide and Essendon.
So back again. Can't wait.
48 hours recovery. That's a lot more than what the Western Bulldogs have got. 16-day break for them before they
play for me tomorrow.
Play the Bombers. At Adelaide, with Geelong on Thursday night. I love an early crow, so let me know where you think the Western Bulldogs sit right now. Are they up top in terms of premiership favourites?
Yeah, you'd have to say after the opening rounds. I mean, they've played the 3, but I feel like we always talk about those teams that miss finals. Even speaking to Koachi about Brisbane Lions and their adversity they had to, I guess, go through to get back to the top and then obviously win the 2 premierships. But you almost feel we talk about Western Bulldogs winning a premiership 10 years ago, being up and down over the last few years. There's always conversations why they're signing Luke Beveridge and things like that, but you sense over the summer there was a bit of a shift and change of guard amongst the playing group as well. Obviously, some players moving on over the last couple of years and then bringing in, Baldrick. I thought he was awesome across the opening rounds. Not so flashy today, but still ends up with 21. And like Ed touched on, just his ability to play on small forwards. I think that's going to be crucial heading into, I guess, the deeper of the season. But you'd have to say their start to the season, that they're hot favourites as premiership favourites.
Suns have a chance to be also 3-0 tomorrow when they play the Tigers. But, yeah, those two will be ahead of the pack at this stage.
I'm a massive Gold Coast fan, like just having a look at them and seeing them evolving and what they've added to the group and watching them play early, definitely. But I think the Bullies, like they take on Essendon in round 4. Then the weeks after that, they've got the Hawks, the Cats, Sydney, Freo. Like that's a solid month of football. So I think certainly by the end of round 8, we'll get a far better indication as to where the Western Bulldogs are at. They weren't far from it last year. We touched on that. They finished strong, lost the last, missed the 8. But there's been significant improvement in the way and what I've seen.
Never been top 4 under Luke Beveridge. I know they won that flag in 2016.
Came 8th, didn't they?
Yeah, they came from 8th. So, and then they made a grand final when they smashed Port Adelaide in the prelim here, where they travelled across the country and then were in front halfway through the third quarter against the D's over there in Perth. But that could be the thing that really helps them this year.
And a quick hit as well. We've got 90 seconds to go. But the Cal Archie injury, so hamstring looked pretty severe. He's got ice in the rooms. And again, the conversation is going to dominate about Origin. And I tried to avoid it in terms of the post-game because I feel like we've done it to death. But, hurts his hamstring in a pre-season exhibition game, and now their star recruit's going to be out for a while.
Yeah, it's an interesting one though, because he had that spoil and he ran, however far, and then the last one where he actually did his hammy, it's almost like he energetic up, because you're watching it from here. It's like, did you need to go because you were never making it? But that's footy. I remember when Mark Keane and Finbar had that contest. You're like, it's pre-season. Oh, what do you do? But then we're arguing about when people don't go in for it. So it's all a part of footy, and it's a real shame. We haven't really seen what he's seen glimpses, but I feel like we're going to have to wait 12 more weeks.
Probably. Yeah. Noffy, great to have you back for 2026. Jamo, we'll see you on Sunday.
Aaron, thank you.
Huge thanks for Tom and his Uber driver for finally getting in here.
It.
Josh Money downstairs, Andrea Williamson, our tech, and back in the studio to a cash photo up. The Dogs winners by 6 points. They are 3-0 to start their season, led for the majority of the night, up by 25 late before the Crows clawed it back. Oscar Baker, the match winner. Stay with us tomorrow. All the fallout on SA Grandstand, 10:30 here in South Australia. And AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass, Mick Malthouse and Luke Ball from 12 Eastern.